The Box Tunnel by Charles Reade. Read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Anne Fletcher, Hobart 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Box Tunnel by Charles Reade. A fact. The 10:15 train glided from Paddington, May 7th, 1847. In the left compartment of a certain first-class carriage were 4 passengers. Of these, 2 were worth description. The lady had a smooth, white, delicate brow, strongly marked eyebrows, long lashes, eyes that seemed to change colour, and a good-sized, delicious mouth, with teeth as white as milk. A man could not see her nose for her eyes and mouth. Her own sex could and would have told us some nonsense about it. She wore an unpretending greyish dress, buttoned to the throat with lozenge-shaped buttons, and a Scotch shawl that agreeably evaded the responsibility of colour. She was like a duck, so tight her plain feathers fitted her, and there she sat, smooth, snug, and delicious, with a book in her hand and a soupçon of her snowy wrist just visible as she held it. Her opposite neighbour was what I call a good style of man, the more to his credit since he belonged to a corporation that frequently turns out the worst imaginable style of young man. He was a cavalry officer, aged 25. He had a moustache, but not a repulsive one, not one of those sub-nasal pigtails on which soup is suspended like dew on a shrub. It was short, thick, and black as coal. His teeth had not as yet been turned by tobacco smoke to the colour of tobacco juice. His clothes did not stick to nor hang on him. They sat on him. He had an engaging smile, and what I liked the dog for, his vanity, which was inordinate, was in its proper place, his heart not in his face, jostling mine and other people's who have none. In a word, he was what one oftener hears of than meets, a young gentleman. He was conversing in an animated whisper with a companion, a fellow officer. They were talking about what it is far better not to do, women. Our friend clearly did not wish to be overheard, for he cast ever and anon a furtive glance at his fair vis-à-vis, and lowered his voice. She seemed completely absorbed in her book, and that reassured him. At last the 2 soldiers came down to a whisper, and in that whisper, the truth must be told, the one who got down at Slough and was lost to posterity bet £10 to 3 that he, who was going down with us to Bath and immortality, would not kiss either of the ladies opposite upon the road. Done? Done. Now I'm sorry a man I have hitherto praised should have lent himself, even in a whisper, to such a speculation, but nobody is wise at all hours, not even when the clock is striking 25, and you are to consider his profession, his good looks, and the temptation. 10 to 3. After Slough, the party was reduced to 3. At Twyford, one lady dropped her handkerchief. Captain Dolignan fell on it like a tiger and returned it like a lamb. 2 or 3 words were interchanged on that occasion. At Reading, the Marlborough of our tale made one of the safe investments of that day. He bought a Times and a Punch. The latter was full of steel pen thrusts and woodcuts. Valour and Beauty deigned to laugh at some inflated humbug or other punctured by Punch. Now laughing together thaws our human ice. Long before Swindon it was a talking match. At Swindon, who so devoted as Captain Dolignan? He handed them out, he souped them, he tough-chickened them, he branded and cochinealed one. Note, this is supposed to allude to 2 decoctions called port and sherry, and imagined by one earthly nation to partake of a vinous nature. And he branded and burnt-sugared the other. On their return to the carriage, one lady passed into the inner compartment to inspect a certain gentleman's seat on that side the line. Reader, had it been you or I, the beauty would have been the deserter, the average one would have stayed with us till all was blue, ourselves included. Not more surely does our slice of bread and butter, when it escapes from our hand, revolve it ever so often, alight face downwards on the carpet. But this was a bit of a fop, Adonis, a dragoon, so Venus remained in a tete-a-tete with him. You have seen a dog meet an unknown female of his species. How handsome, how empressé, how expressive he becomes. Such was Dolignan after Swindon, and to do the dog justice, he got handsomer and handsomer. And you have seen a cat conscious of approaching cream. Such was Miss Haythorn. She became demurer and demurer. Presently our captain looked out of the window and laughed. This elicited an inquiring look from Miss Haythorn. We are only a mile from the box tunnel." "Oh, do you always laugh a mile from the box tunnel?" said the lady.
"Invariably."
"What for?"
"Why, it's a gentleman's joke."
"Oh, I don't mind it being silly, if it makes me laugh." Captain Dolignan, thus encouraged, recounted to Miss Haythorn the following.
A lady and her husband sat together going through the box tunnel. There was one gentleman opposite, and it was pitch dark. After the tunnel, the lady said,
"George, how absurd of you to salute me going through the tunnel."
"I did no such thing."
"You didn't?"
"No. Why?"
"Why, because somehow I thought you did." Here Captain Dolignan laughed, and endeavoured to lead his companion to laugh, but it was not to be done. The train entered the tunnel. Miss Haythorn. "Oh!"
Dolignan. "Oh, what's the matter?"
Miss Haythorn. "I'm frightened."
Dolignan, moving to her side. "Oh, pray do not be alarmed. I am near you."
Miss Haythorn. "You are near me. Very near me indeed, Captain Dolignan."
Dolignan. "Oh, you know my name."
Miss Haythorn. "I heard your friend mention it. Oh, I wish we were out of this dark place."
Dolignan. "I could be content to spend hours here, reassuring you, sweet lady."
Miss Haythorn. "Nonsense."
Dolignan.
Mwah. Crave reader, do not put your lips to the cheek of the next pretty creature you meet, or you will understand what this means. Miss Haythorn. "Oh, oh!" Friend. "Oh, what's the matter?" Miss Haythorn. "Open the door! Open the door!" The door was opened. There was a sound of hurried whispers. The door was shut, and the blind pulled down with hostile sharpness. Miss Haythorn's scream lost a part of its effect, because the engine whistled 40,000 murders at the same moment, and fictitious grief makes itself heard when real cannot. Between the tunnel and Bath, our young friend had time to ask himself whether his conduct had been marked by that delicate reserve which is supposed to distinguish the perfect gentleman. With a long face, real or feigned, he held open the door. His late friends attempted to escape on the other side. Impossible. They must pass him. She whom he had insulted (Latin for kissed) deposited somewhere at his foot a look of gentle blushing reproach. The other, whom he had not insulted, darted red-hot daggers at him from her eyes. And so they parted. It was perhaps fortunate for Dolignan that he had the grace to be friends with Major Hoskins of his regiment, a veteran laughed at by the youngsters, for the Major was too apt to look coldly upon billiard balls and cigars. He had seen cannon balls and linstocks. He had also, to tell the truth, swallowed a good bit of the mess-room poker, but with it some sort of moral poker, which made it as impossible for Major Hoskins to descend to an ungentlemanlike word or action as to brush his own trousers below the knee. Captain Dolignan told this gentleman his story in gleeful accents, but Major Hoskins heard him coldly, and as coldly answered that he had known a man lose his life for the same thing. "That is nothing," continued the Major.
but unfortunately he deserved to lose it."
At this the blood mounted to the younger man's temples, and his senior added,
"I mean to say, he was 35. You, I presume, are 21?
25.
Oh, that's much the same thing. Will you be advised by me?"
"Oh, if you will advise me."
"Speak to no one of this, and send White the £3, that he may think you've lost the bet."
"Oh,
that's hard when I won it." "Do it for all that, sir."
Let the disbelievers in human perfectibility know that this dragoon capable of a blush did this virtuous action, albeit with violent reluctance, and it was his first damper. A week after these events he was at a ball. He was in that state of factious discontent which belongs to us amiable English. He was looking in vain for a lady equal in personal attraction to the idea he had formed of George Dolignan as a man, when suddenly there glided past him a most delightful vision, a lady whose beauty and symmetry took him by the eyes. Another look. It can't be. Yes, it is. Miss Haythorn. Not that he knew her name, but what an apotheosis! The duck had become a peahen, radiant, dazzling. She looked twice as beautiful and almost twice as large as before. He lost sight of her. He found her again. She was so lovely she made him ill, and he alone must not dance with her nor speak to her. If he had been content to begin her acquaintance in the usual way, it might have ended in kissing. But having begun with kissing, it must end in nothing. As she danced, sparks of beauty fell from her on all around but him. She did not see him. It was clear she would never see him. One gentleman was particularly assiduous. She smiled on his assiduity. He was ugly, but she smiled on him. Dolignan was surprised at his success, his ill taste, his ugliness, his impertinence. Dolignan at last found himself injured. Who was this man, and what right had he to go on so? He had never kissed her, I suppose, said Dolly. Dolignan could not prove it, but he felt that somehow the rights of property were invaded. He went home and dreamed of Miss Haythorn, and hated all the ugly successful. A note: when our successful rival is ugly, the blow is doubly severe and crushing. We fall by bludgeon. We who thought the keenest rapier might perchance thrust at us in vain. He spent a fortnight trying to find out who this beauty was. He never could encounter her again. At last he heard of her in this way. A lawyer's clerk paid him a little visit, and commenced a little action against him in the name of Miss Haythorn for insulting her in a railway train. The young gentleman was shocked, endeavoured to soften the lawyer's clerk. That machine did not thoroughly comprehend the meaning of the term. The lady's name, however, was at last revealed by this untoward incident. From her name to her address was but a short step, and the same day our crestfallen hero lay in wait at her door, and many a succeeding day, without effect. But one fine afternoon she issued forth quite naturally, as if she did it every day, and walked briskly on the nearest parade. Dolignan did the same. He met and passed her many times on the parade, and searched for pity in her eyes, but found neither look, nor recognition, nor any other sentiment. For all this she walked and walked till all the other promenaders were tired and gone. Then her culprit summoned resolution, and taking off his hat with a voice tremulous for the first time, besought permission to address her. She stopped, blushed, and neither acknowledged nor disowned his acquaintance. He blushed, and stammered out how ashamed he was, how he deserved to be punished, how he was punished, how little she knew how unhappy he was.
and concluded by begging her not to let all the world know the disgrace of a man who was already mortified enough by the loss of her acquaintance. She asked an explanation. He told her of the action that had been commenced in her name, and she gently shrugged her shoulders and said, "Oh, how stupid they are!" Emboldened by this, he begged to know whether or not a life of distant, unpretending devotion would, after a lapse of years, erase the memory of his madness, his crime. She did not know. She must now bid him adieu, as she had some preparations to make for a ball in the Crescent, where everybody was to be. They parted, and Dolignan determined to be at the ball where everybody was to be. He was there, and after some time he obtained an introduction to Miss Haythorn, and he danced with her. Her manner was gracious. With the wonderful tact of her sex, she seemed to have commenced the acquaintance that evening. That night, for the first time, Dolignan was in love. I will spare the reader all the lover's arts by which he succeeded in dining where she dined, in dancing where she danced, in overtaking her by accident when she rode. His devotion followed her even to church, where our dragoon was rewarded by learning there is a world where they neither polk nor smoke, the two capital abominations of this one. He made acquaintance with her uncle, who liked him, and he saw at last with joy that her eye loved to dwell upon him when she thought he did not observe her. It was 3 months after the Box Tunnel that Captain Dolignan called one day upon Captain Hawthorne, R.N., whom he had met twice in his life, and slightly propitiated by resolutely listening to a cutting-out expedition. He called, and in the usual way asked permission to pay his addresses to his daughter. The worthy captain straightway began doing quarter-deck, when suddenly he was summoned from the apartment by a mysterious message. On his return, he announced, with a total change of voice, that it was all right, and his visitor might run alongside as soon as he chose. My reader has divined the truth. This nautical commander, terrible to the foe, was in complete and happy subjugation to his daughter, our heroine. As he was taking leave, Dolignan saw his divinity glide into the drawing-room. He followed her, observed a sweet consciousness which encouraged him. That consciousness deepened into confusion. She tried to laugh. She cried instead, and then she smiled again. And when he kissed her hand at the door, it was George and Marian, instead of Captain this and Miss the other. A reasonable time after this, for my tale is merciful and skips formalities and torturing delays, these two were very happy. They were once more upon the railroad, going to enjoy the honeymoon all by themselves. Marian Dolignan was dressed just as before, duck-like and delicious, all bright except her clothes. But George sat beside her this time instead of opposite, and she drank him in gently from under her long eyelashes. "Marian," said George, "married people should tell each other all. Will you ever forgive me if I own to you—" "No."
"Yes, yes."
"Well, then, you remember the Box Tunnel?" This was the first allusion he had ventured to it. "I'm ashamed to say I had bet £3 to £10 with White I would kiss one of you two ladies." And George, pathetic externally, chuckled within. "Oh, I know that, George. I overheard you," was the demure reply. "You overheard me? Impossible." "And did you not hear me whisper to my companion? I made a bet with her." "You made a bet? How singular! What was it?" "Only a pair of gloves, George." "Oh, yes, I know. But what about?" "Oh, that if you did, you should be my husband, dearest." "Oh, but stay. Then you could not have been so very angry with me, love. Why, dearest, then who brought that action against me?" Mrs. Dolignan looked down.
I was afraid you were forgetting me. George, you will never forgive me?
Oh, sweet angel. Oh, why, here is the box tunnel. Now, reader, fie. No, no such thing. You can't expect to be indulged in this way every time we come to a dark place. Besides, it's not the thing. Consider, two sensible, married people. No such phenomenon, I assure you, took place. No scream issued in hopeless rivalry of the engine, this time.
End of The Box Tunnel by Charles Reade.
The Extravagances of Love by Archibald Alexander. Read for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Extravagance of Love by Archbishop Alexander. Whenever this gospel is preached, this that she had done shall be told as a memorial of her. What a gracious memorial, and how worthy of it was Mary's beautiful outburst of generosity. But what a pity that the speech of Judas should be recorded also as a memorial of him. And yet, on mature consideration, we would not have the Judas criticism forgotten, because it called forth what we might not otherwise have had, the vindication of Jesus himself, and because, as a matter of fact, we are constantly hearing the protest of Judas repeated in our own day, and are often ill-held to know how to meet it. This he said, records our evangelist bluntly, not because he loved the poor, but because he was a thief and kept the bag. Yet he might have been an honest man and said the same thing, for very many honest and earnest men and women are repeating this criticism still. It is repeated whenever it is taken for granted that practical utility is the only standard by which to judge actions and offerings, that God and man can be served in no other way than by iron bars and perspiration. How often do we meet the type of mind that admits the service of a ploughman and denies that of poet or artist, for whom the waterfall, as somebody has said, exists merely as so much power for driving turbines, and whose sole test of usefulness is that of making two blades grow, and corn blades at that, where but one grew before. We are commonly browbeaten by this type of person, and yet we feel that somehow, if we could only say it, he is wrong, that the poet's is as divine a vocation as the farmer's, that God meant a silver band of falling water in a green glade to suggest other things besides dynamos, and that he who even paints some blades of grass, and paints them pleasingly, has his place somewhere in the great guild of servants of God and man. One has heard the same attitude taken up in other directions too. Why spend so much money on a church, you will be asked, when there are so many poor people in the land? What need for stone pillars and a fine organ, when a plain building and a harmonium would do as well? Why try to secure what is called a beautiful church service, dignified, stately, musical, when the very baldest worship is acceptable in God's sight, if only it be sincere? We have heard all that, and other remarks like that, often, and we have seldom been able to give reasons against them. A mere instinctive sentiment seems a feeble thing to oppose to such cold and hard facts. Yet somehow we feel that it is all wrong if only we knew how to convict it. Did it ever occur to you that Jesus himself has answered that objection, and others like it, when he vindicated Mary's action that night? There is no doubt that her ointment cost a deal of money, money that could have fed many hungry people. It was an extravagant offering, without any practical outcome, save that Jesus was refreshed. There is no doubt also about our Lord's sympathy with the poor and needy, and yet he upheld Mary's action, and would not have it called wasteful. All that could be said in this favour was that it was beautiful, that it touched Jesus keenly and influenced all who saw it done, and that, as I read the story, was one reason at least why Jesus defended it. He allows the beautiful. He would have the beautiful honoured, even in a world so full of sorrow and trouble as this. For my part, I am very grateful that this word of Christ's has been recorded, for it affords sufficient warrant for declaring the poet, the artist, the architect, and all those who are trying to make the world more beautiful, God's servants too, offering him a gift he does not disdain to recognize, as truly as the physician, the philanthropist, and the preacher, whose object is to make it better. Beauty of form and structure has been lavished profusely by the Creator on creatures too small to be seen. There are more things grow out of God's earth than corn for food or timber for building houses. There's the heather and the wild flowers, the daisies and the violets. Hard-headed common sense asks, what's the use of them? What good do they do? The answer is that they are beautiful, and that seems in God's sight to be justification enough for having made them. So when we see love breaking her alabaster box and pouring forth her offering without stint, as she is doing every day, a mother lavishing care upon an ungrateful son, a husband surrounding a peevish wife with a tireless devotion, or a sister keeping her own love dream at arm's length that she may guard and guide some graceless brother, let us lay our hands upon our lips when we are tempted to criticize. These actions may be foolish, extravagant, quixotic, and may outrage every canon of common sense, but there is a fragrance about them without which the world would be much poorer. They are morally beautiful, and for that reason our Lord himself would teach us they are not to be rudely handled nor judged by any hard standard. Yes, but he said more than that. He found a more complete extenuation of Mary's extravagance. It was because she loved much. Her gift was an offering of love to himself. She hath done it for my burial. And that is the end of the whole matter, my brothers. Love is always extravagant when measured by the tape line of bare duty. It always overflows. It breaks its box and gives everything it has. Yet, like the widow's curse of old, its casket is never empty, for even when it has given its all, the next needy case will find succour at that door. Take your charity subscription sheet to the man who loudly asserts that too much money is being given to the kirk this dull season, and what will you get? Take it also to the man who has signed a bigger cheque than he can well afford, that the house of his God may be made beautiful, and it will be strange if you are sent empty away. Oh no, it is not Mary whose devotion has found outlet in some sudden generosity. It is not she who neglects the poor. End of The Extravagance of Love by Archibald Alexander.
The Doll's Ghost by Frances Marion Crawford, published 1911. Read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Doll's Ghost by Frances Marion Crawford. It was a terrible accident, and for one moment the splendid machinery of Cranston House got out of gear and stood still. The butler emerged from the retirement in which he spent his elegant leisure. Two grooms of the chambers appeared simultaneously from opposite directions. There were actually housemaids on the grand staircase, and those who remember the facts most exactly assert that Mrs. Pringle herself positively stood upon the landing. Mrs. Pringle was the housekeeper. As for the head nurse, the under-nurse, and the nursery maid, their feelings cannot be described. The head nurse laid one hand upon the polished marble balustrade and stared stupidly before her. The under-nurse stood rigid and pale, leaning against the polished marble wall, and the nursery maid collapsed and sat down upon the polished marble step just beyond the limits of the velvet carpet, and frankly burst into tears. The Lady Gwendolen Lancaster Douglas Scroop
youngest daughter of the 9th Duke of Cranston, and aged 6 years and 3 months, picked herself up quite alone, and sat down on the 3rd step from the foot of the grand staircase in Cranston House. "Oh!" ejaculated the butler, and he disappeared again. "Ah!" responded the grooms of the chamber, and they also went away. "It's only that doll," Mrs. Pringle was distinctly heard to say, in a tone of contempt. The under-nurse heard her say it. Then the 3 nurses gathered round Lady Gwendolen and patted her and gave her unhealthy things out of their pockets and hurried her out of Cranston House as fast as they could, lest it should be found out upstairs that they had allowed the Lady Gwendolen Lancaster Douglas Scroop to tumble down the grand staircase with her doll in her arms. And as the doll was badly broken, the nursery maid carried it, with the pieces, wrapped up in Lady Gwendolen's little cloak. It was not far from Hyde Park, and when they had reached a quiet place, they took means to find out that Lady Gwendolen had no bruises, for the carpet was very thick and soft, and there was thick stuff under it to make it softer. Lady Gwendolen Douglas Scroop sometimes yelled, but she never cried. It was because she had yelled that the nurse had allowed her to go downstairs alone with Nina the doll under one arm, while she steadied herself with her other hand on the balustrade and trod upon the polished marble steps beyond the edge of the carpet. So she had fallen, and Nina had come to grief. When the nurses were quite sure that she was not hurt, they unwrapped the doll and looked at her in her turn. She had been a very beautiful doll, very large and fair and healthy, with real yellow hair and eyelids that would open and shut over very grown-up dark eyes. Moreover, when you moved her right arm up and down, she said, "Papa," and when you moved the left, she said, "Mama," very distinctly. "I heard her say 'Pa' when she fell," said the under-nurse, who heard everything. "But she ought to have said 'Papa.'" "That's because her arm went up when she hit the step," said the head nurse. "She'll say the other 'Pa' when you put it down again." "Pa," said Nina, as her right arm was pushed down, and speaking through her broken face. It was cracked right across from the upper corner of the forehead with a hideous gash, through the nose and down to the little frilled collar of the pale green silk Mother Hubbard frock, and 2 little 3-cornered pieces of porcelain had fallen out. "I'm sure it's a wonder she can speak at all, being all smashed," said the under-nurse. "You'll have to take her to Mr. Puckler," said her superior. "It's not far, and you'd better go at once." Lady Gwendolen was occupied in digging a hole in the ground with a little spade, and paid no attention to the nurses. "What are you doing?" inquired the nursery maid, looking on. "Nina's dead, and I'm digging her a grave," replied her ladyship thoughtfully. "Oh, she'll come to life again, all right," said the nursery maid. The under-nurse wrapped Nina up again and departed. Fortunately, a kind soldier with very long legs and a very small cap happened to be there, and as he had nothing to do, he offered to see the under-nurse safely to Mr. Puckler's and back. Mr. Bernard Puckler and his little daughter lived in a little house in a little alley, which led out off a quiet little street not very far from Belgrave Square. He was the great doll doctor, and his extensive practice lay in the most aristocratic quarter. He mended dolls of all sizes and ages, boy dolls and girl dolls, baby dolls in long clothes, and grown-up dolls in fashionable gowns, talking dolls and dumb dolls, those that shut their eyes when they lay down, and those whose eyes had to be shut for them by means of a mysterious wire. His daughter, Elsa, was only just over 12 years old, but she was already very clever at mending dolls' clothes and at doing their hair, which is harder than you might think, though the dolls sit quite still while it is being done. Mr. Puckler had originally been a German, but he had dissolved his nationality in the ocean of London many years ago, like a great many foreigners. He still had 1 or 2 German friends, however, who came on Saturday evenings, and smoked with him, and played piquet or scat with him for farthing points, and called him Herr Doctor, which seemed to please Mr. Puckler very much. He looked older than he was, for his beard was rather long and ragged, his hair was grizzled and thin, and he wore horn-rimmed spectacles. As for Elsa, she was a thin, pale child, very quiet and neat, with dark eyes and brown hair that was plaited down her back and tied with a bit of black ribbon. She mended the dolls' clothes and took the dolls back to their homes when they were quite strong again. The house was a little one, but too big for the two people who lived in it. There was a small sitting room on the street, and the workshop was at the back, and there were 3 rooms upstairs. But the father and daughter lived most of their time in the workshop, because they were generally at work, even in the evenings. Mr. Puckler laid Nina on the table and looked at her a long time, till the tears began to fill his eyes behind the horn-rimmed spectacles. He was a very susceptible man, and he often fell in love with the dolls he mended, and found it hard to part with them when they had smiled at him for a few days. They were real little people to him, with characters and thoughts and feelings of their own, and he was very tender with them all. But some attracted him especially from the first, and when they were brought to him maimed and injured, their state seemed so pitiful to him that the tears came easily. You must remember that he lived among dolls during a great part of his life, and understood them. "How do you know they feel nothing?" he went on to say to Elsa. "You must be gentle with them. It costs nothing to be kind to the little beings, and perhaps it makes a difference to them." And Elsa understood him, because she was a child, and she knew that she was more to him than all the dolls. He fell in love with Nina at first sight, perhaps because her beautiful brown glass eyes were something like Elsa's own, and he loved Elsa first and best, with all his heart. And besides, it was a very sorrowful case. Nina had evidently not been long in the world, for her complexion was perfect, her hair was smooth where it should be smooth, and curly where it should be curly, and her silk clothes were perfectly new. But across her face was that frightful gash, like a sabre cut, deep and shadowy within, but clean and sharp on the edges. When he tenderly pressed her head to close the gaping wound, the edges made a fine grating sound that was painful to hear, and the lids of the dark eyes quivered and trembled, as though Nina were suffering dreadfully. "Poor Nina!" he exclaimed sorrowfully. "But I shall not hurt you much, though you will take a long time to get strong." He always asked the names of the broken dolls when they were brought to him, and sometimes the people knew what the children called them, and told him. He liked Nina for a name, altogether, and in every way she pleased him more than any doll he had seen for many years, and he felt drawn to her, and made up his mind to make her perfectly strong and sound, no matter how much labor it might cost him. Mr. Puckler worked patiently, a little at a time, and Elsa watched him. She could do nothing for poor Nina, whose clothes needed no mending. The longer the doll doctor worked, the more fond he became of the yellow hair and the beautiful brown glass eyes. He sometimes forgot all the other dolls that were waiting to be mended, lying side by side on a shelf, and sat for an hour gazing at Nina's face, while he racked his ingenuity for some new invention by which to hide even the smallest trace of the terrible accident. She was wonderfully mended. Even he was obliged to admit that, but the scar was still visible to his keen eyes, a very fine line right across the face, downwards from right to left. Yet all the conditions had been most favorable for a cure, since the cement had set quite hard at the first attempt, and the weather had been fine and dry, which makes a great difference in a doll's hospital. At last he knew that he could do no more, and the under-nurse had already come twice to see whether the job was finished, as she crossly expressed it. "Nina is not quite strong yet," Mr. Puckler had answered each time, for he could not make up his mind to face the parting. And now he sat before the square deal table at which he worked, and Nina laid before him for the last time, with a big brown paper box beside her. It stood there like her coffin, waiting for her, he thought. He must put her into it, and lay tissue paper over her dear face, and then put on the lid, and at the thought of tying the string his sight was dim with tears again. He was never to look into the glassy depths of the beautiful brown eyes any more, nor to hear the little wooden voice saying, "Papa" and "Mamma." It was a very painful moment. In the vain hope of gaining time before the separation, he took up the little sticky bottles of cement and glue and gum and color, looking at each one in turn, and then at Nina's face, and all his small tools lay there, neatly arranged in a row, but he knew that he could not use them again for Nina. She was quite strong at last, and in a country where there should be no cruel children to hurt her, she might live 100 years, with only that almost imperceptible line across her face to tell of the fearful thing that had befallen her on the marble steps of Cranston House. Suddenly Mr. Puckler's heart was quite full, and he rose abruptly from his seat and turned away. "Elsa," he said unsteadily, "you must do it for me. I cannot bear to see her go into the box." So he went and stood at the window with his back turned, while Elsa did what he had not the heart to do. "Is it done?" he asked, not turning around. "Then take her away, my dear. Put on your hat and take her to Cranston House quickly, and when you are gone I will turn around." Elsa was used to her father's queer ways with the dolls, and though she had never seen him so much moved by a parting, she was not much surprised. "Come back quickly," he said, when he heard her hand on the latch. "It is growing late, and I should not send you at this hour, but I cannot bear to look forward to it any more." When Elsa was gone, he left the window and sat down in his place before the table again to wait for the child to come back. He touched the place where Nina had lain, very gently, and he recalled the softly tinted pink face, and the glass eyes, and the ringlets of her yellow hair, till he could almost see them. The evenings were long, for it was late in the spring, but it began to grow dark soon, and Mr. Puckler wondered why Elsa did not come back. She had been gone an hour and a half, and that was much longer than he had expected, for it was barely half a mile from Belgrave Square to Cranston House. He reflected that the child might have been kept waiting, but as the twilight deepened he grew anxious, and walked up and down in the dim workshop, no longer thinking of Nina, but of Elsa, his own living child whom he loved. An undefinable, disquieting sensation came upon him by fine degrees, a chilliness and a faint stirring of his thin hair, joined with a wish to be in any company rather than to be alone much longer. It was the beginning of fear. He told himself in strong German English that he was a foolish old man, and he began to feel about for the matches in the dusk. He knew just where they should be, for he always kept them in the same place, close to the little tin box that held bits of sealing wax of various colors for some kinds of mending. But somehow he could not find the matches in the gloom. Something had happened to Elsa, he was sure, and as his fear increased, he felt as though it might be allayed if he could get a light and see what time it was. Then he called himself a foolish old man again, and the sound of his own voice startled him in the dark. He could not find the matches. The window was gray still. He might see what time it was if he went close to it, and he could go and get the matches out of the cupboard afterwards. He stood back from the table to get out of the way of the chair, and began to cross the board floor. Something was following him in the dark. There was a small pattering, as of tiny feet upon the boards. He stopped and listened, and the roots of his hair tingled. It was nothing. He was a foolish old man. He made 2 steps more, and he was sure that he heard the little pattering again. He turned his back to the window, leaning against the sash so that the panes began to crack, and he faced the dark. Everything was quite still, and it smelt of paste and cement and wood filings as usual. "Is that you, Elsa?" he asked, and he was surprised by the fear in his voice. There was no answer in the room, and he held up his watch and tried to make out what time it was by the gray dusk that was just not darkness. As far as he could see, it was within 2 or 3 minutes of 10 o'clock. He had been a long time alone. He was shocked and frightened for Elsa out in London so late, and he almost ran across the room to the door. As he fumbled for the latch, he distinctly heard the running of little feet after him. "Mice!" he exclaimed feebly, just as he got the door open. He shut it quickly behind him, and felt as though some cold thing had settled on his back and were writhing upon him. The passage was quite dark, but he found his hat and was out in the alley in a moment, breathing more freely, and surprised to find how much light there still was in the open air. He could see the pavement clearly under his feet, and far off in the street to which the alley led he could hear the laughter and calls of children playing some game out of doors. He wondered how he could have been so nervous, and for an instant he thought of going back into the house to wait quietly for Elsa. But instantly he felt that nervous fright of something stealing over him again. In any case, it was better to walk up to Cranston House and ask the servants about the child. One of the women had perhaps taken a fancy to her, and was even now giving her tea and cake. He walked quickly to Belgrave Square, and then up the broad streets, listening as he went whenever there was no other sound for the tiny footsteps. But he heard nothing, and was laughing at himself when he rang the servants' bell at the big house. Of course the child must be there. The person who opened the door was quite an inferior person, for it was a back door, but affected the manners of the front, and stared at Mr. Pugler superciliously under the strong light. No little girl had been seen, and he knew nothing about no dolls. "She is my little girl," said Mr. Pugler tremulously, for all his anxiety was returning tenfold, "and I am afraid something has happened." The inferior person said rudely that nothing could have happened to her in that house, because she had not been there, which was a jolly good reason why. And Mr. Pugler was obliged to admit that the man ought to know, as it was his business to keep the door and let people in. He wished to be allowed to speak to the under-nurse, who knew him, but the man was ruder than ever, and finally shut the door in his face. When the doll doctor was alone in the street, he steadied himself by the railing, for he felt as though he were breaking in two, just as some dolls break in the middle of the backbone. Presently he knew that he must be doing something to find Elsa, and that gave him strength. He began to walk as quickly as he could through the streets, following every highway and byway which his little girl might have taken on her errand. He also asked several policemen in vain if they had seen her, and most of them answered him kindly, for they saw that he was a sober man and in his right senses, and some of them had little girls of their own. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when he went up to his own door again, worn out and hopeless and broken-hearted. As he turned the key in the lock, his heart stood still, for he knew that he was awake and not dreaming, and that he really heard those tiny footsteps pattering to meet him inside the house along the passage. But he was too unhappy to be much frightened any more, and his heart went on again with a dull, regular pain that found its way all through him with every pulse. So he went in and hung up his hat in the dark, and found the matches in the cupboard and the candlestick in its place in the corner. Mr. Pugler was so much overcome and so completely worn out that he sat down in his chair before the work-table and almost fainted, as his face dropped forward upon his folded hands. Beside him the solitary candle burned steadily with a low flame in the still warm air. "Elsa, Elsa," he moaned against his yellow knuckles, and that was all he could say, and it was no relief to him. On the contrary, the very sound of the name was a new and sharp pain that pierced his ears and his head and his very soul. For every time he repeated the name, it meant that little Elsa was dead, somewhere out in the streets of London in the dark. He was so terribly hurt that he did not even feel something pulling gently at the skirt of his old coat, so gently that it was like the nibbling of a tiny mouse. He might have thought that it was really a mouse if he had noticed it. "Elsa, Elsa!" he groaned right against his hands. Then a cool breath stirred his thin hair, and the low flame of the one candle dropped down almost to a mere spark, not flickering as though a draught were going to blow it out, but just dropping down as if it were tired out. Mr. Puckler felt his hands stiffening with fright under his face, and there was a faint rustling sound, like some small silk thing blown in a gentle breeze. He sat up straight, stark and scared, and a small wooden voice spoke in the stillness. "Ba," it said, with a break between the syllables. Mr. Puckler stood up in a single jump, and his chair fell over backwards with a smashing noise upon the wooden floor. The candle had almost gone out. It was Nina's doll voice that had spoken, and he should have known it among the voices of 100 other dolls. And yet there was something more in it, a little human ring, with a pitiful cry and a call for help and the wail of a hurt child. Mr. Puckler stood up, stark and stiff, and tried to look around, but at first he could not, for he seemed to be frozen from head to foot. Then he made a great effort, and he raised one hand to each of his temples and pressed his own head round as he would have turned a doll's. The candle was burning so low that it might as well have been out altogether for any light it gave, and the room seemed quite dark at first. Then he saw something. He would not have believed that he could be more frightened than he had been just before that, but he was, and his knees shook, for he saw the doll standing in the middle of the floor, shining with a faint and ghostly radiance, her beautiful glassy brown eyes fixed on his. And across her face the very thin line of the break he had mended shone as though it were drawn in light with a fine point of white flame. Yet there was something more in the eyes, too. There was something human, like Elsa's own, but as if only the doll saw him through them and not Elsa. And there was enough of Elsa to bring back all his pain and to make him forget his fear. "Elsa, my little Elsa!" he cried aloud. The small ghost moved, and its doll arm slowly rose and fell with a stiff mechanical motion. "Papa," it said. It seemed this time that there was even more of Elsa's tone echoing somewhere between the wooden notes that reached his ears so distinctly and yet so far away. Elsa was calling him, he was sure. His face was perfectly white in the gloom, but his knees did not shake any more, and he felt that he was less frightened. "Yes, child, but where? Where?" he asked. "Where are you, Elsa?" "Papa." The syllables died away in the quiet room. There was a low rustling of silk, the glassy brown eyes turned slowly away, and Mr. Puckler heard the pitter-patter of the small feet in the bronze kid slippers as the figure ran straight to the door. Then the candle burned high again, the room was full of light, and he was alone. Mr. Puckler passed his hand over his eyes and looked about him. He could see everything quite clearly, and he felt that he must have been dreaming, though he was standing instead of sitting down, as he should have been if he had just waked up. The candle burned brightly now. There were the dolls to be mended, lying in a row with their toes up. The third one had lost her right shoe, and Elsa was making one. He knew that, and he was certainly not dreaming now. He had not been dreaming when he had come in from his fruitless search and had heard the doll's footsteps running to the door. He had not fallen asleep in the chair. How could he possibly have fallen asleep when his heart was breaking? He had been awake all the time. He steadied himself, set the fallen chair upon its legs, and said to himself again very emphatically that he was a foolish old man. He ought to be out in the streets looking for his child, asking questions and inquiring at the police stations, where all accidents were reported as soon as they were known, or at the hospitals. "Papa!" The longing, wailing, pitiful little wooden cry rang from the passage outside the door, and Mr. Puckler stood for an instant with white face, transfixed and rooted to the spot. A moment later his hand was on the latch. Then he was in the passage, with the light streaming from the open door behind him. Quite at the other end he saw the little phantom shining clearly in the shadow, and the right hand seemed to beckon to him as the arm rose and fell once more. He knew all at once that it had not come to frighten him, but to lead him, and when it disappeared and he walked boldly towards the door, he knew that it was in the street outside, waiting for him. He forgot that he was tired and had eaten no supper and had walked many miles, for a sudden hope ran through and through him like a golden stream of life. And sure enough, at the corner of the alley and at the corner of the street, and out in Belgrave Square, he saw the small ghost flitting before him. Sometimes it was only a shadow where there was other light, but then the glare of the lamps made a pale green sheen on its little Mother Hubbard frock of silk, and sometimes when the streets were dark and silent, the whole figure shone out brightly, with its yellow curls and rosy neck. It seemed to trot along like a tiny child, and Mr. Puckler could almost hear the pattering of the bronze kid slippers on the pavement as it ran. But it went very fast, and he could only just keep up with it, tearing along with his hat on the back of his head, and his thin hair blown by the night breeze, and his horn-rimmed spectacles firmly set upon his broad nose. On and on he went, and he had no idea where he was. He did not even care, for he knew certainly that he was going the right way. Then at last, in a wide, quiet street, he was standing before a big, sober-looking door that had 2 lamps on each side of it and a polished brass bell handle, which he pulled. And just inside, when the door was opened, in the bright light there was a little shadow and the pale green sheen of the little silk dress, and once more the small cry came to his ears, less pitiful, more longing, "Papa!" The shadow turned suddenly bright, and out of the brightness the beautiful brown glass eyes were turned up happily to his, while the rosy mouth smiled so divinely that the phantom doll looked almost like a little angel just then. "A little girl was brought in soon after 10 o'clock," said the quiet voice of the hospital doorkeeper. "I think they thought she was only stunned. She was holding a big brown paper box against her, and they could not get it out of her arms. She had a long plait of brown hair that hung down as they carried her." "She is my little girl," said Mr. Puckler, but he hardly heard his own voice. He leaned over Elsa's face in the gentle light of the children's ward, and when he had stood there a minute, the beautiful brown eyes opened and looked up to his. "Papa!" cried Elsa softly. "I knew you would come." Then Mr. Puckler did not know what he did or said for a moment, and what he felt was worth all the fear and terror and despair that had almost killed him that night. But by and by Elsa was telling her story, and the nurse let her speak, for there were only 2 other children in the room, who were getting well and were sound asleep. "They were big boys with bad faces," said Elsa, "and they tried to get Nina away from me, but I held on and fought as well as I could till one of them hit me with something, and I don't remember any more, for I tumbled down, and I suppose the boys ran away, and somebody found me there. But I'm afraid Nina is all smashed." "Here is the box," said the nurse. "We could not take it out of her arms till she came to herself. Should you like to see if the doll is broken?" And she undid the string cleverly, but Nina was all smashed to pieces. Only the gentle light of the children's ward made a pale green sheen in the folds of the little Mother Hubbard frock. End of The Doll's Ghost by Frances Marion Crawford.
Love of Lovers by Maxim Gorky. Read for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Neslihan Stamboli. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Love of Lovers by Maxim Gorky. At a small station between Rome and Genoa, the guard opened the door of our compartment and, with the assistance of a dirty oiler, carried almost, a little one-eyed old man up the steps into our midst. "Very old," remarked both at the same time, smiling good-naturedly. But the old man turned out to be very vigorous. After thanking his helpers with a pretty gesture of his wrinkled hand, he politely and gaily lifted his shabby, dust-stained hat from his grey head and, looking sharply at the seats with his one eye, inquired, "Will you permit me?" He was given a seat at once. He then straightened his blue linen suit, heaved a sigh of relief, and, putting his hands on his little withered knees, smiled good-humouredly, disclosing a toothless mouth. "Going far, uncle?" asked my companion. "Only 3 stations," he replied readily. "I'm going to my grandson's wedding." After a few minutes he became very talkative, and, raising his voice above the noise made by the wheels of the train, told us as he swayed this way and that like a broken branch on a windy day. "I'm a Ligurian. We Ligurians are a strong people. I, for instance, have 13 sons and 4 daughters. I confuse my grandchildren in counting them. This is the second one to get married. That's pretty good, don't you think?" He looked proudly round the compartment with his lustreless but still merry eye. Then he laughed quietly and said, "See how many people I have given to my country and to the king." How did I lose my eye? Oh, that was long ago, when I was still a boy, but already helping my father. He was breaking stones in the vineyard. Our soil is very hard and needs a lot of attention. There are a great many stones. A stone flew from underneath my father's pick and hit me in the eye. I don't remember any pain, but at dinner my eye came out. It was terrible, signors. They put it back in its place and applied some warm bread, but the eye died. The old man rubbed his brown skinny cheek and laughed again in a merry, good-humoured way. At that time there were not so many doctors, and people were much more stupid. What? You think they may have been kinder? Perhaps they were. And now this dried-up, one-eyed, deeply wrinkled face, with its partial covering of greenish-grey, mouldy-looking hair, became knowing and triumphant. When one has lived as long as I, one may talk confidently about men, isn't that so? He raised significantly a dark, crooked finger as though threatening someone. "I will tell you, signor, something about people. When my father died, I was 13 at the time. You see how small I am even now? But I was very skillful and could work without getting tired. That is all I inherited from my father. Our house and land were sold for debts. And so with but one eye and 2 hands, I lived on, working wherever I could get work. It was hard, but youth is not afraid of work, is it? When I was 19, I met a girl whom fate had meant me to love. She was as poor as myself, though stronger and more robust. She also lived with her mother, an old woman in failing health, and worked when and where she could. She was not very comely, but kind and clever, and she had a fine voice. Oh, she sang like a professional, and that in itself means riches, signors. "Shall we get married?" said I, after we had known each other for some time. "It would be funny, you one-eyed fellow," she replied rather sadly. "Neither you nor I have anything. What should we live on?" Upon my soul, neither I nor she had anything. But what does that signify to young love? You all know, signors, how little love requires. I was insistent and got my way. "Yes, perhaps you're right," said Ida at last. "If the Holy Mother helps you and me now when we live apart, it will be much easier for her to help us when we live together." We decided upon it and went to the priest. "This is madness," said the priest. "Aren't there beggars enough in Liguria? Unhappy people, playthings of the devil? You must struggle against his snares, or you will pay dearly for your weakness." All the youths in the commune jeered at us, and all the old people shook their heads, I can tell you. But youth is obstinate and will have its way. The wedding day drew near. We were no better off than we had been before. We really did not know where we should sleep on our wedding night. "Let us go into the fields," said Ida. "Why won't that do?" The Mother of God is equally kind to all, and love is everywhere equally passionate when people are young. That is what we decided upon, that the earth should be our bed and the sky our coverlet. At this point another story begins, signors. Please pay attention. This is the best story of my long life. Early in the morning of the day before our wedding, the old man Giovanni, for whom I worked, said to me like this, his pipe between his teeth, as if he were speaking about trifles. "Ugo, you had better go and clean out the old sheep shed and put some straw in it. Although it is dry there, and no sheep have been in it for over a year, it ought to be cleaned out properly if you want to live in it with Ida." Thus we had a house. As I worked and sang, the carpenter, Constanzio, stood in the door and asked, "Are you going to live here with Ida? Where's your bed? You must come to me when you have finished and get one from me. I have one to spare." As I went to his house, Mary, the bad-tempered shopkeeper, shouted, "The wretched sillies get married and don't possess a sheet or pillow or anything else. You're quite crazy, you one-eyed fellow. Send your sweetheart to me." And Ettore Viano, tortured by rheumatism and fever, shouted from the threshold of his house, "Ask him whether he has saved up much wine for the guests. Oh, good people, who could be more light-headed than these two?" In a deep wrinkle on the old man's cheek glistened a tear of happiness. He threw back his head and laughed noiselessly, pawing his old throat and the flabby skin of his face. His arms were as restless as a child's. "Ah, signors," said he, laughing and catching his breath. "On our wedding morn we had everything that was wanted for a home. A statue of the Madonna, crockery, linen, furniture, everything, I swear. Ida wept and laughed, and so did I, and everybody laughed. It is not the thing to weep on one's wedding day, and they all laughed at us. Signors, words cannot tell how sweet it is to be able to say our people. It is better still to feel that they are yours, near and dear to you, your kindred, for whom your life is no joking matter, your happiness no plaything. And the wedding took place. It was a great day. The whole commune turned out to see us, and everybody came to our shed, which had become a rich house, as in a fairy tale. We had everything, wine and fruit, meat and bread, and all ate and were merry. There's no greater happiness, signors, than to do good to others. Believe me, there's nothing more beautiful or more joyful. And we had a priest. "These people," he said gravely, and in a manner suited to the occasion, "have worked for you all, and now you have provided for them so that they may be happy on the best day of their life. That is exactly what you should have done, for they have worked for you, and work is of more account than copper and silver coins. Work is always greater than the payment that is given for it. Money disappears, but work remains. These people are happy and humble. Their life has been hard, but they have not grumbled. It may be harder yet, and they will not murmur, and you will help them in an hour of need. Their hands are willing, and their hearts as good as gold." He said a lot of flattering things to me, to Ida, and to the whole commune. The old man looked triumphantly, with his one eye, at his fellow travellers, and there was something youthful and vigorous in his glance as he said, "There you have something about people, signors. Curious, isn't it?" End of Love of Lovers by Maxim Gorky.
A Service of Love by O. Henry. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 2 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Service of Love by O. Henry. When one loves one's art, no service seems too hard. Well, that is our premise. This story shall draw a conclusion from it and show at the same time that the premise is incorrect. That will be a new thing in logic and a feat in storytelling somewhat older than the Great Wall of China. Joe Larrabee came out of the post oak flats of the Middle West, pulsing with a genius for pictorial art. At 6 he drew a picture of the town pump, with a prominent citizen passing it hastily. This effort was framed and hung in the drugstore window by the side of the ear of corn with an uneven number of rows. At 20 he left for New York with a flowing necktie and capital tied up somewhat closer. Delia Carruthers did things in 6 octaves so promisingly in a pine tree village in the South that her relatives chipped in enough in her chip hat for her to go north and finish. They could not see her, but that is our story. Joe and Delia met in an atelier where a number of art and music students had gathered to discuss chiaroscuro, Wagner, music, Rembrandt's works, pictures, Waldteufel, wallpaper, Chopin, and Oolong. Joe and Delia became enamored one of the other, or each of the other, as you please, and in a short time were married. For when one loves one's art, no service seems too hard. Mr. and Mrs. Larrabee began housekeeping in a flat. It was a lonesome flat, something like the A sharp way down on the left end of a keyboard. And they were happy, for they had their art and they had each other. And my advice to the rich young man would be, sell all thou hast and give it to the poor janitor for the privilege of living in a flat with your art and your Delia. Flat dwellers shall endorse my dictum that theirs is the only true happiness. If a home is happy, it cannot fit too close. Let the dresser collapse and become a billiard table. Let the mantel turn into a rowing machine, the escritoire to a separate bedchamber, the washstand to an upright piano. Let the 4 walls come together, if they will, so you and your Delia are between. But if home be the other kind, let it be wide and long. Enter you at the Golden Gate, hang your hat on Hatteras, your cape on Cape Cod, and go out by the Labrador. Joe was painting in the class of the great Magister. You know his fame. His fees are high, his lessons are light, his highlights have brought him renown. Delia was studying under Rosenstock. You know his repute as a disturber of the piano keys. They were mighty happy as long as their money lasted. So is but I will not be cynical. Their aims were very clear and defined. Joe was to become capable very soon of turning out pictures that old gentlemen with thin side whiskers and thick pocketbooks would sandbag one another in his studio for the privilege of buying. Delia was to become familiar and then contemptuous with music, so that when she saw the orchestra seats in boxes unsold, she would have a sore throat and lobster in a private dining room and refuse to go on the stage. But the best, in my opinion, was the home life in the little flat, the ardent, voluble chats after the day's study, the cozy dinners and fresh light breakfasts, the interchange of ambitions interwoven each with the others, or else inconsiderable, the mutual help and inspiration, and, overlook my artlessness, stuffed olives and cheese sandwiches at 11 p.m. But after a while art flagged. It sometimes does, even if some switchman doesn't flag it. Everything going out and nothing coming in, as the vulgarians say. Money was lacking to pay Mr. Magister and Herr Rosenstock their prices. When one loves one's art, no service seems too hard. So Delia said she must give music lessons to keep the chafing dish bubbling. For 2 or 3 days she went out canvassing for pupils. One evening she came home elated. "Joe, dear," she said gleefully, "I've a pupil, and oh, the loveliest people! General A.B. Pinckney's daughter, on 71st Street. Such a splendid house, Joe. You ought to see the front door. Byzantine, I think you would call it. And inside, oh, Joe, I never saw anything like it before. My pupil is his daughter Clementina. I dearly love her already. She's a delicate thing, dresses always in white, and the sweetest, simplest manners. Only 18 years old. I'm to give 3 lessons a week, and just think, Joe, $5 a lesson. I don't mind it a bit, for when I get 2 or 3 more pupils, I can resume my lessons with Herr Rosenstock. Now, smooth out that wrinkle between your brows, dear, and let's have a nice supper. Oh, that's all right for you, Dealey, said Joe, attacking a can of peas with a carving knife and a hatchet. But how about me? Do you think I'm going to let you hustle for wages while I philander in the regions of high art? Not by the bones of Benvenuto Cellini. I guess I can sell papers or lay cobblestones and bring in $1 or 2. Delia came and hung around his neck. Joe, dear, you are silly. You must keep on at your studies. It is not as if I had quit my music and gone to work at something else. While I teach, I learn. I am always with my music, and we can live as happily as millionaires on $15 a week. You mustn't think of leaving Mr. Magister. All right, said Joe, reaching for the blue scalloped vegetable dish. But I hate for you to be giving lessons. It isn't art. But you're a trump and a dear to do it. When one loves one's art, no service seems too hard, said Delia. Magister praised the sky in that sketch I made in the park, said Joe, and Tinkle gave me permission to hang 2 of them in his window. I may sell one if the right kind of moneyed idiot sees them. Well, I'm sure you will, said Delia sweetly. And now let's be thankful for General Pinckney and this veal roast. During all of the next week the Larrabees had an early breakfast. Joe was enthusiastic about some morning effect sketches he was doing in Central Park, and Delia packed him off breakfasted, coddled, praised, and kissed at 7 o'clock. Art is an engaging mistress. It was most times 7 o'clock when he returned in the evening. At the end of the week, Delia, sweetly proud but languid, triumphantly tossed 3 $5 bills on the 8 by 10 inches center table of the 8 by 10 feet flat parlor. Sometimes, she said a little wearily, Clementina tries me. I'm afraid she doesn't practice enough, and I have to tell her the same thing so often. And then she always dresses entirely in white, and that does get monotonous. But General Pinckney is the dearest old man. I wish you could know him, Joe. He comes in sometimes when I am with Clementina at the piano. He's a widower, you know, and stands there pulling on his white goatee. And how are the semiquavers and the demi-semiquavers progressing? He always asks. I wish you could see the wainscoting in that drawing-room, Joe, and those astrakhan rug portieres, and Clementina has such a funny little cough. I hope she is stronger than she looks. Oh, I am really getting attached to her, Joe. She is so gentle and high-bred. General Pinckney's brother was once minister to Bolivia. And then Joe, with the air of a Monte Cristo, drew forth a 10, a 5, a 2, and a 1, all legal tender notes, and laid them beside Delia's earnings. Sold that watercolor of the obelisk to a man from Peoria, he announced overwhelmingly. Oh, don't joke with me, said Delia. Not from Peoria. All the way. I wish you could see him, Delia. Fat man with a woolen muffler and a quill toothpick. He saw the sketch in Tinkle's window and thought it was a windmill at first. He was game, though, and bought it anyhow. He ordered another, an oil sketch of the Lackawanna freight depot, to take back with him. Music lessons. Oh, I guess art is still in it. I'm so glad you've kept on, said Delia heartily. You're bound to win, dear. $33. We've never had so much to spend before. We'll have oysters tonight. And filet mignon with champignons, said Joe. Where is the olive fork? On the next Saturday evening, Joe reached home first. He spread his $18 on the parlor table and washed what seemed to be a great deal of dark paint from his hands. Half an hour later, Delia arrived, her right hand tied up in a shapeless bundle of wraps and bandages. How is this? Asked Joe after the usual greetings. Delia laughed, but not very joyously. Clementina, she explained, insisted on a Welsh rabbit after her lesson. She is such a queer girl. Welsh rabbits at 5 in the afternoon? The general was there. You should have seen him run for the chafing dish, Joe, just as if there wasn't a servant in the house. I know Clementina isn't in good health. She is so nervous. In serving the rabbit, she spilled a great lot of it boiling hot over my hand and wrist. It hurt awfully, Joe, and the dear girl was so sorry. But General Pinckney, Joe, that old man nearly went distracted. He rushed downstairs and sent somebody, they said the furnace man or somebody in the basement, out to a drugstore for some oil and things to bind it up with. It doesn't hurt so much now. What's this? Asked Joe, taking the hand tenderly and pulling at some white strands beneath the bandages. It's something soft, said Delia, that had oil on it. Oh, Joe, did you sell another sketch? She had seen the money on the table. Did I? Said Joe. Just ask the man from Peoria. He got his depot today, and he isn't sure, but he thinks he wants another parkscape and a view on the Hudson. What time this afternoon did you burn your hand, Delia? 5 o'clock, I think, said Delia plaintively. The rabbit came off the fire about that time. You ought to have seen General Pinckney, Joe, when... Sit down here a moment, Delia, said Joe. He drew her to the couch, sat down beside her, and put his arm across her shoulders. What have you been doing for the past 2 weeks, Delia? He asked. She braved it for a moment or two, with an eyeful of love and stubbornness, and murmured a phrase or two vaguely of General Pinckney. But at length down went her head, and out came the truth and tears. I couldn't get any pupils, she confessed, and I couldn't bear to have you give up your lessons, and I got a place ironing shirts in that big 24th Street laundry, and I think I did very well to make up both General Pinckney and Clementina, don't you, Joe? And when a girl in the laundry set down a hot iron on my hand this afternoon, I was all the way home making up that story about the Welsh rabbit. You're not angry, are you, Joe? And if I hadn't got the work, you mightn't have sold your sketches to that man from Peoria. He wasn't from Peoria, said Joe slowly. Well, it doesn't matter where he was from. How clever you are, Joe, and kiss me, Joe. And what made you ever suspect that I wasn't giving music lessons to Clementina? I didn't, said Joe, until tonight, and I wouldn't have then, only I sent up this cotton waste and oil from the engine room this afternoon for a girl upstairs who had her hand burned with a smoothing iron. I've been firing the engine in that laundry for the past 2 weeks. And then you didn't... My purchaser from Peoria, said Joe, and General Pinckney are both creations of the same art. But you wouldn't call it either painting or music. And then they both laughed. and Joe began. When one loves one's art, no service seems... But Delia stopped him with her hand on his lips. No, she said, just when one loves. End of A Service of Love by O. Henry.
The Secret of Labra by T.W. Ralston, read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret of Labra by T.W. Ralston. In very ancient days there was a king in Ireland named Labra, who was called Labra the Sailor, for a certain voyage that he made. Now Labra was never seen save by one man once a year, without a hood that covered his head and ears. But once a year it was his habit to let his hair be cropped, and the person to do this was chosen by lot, for the king was accustomed to put to death instantly the man who had cropped him. And so it happened that on a certain year the lot fell on a young man who was the only son of a poor widow who dwelt near by the palace of the king. When she heard that her son had been chosen, she fell on her knees before the king and besought him with tears that her son, who was her only support and all she had in the world, might not suffer death as was customary. The king was moved by her grief and her entreaties, and at last he consented that the young man should not be slain, provided that he vowed to keep secret to the day of his death what he should see. The youth agreed to this, and he vowed by the sun and the wind that he would never, so long as he lived, reveal to man what he should learn when he cropped the king's hair. So he did what was appointed for him and went home. But when he did so, he had no peace, for the wonder of the secret that he had learned preyed upon his mind, so that he could not rest for thinking of it and longing to reveal it, and at last he fell into a wasting sickness from it, and was near to die. Then there was brought to see him a wise druid, who was skilled in all maladies of the mind and body, and after he had talked with the youth he said to his mother, "Thy son is dying of the burden of a secret, which he may not reveal to any man, but until he reveals it he will have no ease. Let him therefore walk along the highway till he comes to a place where 4 roads meet. Let him then turn to the right, and the first tree that he shall meet on the roadside, let him tell the secret to it, and so it may be he shall be relieved, and his vow will not be broken." The mother told her son of the druid's advice, and next day he went upon his way till he came to 4 crossroads, and he took the road upon the right, and the first tree he found was a great willow tree. So the young man laid his cheek against the bark, and he whispered the secret to the tree, and as he turned back homeward he felt lightened of his burden, and he leaped and sang, and ere many days were past he was as well and light-hearted as ever he had been in his life. Some while after that it happened that the king's harper, named Craftney, broke the straining post of his harp, and went out to seek for a piece of wood wherewith to mend it, and the first timber he found that would fit the purpose was the willow tree by the crossroads. He cut it down therefore, and took as much as would give him a new straining post, and he bore it home with him and mended his harp with it. That night he played after meat before the king and his lords, as he was wont. But whatever he played and sang, the folk that listened to him seemed to hear only one thing: 2 horses' ears hath Labra the sailor. Then the king plucked off his hood, and after that he made no secret of his ears, and none suffered on account of them thenceforward. End of The Secret of Labra by T.W. Ralston.
The Wedding Gift by Grace Sartwell Mason. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 2 by Anita Sloma Martinez. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Gift by Grace Sartwell Mason. One of Barbara's reasons for accepting me was the fact that I was not prosperous. "If you were," she said, "we should have to live on the West Side, with a velvet carpet in the parlor, 2 maids, and a mission dining room. The parlor and the mission dining room would bore me to tears, and I'd about as soon keep a rubber plant as 2 maids." I assured her there was no immediate prospect of my having any of these commonly prized adjuncts. Art, as she knew, was long. Its votaries must find their happiness not in gross material wealth, but in the finer coinage of ideas, of the creative fancy. "Exactly," interrupted Barbara warmly. "We are not like other people. The conventional things of life, such as houses and furniture and regular meals, you know, would hamper us. We must live for our art. Nothing else matters." And on this basis we set up our goods in Greenwich Village at the top of a rambling old house. The good north light attracted me, and the irregularity of the rooms pleased Barbara. We covered the walls with burlap in a sad artistic tint, made a kitchen out of a screen and 2 biscuit boxes, thinly disguised our steamer trunks under a bit of Flemish tapestry, and hung our hokusai to the best advantage. Our housekeeping was of the lightest. It was positively airy on those days when Barbara wooed her muse, but as she said, who would be the slave to a breakfast or luncheon hour? As long as one was at peace with one's artistic conscience, what mattered meals? At night we rubbed from our brows the wrinkles of work and dined out with other demi-celebrities and demi-semi-celebrities in a soothing atmosphere of pink-shaded candles and artistic shop-talk. Our impromptu suppers, when Benson the artist or the clever Fenways or Jimmy Dick dropped in, were hilariously successful. Of course, the next morning was apt to be rather disagreeably untidy, with sticky dishes all about the place and empty olive bottles in the bathtub. And there was usually the janitor to pacify, on account of Jimmy Dick's noise. But Barbara liked it. She said it appealed to her imagination, like living one of Murger's stories, you know. I think she knew how pretty she was in my painting smock. She made a joke of the inconvenience of keeping one's best clothes in boxes under the bed, and declared, even as she grovelled in search of her hat with the pink plumes, that the life exactly suited her. We worked hard and happily. If we were sometimes a little crowded, we were at least not dull. And then there came Uncle Peter's wedding present. I had never quite believed in Barbara's Uncle Peter. He lived in a vague limbo known as the Northwest, and there was a tradition in Barbara's family that he was vastly wealthy, but inasmuch as none of them had seen or heard from him in years, it seemed to me highly probable that he was one of those pleasant myths no household should be without. Barbara was specially fond of the Uncle Peter tradition. She had sent him an announcement of our marriage, addressed in simple faith to Nome, and when a lean week was upon the Greenwich flat, she cheered herself by considering what she would do if Uncle Peter should send us a gold nugget or some mining stock for a wedding gift. I had lifted the voice of scorn so often against this relative of Barbara's that when she telephoned me one day that there was a letter from Uncle Peter, I told her I had no time for fairy tales. "But it's true," she cried over the telephone. "He's written, and he's sending a wedding gift, and he says, 'Take good care of the present I'm sending, and it will reward you.' Now doesn't that mean nuggets or mining stock?" "Sounds like a Bible to me," I said, and Barbara rang off sharply. But in spite of myself, I was curious about this revival of Uncle Peter, so I put away my drawing board. I was at work in the zoo making sketches for Headley's wild animals in their native haunts, and went home early. I found Barbara sitting on the floor, and about her there billowed a sea of steamship literature. I should state here that Barbara cherished a dream of a year in Europe, and whenever she sold a tale or I drew a successful beast, our flat was flooded with booklets setting forth the allurements of every place on earth but home. When I saw her thus surrounded, I concluded that she must have landed a serial, but on inquiry I found it was Uncle Peter's letter that had so uplifted her. "I feel it in my bones," she cried, "that he's sending nuggets or a cunning bag of gold dust." Such is the infection of Barbara's optimism that I scoffed but weakly, and that night we celebrated on our expectations. After a dinner that we could not afford, we came home and spread out all the steamship epics on the table. We decided on Florence and Fiesole for the winter, with a few weeks in Paris. We got out Italian backgrounds and somebody on medieval towns, and we had altogether a joyous evening. Part 2. Next morning the present came. It took 2 strong men to drag it in. It was in a box about the size of our bathroom, with slats across the front. Through these there peered the bloodshot eyes of a huge animal. "You've made a mistake," I said sternly to the men, but Barbara, who had been reading the card on the box, cried out that it was the wedding present from Uncle Peter, and fell into a chair. I cannot classify the sort of seizure Barbara had when the men were gone. It seemed like hysterics mixed with the fit of temper. "Barbara, calm yourself," I besought her. "I can't. It's so funny, and I'm so mad." "Well, then, I'm going to let the beast out," I said. The threat had instant effect. Bab stopped gurgling and jumped up. "He may eat us alive," she cried. But I had been peering through the slats at the wedding gift, and I felt much braver. "I'll not let him harm you, Barbara," I said, and began to pry the slats from the box. Barbara armed herself with a Tanagra figurine and climbed into the Morris chair. When the last slat was off, I stepped aside hastily, for the beast, with a roar, precipitated itself into the room. I may as well get over this painful portion of my narrative as rapidly as possible. It is sufficient to state that to us, in a New York flat, our dear Uncle Peter had sent a Siberian bloodhound. The beast gamboled about with the airy grace of a rhinoceros, knocking over chairs and Barbara's tea table with the wagging of his tail. "I shall offer him for sale," I said disgustedly. "But what shall we do with him in the meantime? He's too big to be imprisoned in the bathroom, and the police won't allow him on the fire escape." Oh, look at him now!" cried Barbara. Over his pendulous chops and his fierce red eyes a smile seemed to pass. He began a mincing shuffle toward Barbara, the droop of his tail seeming to say, "Don't be afraid, little girl," and laid his great head softly on her foot. "Why, he's taken to me!" cried my wife, and I knew from her tone we were going to keep the beast. There is no use urging expediency where Barbara's affections are concerned. She had fallen in love with her wedding present. The dog had the tact to adore her, and keep him we must. We sadly put away the steamship literature and the guides to Italy, and did some extra pot boilers to keep little Sunshine in food. What it cost me to silence the janitor I am ashamed to record, and as for the nice old lady in the next flat, she has never been the same since. It was a darkish day when she met Sunshine in the hall. I heard her shrieks and rushed out. In the corner she was dancing a wild fling of terror, while Sunshine, looking as pleasant as a hungry hippopotamus, frolicked about her, trying to be friends. This will illustrate his general reception. The poor dog had a perpetual craving for friends, but his appearance was against him. When Bab walked down the street with him, people whose hands he tried to lick fell away from him with shrieks, and mothers snatched their babies out of his path. As Barbara kept explaining, he had the gentlest nature, but no one believed her, and we were in a fair way to be sacrificed on the altar of our loyalty to Uncle Peter's gift. Coming home from the zoo one day, I was met in the hall by Barbara. "Thank heaven," she said as she seized me, "that we kept Sunshine." "Why?" I asked. "Has he bitten a book agent?" "No, but Uncle Peter has come all the way from the West to see if we are good to the dog." "I hope he realizes now," I said somewhat bitterly, "the inappropriateness of his gift." "I can't make him out," said Barbara. But I could. He was evidently a man with a subterranean sense of humor. He saw the joke of what he had done. Also, I suspected he saw a joke in us and our menage. He was an apple-cheeked old fellow with keen blue eyes and a dry smile always hovering about the corners of his mouth. He was as much interested in us and our manner of living as if we were Aztec cliff dwellers. We gathered that he had supposed Greenwich to be a rural community, and that he had sent us the dog to protect Barbara from tramps while I was in the city. "I s'pose," he said with a quaint twist to his smile after we had shown him all our clever space-saving schemes, "there's lots of people living like this, with their best hats under the bed and the cheese on the window-sill?" "Plenty of them, and geniuses, too," we assured him. "But," he persisted mildly, "if they'd move out into the country they'd have room to stretch in, and a dooryard, and posy beds, and shade trees, and—" "We don't care for the conventional way of living," interrupted Barbara. "Art absorbs us. The true artist would not be hampered by houses or furniture. Of course, it would be nice to have a little more room on Sunshine's account. But as for ourselves, we are quite happy, and the flat is quite big enough." "Mebbe, Uncle Peter chuckled as he rose to go. "But," and he turned to look slyly at her, "you'd be hard put to it to find room for a youngster or two, now wouldn't you?" "Vulgar old man," said Barbara when he had gone, and then she dimpled. "But he's lovely, too, so naive and primitive." I was not so rash in my classification of Uncle Peter, for it occurred to me as he dined or lunched with us during his stay in town that he listened to our theories with a humor which was not entirely unsophisticated. We were sincerely sorry when the old gentleman came finally to announce his departure for Nome. He had had a mighty good time, he said, and had learned a number of things. With this he chuckled and laid upon the table an oblong slip of paper. "That's my wedding present," he explained. "It's a kind of bet with myself, too. You see, I've always said that if you go deep enough, we're all pretty much alike, and right down at the bottom we're all after the same thing. But mebbe geniuses are different. I dunno." And he grinned slyly. "Anyway, you can hit the trail for Italy now, if you want to. Good-bye, and let me know how you get along." After he had gone, it was several minutes before Barbara or I had courage to look at the oblong piece of paper. Then Barbara made a little rush and held it up. "Italy!" she cried. "I should say so! And Japan and Norway, if we like." Uncle Peter had certainly done handsomely by us. For the rest of the day we were in a state of dizzy excitement. We knocked off work and went for a walk with Sunshine between us. We blessed the day that Uncle Peter had sent us a dog and Barbara had fallen in love with him. But we were in far too exalted a state to puzzle over what our generous relative had meant by his parting speech to us. The next morning, after I had deposited the check, I should have gone to the zoo to work, but instead I strolled around town, thinking incoherent and affluent thoughts. I meant to go to the steamship offices, but I met an acquaintance who was in real estate, and he persuaded me to go out and look at an old country place he was offering for sale. He said the trip would do me good, and I might find some bits worth sketching. I knew I was wasting my time, but the country appealed to me. One gets a little stuffy tucked up in a Greenwich flat, and I went. As I turned in at the gate and moved up the gravel walk between rows of fine old maples, I was aware of something like a pang of desire. How roomy and cool and peaceful the old place looked! I went around to the back and sat down on the doorstep. After a long time I remembered poor Barbara. I gave a farewell look at the lovely tangled old garden. I should be late for luncheon, but I'd appease Barbara by bringing her a fresh crop of steamship literature. I turned the corner of the house briskly, and there, on the front doorstep, sat Barbara and Sunshine. Sunshine drooped his great head close to Barbara's, for Barbara was crying. Deep down in my heart something unaccountably hurt me. I stole up softly and put my arm around her. She looked scared at first, and then ashamed, and then all her most defiant brightness came back to her. She began to tell how she had taken Sunshine out for a fresh air excursion, and they had just dropped in there for a rest. At this point I shook her gently. "Be honest, Barbara," I said sternly. "What are you doing here? Are you interested in real estate?" "Well," she said, "I heard the old Standish place was for sale, and I got to thinking what a nice home it would make for Sunshine. He's seemed rather droopy lately, and—" "What about Fiesole?" I hinted. The words seemed to rouse in her a sudden tempest. She jumped to her feet and stretched out her arms to the quiet old trees and the lovely tangled garden. "I want a house," she cried. "I want a really, truly home. I'm tired of keeping my clothes behind the piano and eating chafing dish food. I'm tired of a janitor and people above and below me. I'm tired of the Fenways and all poseurs. I know I'm common and bourgeois, but I want a place where there's room for something besides art, flowers and a kitchen range and dogs and plenty of clothes presses and children. Ah, dear little Barbara, the old trees looking down on us must have thought we were lovers long estranged and reconciled at last. The leaves seemed to rub their hands softly as if something pleased them. I know my nose is red," said Barbara after a while. "And where is Sunshine?" Sunshine was discovered cooling his nose in the garden mold, having been stung by a bee. We were making a soothing poultice of mud for him when Bab looked up at me soberly. "I don't believe we're so different from other people after all," she said, and then suddenly sat down in the onion bed. "Why," she cried, "that's what Uncle Peter bet the $10,000 on." "And he's won!" I shouted. We sat side by side in the onion bed and felt the burden of being different from other people roll from our shoulders. We were just commonplacely happy till finally the whiz of a distant trolley roused us. "If you're bent on buying this place, Barbara," I said, "we'd better hurry back to town before someone gets in ahead of us." And clapping the mud poultice on Sunshine's nose, we joined hands and ran for the car. End of The Wedding Gift by Grace Sartwell Mason.
Love on the Bon Dieu by Kate Chopin. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 2 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Love on the Bon Dieu by Kate Chopin. Upon the pleasant veranda of Père Antoine's cottage that adjoined the church, a young girl had been seated awaiting his return. It was the eve of Easter Sunday, and since early afternoon the priest had been engaged in hearing the confessions of those who wished to make their Easters the following day. The girl did not seem impatient at his delay. On the contrary, it was very restful for her to lie back in the big chair she had found there and peep through the thick curtains of vines at the people occasionally passing along the village street. She was slender, with a frailness that indicated lack of wholesome and plentiful nourishment. A pathetic, uneasy look was in her gray eyes, and even faintly stamped her features, which were fine and delicate. In lieu of a big hat, a barège veil covered her light brown and abundant hair. She wore a coarse white josie and a blue calico skirt that only half concealed her tattered shoes. As she sat there, she held carefully in her lap a parcel of eggs securely fastened in a red bandana handkerchief. Twice already a handsome, stalwart young man in quest of the priest had entered the yard and penetrated to where she sat. At first they had exchanged the uncompromising howdy of strangers and nothing more. The second time, finding the priest still absent, he hesitated to go at once. Instead, he stood upon the step and, narrowing his brown eyes, gazed beyond the river off toward the west, where a murky streak of mist was spreading across the sun. It look like mo' rain, he remarked slowly and carelessly. We done had about enough, she replied in much the same tone. It's no chance to thin out the cotton, he went on. And the bon Dieu, she resumed, it's only today you can cross him on foot. You live yonder on the bon Dieu, donc? He asked, looking at her for the first time since he had spoken. Yes, by near Hebert, monsieur. Instinctive courtesy held him from questioning her further, but he seated himself on the step, evidently determined to wait there for the priest. He said no more, but sat scanning critically the steps, the porch, and pillar beside him, from which he occasionally tore away little pieces of detached wood where it was beginning to rot at its base. A click on the side gate that communicated with the churchyard soon announced Père Antoine's return. He came hurriedly across the garden patch between the tall, lusty rose bushes that lined either side of it, which were now fragrant with blossoms. His long, flapping cassock added something of height to his undersized, middle-aged figure, as did the skull-cap, which rested securely back on his head. He saw only the young man at first, who rose at his approach. "Well, Azanor," he called cheerily in French, extending his hand, "how is this? I expected you all week." "Yes, monsieur, but I knew well what you wanted with me, and I was finishing the doors for Gros Lyon's new house." Saying which, he drew back and indicated by a motion and look that someone was present who had prior claim upon Père Antoine's attention. "Ah, Lélie!" the priest exclaimed, when he had mounted to the porch and saw her there behind the vines. "Have you been waiting here since you confessed? Surely an hour ago." "Yes, monsieur." "You should rather have made some visits in the village, child." "I am not acquainted with anyone in the village," she returned. The priest, as he spoke, had drawn a chair and seated himself beside her, with his hands comfortably clasping his knees. He wanted to know how things were out on the bayou. "And how is the grandmother?" he asked. "As cross and crabbed as ever? And with that," he added reflectively, "good for 10 years yet. I said only yesterday to Boutron, you know Boutron, he works at Les Blos Bon Dieu place, that Madame Zidore, how is it with her, Boutron? I believe God has forgotten her here on earth." "It isn't that, your reverence," said Boutron, "but it's neither God nor the devil that wants her." And Père Antoine laughed with a jovial frankness that shook all sting of ill-nature from his very pointed remarks. Lélie did not reply when he spoke of her grandmother. She only pressed her lips firmly together and picked nervously at the red bandana. "I have come to ask, Monsieur Antoine," she began, lower than she needed to speak, for Azanor had withdrawn at once to the far end of the porch, "to ask if you will give me a little scrap of paper, a piece of writing for Monsieur Chartrand at the store over there. I want new shoes and stockings for Easter, and I have brought eggs to trade for them. He says he is willing, yes, if he was sure I would bring more every week till the shoes were paid for." With good-natured indifference, Père Antoine wrote the order that the girl had desired. He was too familiar with distress to feel keenly for a girl who was able to buy Easter shoes and pay for them with eggs. She immediately went away then, after shaking hands with the priest, and sending a quick glance of her pathetic eyes toward Azanor, who had turned when he heard her rise, and nodded when he caught the look. Through the vines he watched her cross the village street. "How is it that you do not know Lélie, Azanor? Surely you must have seen her pass your house often. It lies on her way to the Bon Dieu." "No, I don't know her. I have never seen her," the young man replied, as he seated himself after the priest, and kept his eyes absently fixed on the store across the road, where he had seen her enter. "She is the granddaughter of that Madame Isidore." "What? Maman Isidore whom they drove off that island last winter? Yes, yes. Well, you know, they say the old woman stole wood and things. I don't know how true it is, and destroyed people's property out of pure malice. And now she lives on the banlieue? Yes, on Les Blois place, in a perfect wreck of a cabin. You see, she gets it for nothing. Not a Negro on the place but has refused to live in it. Surely it can't be that old abandoned hovel near the swamp that Michon occupied ages ago? That is the one, the very one. And the girl lives there with that old wretch? The young man marveled. Old wretch, to be sure, Azenor. But what can you expect from a woman who never crosses the threshold of God's house, who even tried to hinder the child doing so as well? But I went to her. I said, See here, Madame Zedora, you know it's my way to handle such people without gloves. You may damn your soul if you choose, I told her. That is a privilege which we all have, but none of us has a right to imperil the salvation of another. I want to see Lely at Mass hereafter on Sundays, or you will hear from me. And I shook my stick under her nose. Since then, the child has never missed a Sunday. But she is half starved. You can see that. You saw how shabby she is, how broken her shoes are. She is at Chartrand's now, trading for new ones with those eggs she brought. Poor thing. There's no doubt of her being ill-treated. Bertrand says he thinks Madame Zedora even beats the child. I don't know how true it is, for no power can make her utter a word against her grandmother. Azenor, whose face was a kind and sensitive one, had paled with distress as the priest spoke, and now, at these final words, he quivered as though he felt the sting of a cruel blow upon his own flesh. But no more was said of Lely, for Père Antoine drew the young man's attention to the carpenter work which he wished to entrust to him. When they had talked the matter over in all its lengthy details, Azenor mounted his horse and rode away. A moment's gallop carried him outside the village, then came a half-mile strip along the river to cover, and then the lane to enter, in which stood his dwelling midway upon a low, pleasant knoll. As Azenor turned into the lane, he saw the figure of Lely far ahead of him. Somehow he had expected to find her there, and he watched her again as he had done through Père Antoine's vines. When she passed his house, he wondered if she would turn to look at it. But she did not. How could she know it was his? Upon reaching it himself, he did not enter the yard, but stood there motionless, his eyes always fastened upon the girl's figure. He could not see, away off there, how coarse her garments were. She seemed, through the distance that divided them, as slim and delicate as a flower stalk. He stayed till he reached the turn of the lane and disappeared into the woods. Mass had not yet begun when Azenor tiptoed into church on Easter morning. He did not take his place with the congregation, but stood close to the holy water font and watched the people who entered. Almost every girl who passed him wore a white mull, a dotted Swiss, or a fresh starched muslin at least. They were bright with ribbons that hung from their persons and flowers that bedecked their hats. Some carried fans and cambric handkerchiefs. Most of them wore gloves and were odorant of poudre de riz and nice toilet waters, while all carried gay little baskets filled with Easter eggs. But there was one who came empty-handed, save for the worn prayer book which she bore. It was Lely, the veil upon her head, and wearing the blue print and cotton bodice which she had worn the day before. He dipped his hand to the holy water when she came, and held it out to her, though he had not thought of doing this for the others. She touched his fingers with the tips of her own, making a slight inclination as she did so, and after a deep genuflection before the blessed sacrament, passed on to the side. He was not sure if she had known him. He knew she had not looked into his eyes, for he would have felt it. He was angered against the other young women who passed him because of their flowers and ribbons when she wore none. He himself did not care, but he feared she might, and watched her narrowly to see if she did. But it was plain that Lélie did not care. Her face, as she seated herself, settled into the same restful lines it had worn yesterday, when she sat in Père Antoine's big chair. It seemed good to her to be there. Sometimes she looked up at the little colored panes through which the Easter sun was streaming, then at the flaming candles like stars, or at the embowered figures of Joseph and Mary flanking the central tabernacle which shrouded the risen Christ. Yet she liked just as well to watch the young girls in their spring freshness, or to sensuously inhale the mingled odor of flowers and incense that filled the temple. Lélie was among the last to quit the church. When she walked down the clean pathway that led from it to the road, she looked with pleased curiosity towards the groups of men and maidens who were gaily matching their Easter eggs under the shade of the china berry trees. Agenor was among them, and when he saw her coming solitary down the path, he approached her and with a smile extended his hat, whose crown was quite lined with the pretty colored eggs. "You must have forgot to bring eggs," he said. "Take some of mine." "No, merci," she replied, flushing and drawing back. But he urged them anew upon her. Much pleased, then, she bent her pretty head over the hat, and was evidently puzzled to make a selection among so many that were beautiful. He picked one out for her, a pink one, dotted with white clover leaves. "Yere," he said, handing it to her. "I think this is the purty, and it looks strong, too. I'm sure it will break all of the rest." And he playfully held out another, half hidden in his fist, for her to try its strength upon. But she refused to. She would not risk the ruin of her pretty egg. Then she walked away without once having noticed that the girls whom Agenor had left were looking curiously at her. When he rejoined them, he was hardly prepared for the greeting. It startled him. "How come you to talk to that girl? She's real canaille, her," was what one of them said to him. "Who say so? Who say she's canaille? If it's a man, I'll smash his head," he exclaimed, livid. They all laughed merrily at this. "And if it's a lady, Agenor, what you going to do about it?" asked another quizzingly. "'Tain't no lady. No lady would say that about a po' girl what she don't even know." He turned away, and emptying all his eggs into the hat of a little urchin who stood near, walked out of the churchyard. He did not stop to exchange another word with anyone, neither with the men who stood all en démarche before the stores, nor the women who were mounting upon horses and into vehicles or walking in groups to their homes. He took a short cut across the cotton field that extended back of the town, and walking rapidly soon reached his home. It was a pleasant house of a few rooms and many windows, with fresh air blowing through from every side. His workshop was beside it. A broad strip of greensward, studded here and there with trees, sloped down to the road. Agenor entered the kitchen, where an amiable old black woman was chopping onion and sage at a table. "Tranquilline," he said abruptly, "they's a young girl going to pass here after a while. She's got a blue dress with a white josie on it and a veil on her head. When you see her, I want you to go to the road and make her rest there on the bench and ask her if she don't want a cup of coffee. I saw her go to the communion meet, and so she didn't eat any breakfast. Everybody else from the town that went to communion got invited somewhere or another. It's enough to make a person sick to see such meanness." "And you want me to go tear down to the gate list so and ax her pine blank if she wants some coffee?" asked the bewildered Tranquilline. "I don't care if you ask her point blank or not, but you do like I say." Tranquilline was leaning over the gate when Lily came by. "Howdy," offered the woman. "Howdy," the girl returned. "Did you see a yellow calf with black spots on tarm coming down the lane, missy?" "No, not yellow, and not with black spot. May I seen one little white calf tied by the rope yonder round the bend." "Ah, that warn't hit. Dis here one was yellow. I hope he done flung hisself down the bank and broke his neck. Sarve him right. But where you come from, child? You look plumb woe out. Sit down dar on dat bench and let me fotch you a cup of coffee." Agenor had already in his eagerness arranged a tray upon which was a smoking cup of café au lait. He had buttered and jellied generous slices of bread, and was searching wildly for something when Tranquilline re-entered. "What become of that half a chicken pie, Tranquilline, that was here in the garde manger today?" "What chicken pie? What garde manger?" blustered the woman. "Like we got more'n one garde manger in the house, Tranquilline? You just like old Mama Azenora used to be, you is. You 'spect chicken pot pie gwine last eternal. When somepin done spilt, I flings it away. That's me. That's Tranquilline." So Agenor resigned himself, what could he do, and sent the tray incomplete as he fancied it out to Lely. He trembled at the thought of what he did, he whose nerves were usually as steady as some piece of steel mechanism. Would it anger her if she suspected? Would it please her if she knew? Would she say this or that to Tranquilline, and would Tranquilline tell him truly what she said and how she looked? As it was Sunday, Agenor did not work that afternoon. Instead, he took a book out under the trees, as he often did, and sat reading it from the first sound of the vesper bell that came faintly across the fields till the Angelus. All that time he turned many a page, yet in the end did not know what he had read. With his pencil he had traced Lely upon every margin, and was saying it softly to himself. Another Sunday Agenor saw Lely at Mass, and again. Once he walked with her and showed her the short cut across the cotton field. She was very glad that day, and told him she was going to work. Her grandmother said she might. So she was going to hoe up in the fields with Monsieur Leblanc's hands. He entreated her not to, and when she asked his reason, he could not tell her, but turned and tore shyly and savagely at the elder blossoms that grew along the fence. Then they stopped where she was going to cross the fence from the field to the lane. He wanted to tell her that was his house, which they could see not far away, but he did not dare to, since he had fed her on the morning she was hungry. "And you say your grandma's going to let you work? She keeps you from working, don't?" He wanted to question her about her grandmother, and could think of no other way to begin. "Poor old grandmère," she answered. "I don't believe she knows most of the time what she's doing. Sometimes she say I ain't no better than one nigger, and she force me to work. Then she say she know I'm going to be one canaille like mamam, and she make me sit down still, like she would want to kill me if I would move. Her, she only want to be out in the wood, day and night, day and night. She ain't got her right head, poor grandmère. I know she ain't." Lely had spoken in low and in jerks, as if every word gave her a pain. Agenor could feel her distress as plainly as he saw it. He wanted to say something to her, to do something for her, but her presence paralyzed him into inactivity, except his pulses that beat like hammers when he was with her. Such a poor, shabby little thing as she was, too. "I'm going to White Year next Sunday for you, Lily," he said, when the fence was between them, and he thought he had said something very daring. But the next Sunday she did not come. She was neither at the appointed place of meeting in the lane, nor was she at Mass. Her absence, so unexpected, affected Agenor like a calamity. Late in the afternoon, when he could stand the trouble and bewilderment of it no longer, he went and leaned over Père Antoine's fence. The priest was picking the slugs from his roses on the other side. "That young girl from the Bon Dieu," said Agenor. "She was not at Mass today. I suppose her grandmother has forgotten your warning." "No," answered the priest. "The child is ill, I hear. Bertrand tells me she has been ill for several days from overwork in the fields. I shall go out tomorrow to see about her. I would go today if I could." "The child is ill," was all that Agenor heard or understood of Père Antoine's words. He turned and walked resolutely away, like one who determines suddenly upon action after meaningless hesitation. He walked towards his home and passed it as if it were a spot that did not concern him. He went on down the lane and into the wood where he had seen Lélie disappear that day. Here all was shadow, for the sun had dipped too low in the west to send a single ray through the dense foliage of the forest. Now that he had found himself on the way to Lélie's home, he strove to understand why he had not gone there before. He often visited other girls in the village and neighborhood. Why not have gone to her as well? The answer lay too deep in his heart for him to be more than half conscious of it. Fear had kept him, dread to see her desolate life face to face. He did not know how he could bear it. But now he was going to her at last. She was ill. He would stand upon that dismantled porch that he could just remember. Doubtless Ma'am Zidore would come out to know his will, and he would tell her that Père Antoine had sent to inquire how Mademoiselle Lélie was. No, why drag in Père Antoine? He would simply stand boldly and say, "Madame Zidore, I learn that Lélie is ill. I have come to know if it is true, and to see her if I may." When Agenor reached the cabin where Lélie dwelt, all signs of day had vanished. Dusk had fallen swiftly after the sunset. The moss that hung heavy from the great live oak branches was making fantastic silhouettes against the eastern sky that the big round moon was beginning to light. Off in the swamp beyond the bayou, hundreds of dismal voices were droning in a lullaby. Upon the hovel itself a stillness like death rested. Oftener than once Agenor tapped on the door, which was closed as well as it could be, without obtaining a reply. He finally approached one of the small unglazed windows in which coarse mosquito netting had been fastened, and looked into the room. By the moonlight slanting in, he could see Lélie stretched upon a bed, but of Madame Zidore there was no sign. "Lélie!" he called softly. "Lélie!" The girl slightly moved her head upon the pillow. Then he boldly opened the door and entered. Upon a wretched bed, over which was spread a cover of patched calico, Lélie lay, her frail body only half concealed by the single garment which was upon it. One hand was plunged beneath her pillow, the other, which was free, he touched. It was as hot as flame, so was her head. He knelt sobbing upon the floor beside her, and called her his love and his soul. He begged her to speak a word to him, to look at him, but she only muttered disjointedly that the cotton was all turning to ashes in the fields, and blades of corn were in flames. If he was choked with love and grief to see her so, he was moved by anger as well, rage against himself, against Père Antoine, against the people upon the plantation and in the village who had so abandoned a helpless creature to misery and maybe death. Because she had been silent, had not lifted her voice in complaint, They believed she suffered no more than she could bear. But surely the people could not be utterly without heart. There must be one somewhere with the Spirit of Christ. Père Antoine would tell him of such a one, and he would carry Lélie to her, out of this atmosphere of death. He was in haste to be gone with her. He fancied every moment of delay was a fresh danger threatening her life. He folded the rude bed-cover over Lélie's naked limbs and lifted her in his arms. She made no resistance. She seemed only loath to withdraw her hand from beneath the pillow. When she did, he saw that she held lightly but firmly grasped in her encircling fingers the pretty Easter egg he had given her. He uttered a low cry of exultation as the full significance of this came over him. If she had hung for hours upon his neck, telling him that she loved him, he could not have known it more surely than by this sign. Agenor felt as if some mysterious bond had all at once drawn them heart to heart and made them one. No need now to go from door to door begging admittance for her. She was his. She belonged to him. He knew now where her place was, whose roof must shelter her, and whose arms protect her. So Agenor, with his loved one in his arms, walked through this forest, sure-footed as a panther. Once as he walked he could hear in the distance the weird chant which Madame Zador was crooning, to the moon maybe, as she gathered her wood. Once, where the water was trickling cool through rocks, he stopped to lave Lélie's hot cheeks and hands and forehead. He had not once touched his lips to her, but now, when a sudden great fear came upon him, because she did not know him, instinctively he pressed his lips upon hers that were parched and burning. He held them there till hers were soft and pliant from the healthy moisture of his own. Then she knew him. She did not tell him so, but her stiffened fingers relaxed their tense hold upon the Easter bauble. It fell to the ground as she twined her arm around his neck, and he understood. "Stay close by her, Tranquilline," said Agenor, when he had laid Lélie upon his own couch at home. "I'm going for the doctor and for Père Antoine. Not because she's going to die," he added hastily, seeing the awe that crept into the woman's face at the mention of a priest. "She is going to live. Do you think I would let my wife die, Tranquilline?" End of Love on the Bon Dieu.
The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 2 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. Far out in the ocean, where the water is as blue as the prettiest coneflower and as clear as crystal, it is very, very deep. So deep, indeed, that no cable could sound it, and many church steeples, piled one upon another, would not reach from the ground beneath to the surface of the water above. There dwell the Sea King and his subjects. We must not imagine that there is nothing at the bottom of the sea but bare yellow sand. No, indeed, for on this sand grow the strangest flowers and plants, the leaves and stems of which are so pliant that the slightest agitation of the water causes them to stir as if they had life. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches as birds fly among the trees here upon land. In the deepest spot of all stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. The roof is formed of shells that open and close as the water flows over them. Their appearance is very beautiful, for in each lies a glittering pearl, which would be fitted for the diadem of a queen. The Sea King had been a widower for many years, and his aged mother kept house for him. She was a very sensible woman, but exceedingly proud of her high birth, and on that account wore 12 oysters on her tail, while others of high rank were only allowed to wear 6. She was, however, deserving of very great praise, especially for her care of the little sea princesses, her 6 granddaughters. They were beautiful children, but the youngest was the prettiest of them all. Her skin was as clear and delicate as a rose leaf, and her eyes as blue as the deepest sea. But like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fish's tail. All day long they played in the great halls of the castle, or among the living flowers that grew out of the walls. The large amber windows were open, and the fish swam in, just as the swallows fly into our houses when we opened the windows, only the fishes swam up to the princesses, ate out of their hands, and allowed themselves to be stroked. Outside the castle there was a beautiful garden, in which grew bright red and dark blue flowers, and blossoms like flames of fire. The fruit glittered like gold, and the leaves and stems waved to and fro continually. The earth itself was the finest sand, but blue as the flame of burning sulphur. Over everything lay a peculiar blue radiance, as if the blue sky were everywhere, above and below, instead of the dark depths of the sea. In calm weather the sun could be seen, looking like a reddish-purple flower with light streaming from the calyx. Each of the young princesses had a little plot of ground in the garden, where she might dig and plant as she pleased. One arranged her flower bed in the form of a whale, another preferred to make hers like the figure of a little mermaid, while the youngest child made hers round like the sun, and in it grew flowers as red as the rays at sunset. She was a strange child, quiet and thoughtful. While her sisters showed delight at the wonderful things which they obtained from the wrecks of vessels, she cared only for her pretty flowers, red like the sun, and a beautiful marble statue. It was the representation of a handsome boy, carved out of pure white stone, which had fallen to the bottom of the sea from a wreck. She planted by the statue a rose-colored weeping willow. It grew rapidly and soon hung its fresh branches over the statue, almost down to the blue sands. The shadows had the color of violet and waved to and fro like the branches, so that it seemed as if the crown of the tree and the root were at play, trying to kiss each other. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as to hear about the world above the sea. She made her old grandmother tell her all she knew of the ships and of the towns, the people and the animals. To her it seemed most wonderful and beautiful to hear that the flowers of the land had fragrance, while those below the sea had none, that the trees of the forest were green, and that the fishes among the trees could sing so sweetly that it was a pleasure to listen to them. Her grandmother called the birds fishes, or the little mermaid would not have understood what was meant, for she had never seen birds. "When you have reached your 15th year," said the grandmother, "you will have permission to rise up out of the sea and sit on the rocks in the moonlight while the great ships go sailing by. Then you will see both forests and towns." In the following year one of the sisters would be 15, but as each was a year younger than the other, the youngest would have to wait 5 years before her turn came to rise up from the bottom of the ocean to see the earth as we do. However, each promised to tell the others what she saw on her first visit and what she thought was most beautiful. Their grandmother could not tell them enough. There were so many things about which they wanted to know. None of them longed so much for her turn to come as the youngest, she who had the longest time to wait, and who was so quiet and thoughtful. Many nights she stood by the open window, looking up through the dark blue water, and watching the fish as they splashed about with their fins and tails. She could see the moon and stars shining faintly, but through the water they looked larger than they do to our eyes. When something like a black cloud passed between her and them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming over her head, or a ship full of human beings who never imagined that a pretty little mermaid was standing beneath them, holding out her white hands towards the keel of their ship. At length the eldest was 15 and was allowed to rise to the surface of the ocean. When she returned, she had hundreds of things to talk about, but the finest thing, she said, was to lie on a sandbank in the quiet moonlit sea near the shore, gazing at the lights of the nearby town that twinkled like hundreds of stars, and listening to the sounds of music, the noise of carriages, the voices of human beings, and the merry pealing of the bells in the church steeples. Because she could not go near all these wonderful things, she longed for them all the more. Oh, how eagerly did the youngest sister listen to all these descriptions! And afterwards, when she stood at the open window, looking up through the dark blue water, she thought of the great city, with all its bustle and noise, and even fancied she could hear the sound of church bells down in the depths of the sea. In another year, the second sister received permission to rise to the surface of the water and to swim about where she pleased. She rose just as the sun was setting, and this, she said, was the most beautiful sight of all. The whole sky looked like gold, and violet and rose-colored clouds, which she could not describe, drifted across it. And more swiftly than the clouds flew a large flock of wild swans toward the setting sun, like a long white veil across the sea. She also swam towards the sun, but it sank into the waves, and the rosy tints faded from the clouds and from the sea. The third sister's turn followed, and she was the boldest of them all, for she swam up a broad river that emptied into the sea. On the banks she saw green hills covered with beautiful vines, and palaces and castles peeping out from amid the proud trees of the forest. She heard birds singing, and felt the rays of the sun so strongly that she was obliged often to dive under the water to cool her burning face. In a narrow creek she found a large group of little human children, almost naked, sporting about in the water. She wanted to play with them, but they fled in a great fright, and then a little black animal, it was a dog, but she did not know it, for she had never seen one before, came to the water and barked at her so furiously that she became frightened and rushed back to the open sea. But she said that she should never forget the beautiful forest, the green hills, and the pretty children who could swim in the water, although they had no tails. The fourth sister was more timid. She remained in the midst of the sea, but said it was quite as beautiful there as nearer the land. She could see many miles around her, and the sky above looked like a bell of glass. She had seen the ships, but at such a great distance that they looked like seagulls. The dolphins sported in the waves, and the great whales spouted water from their nostrils, till it seemed as if 100 fountains were playing in every direction. The fifth sister's birthday occurred in the winter, so when her turn came she saw what the others had not seen the first time they went up. The sea looked quite green, and large icebergs were floating about, each like a pearl, she said, but larger and loftier than the churches built by men. They were of the most singular shapes and glittered like diamonds. She had seated herself on one of the largest and let the wind play with her long hair. She noticed that all the ships sailed past very rapidly, steering as far away as they could, as if they were afraid of the iceberg. Towards evening, as the sun went down, dark clouds covered the sky, the thunder rolled, and the flashes of lightning glowed red on the icebergs as they were tossed about by the heaving sea. On all the ships the sails were reefed with fear and trembling, while she sat on the floating iceberg, calmly watching the lightning as it darted its forked flashes into the sea. Each of the sisters, when first she had permission to rise to the surface, was delighted with the new and beautiful sights. Now that they were grown-up girls and could go where they pleased, they had become quite indifferent about it. They soon wished themselves back again, and after a month had passed they said it was much more beautiful down below and pleasanter to be at home. Yet often in the evening hours the 5 sisters would twine their arms about each other and rise to the surface together. Their voices were more charming than that of any human being, and before the approach of a storm, when they feared that a ship might be lost, they swam before the vessel, singing enchanting songs of the delights to be found in the depths of the sea, and begging the voyagers not to fear if they sank to the bottom. But the sailors could not understand the song, and thought it was the sighing of the storm. These things were never beautiful to them, for if the ship sank, the men were drowned, and their dead bodies alone reached the palace of the Sea King. When the sisters rose, arm in arm, through the water, their youngest sister would stand quite alone, looking after them, ready to cry. Only, since mermaids have no tears, she suffered more acutely. "Oh, were I but 15 years old," said she, "I know that I shall love the world up there, and all the people who live in it." At last she reached her 15th year. "Well, now you are grown up," said the old dowager, her grandmother. "Come, let me adorn you like your sisters." And she placed in her hair a wreath of white lilies, of which every flower leaf was half a pearl. Then the old lady ordered 8 great oysters to attach themselves to the tail of the princess to show her high rank. "But they hurt me so," said the little mermaid. "Yes, I know. Pride must suffer pain," replied the old lady. Oh, how gladly she would have shaken off all this grandeur and laid aside the heavy wreath. The red flowers in her own garden would have suited her much better. But she could not change herself, so she said farewell and rose as lightly as a bubble to the surface of the water. The sun had just set when she raised her head above the waves. The clouds were tinted with crimson and gold, and through the glimmering twilight beamed the evening star in all its beauty. The sea was calm and the air mild and fresh. A large ship with 3 masts lay becalmed on the water. Only one sail was set, for not a breeze stirred, and the sailors sat idle on the deck or amidst the rigging. There was music and song on board, and as darkness came on, 100-colored lanterns were lighted, as if the flags of all nations waved in the air. The little mermaid swam close to the cabin windows, and now and then, as the waves lifted her up, she could look in through the glass window panes and see a number of gaily dressed people. Among them, and the most beautiful of all, was a young prince with large black eyes. He was 16 years of age, and his birthday was being celebrated with great display. The sailors were dancing on deck, and when the prince came out of the cabin, more than 100 rockets rose in the air, making it as bright as day. The little mermaid was so startled that she dived under water, and when she again stretched out her head, it looked as if all the stars of heaven were falling around her. She had never seen such fireworks before. Great suns spurted fire about, splendid fireflies flew into the blue air, and everything was reflected in the clear, calm sea beneath. The ship itself was so brightly illuminated that all the people, and even the smallest rope, could be distinctly seen. How handsome the young prince looked as he pressed the hands of all his guests, and smiled at them while the music resounded through the clear night air. It was very late, yet the little mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship or from the beautiful prince. The colored lanterns had been extinguished, no more rockets rose in the air, and the cannon had ceased firing, but the sea became restless, and a moaning, rumbling sound could be heard beneath the waves. Still the little mermaid remained by the cabin window, rocking up and down on the water so that she could look within. After a while the sails were quickly set, and the ship went on her way. But soon the waves rose higher, heavy clouds darkened the sky, and lightning appeared in the distance. A dreadful storm was approaching. Once more the sails were furled, and the great ship pursued her flying course over the raging sea. The waves rose mountain high, as if they would overtop the mast, but the ship dived like a swan beneath them, then rose again on their lofty foaming crests. To the little mermaid this was pleasant sport, but not so to the sailors. At length the ship groaned and creaked. The thick planks gave way under the lashing of the sea as the waves broke over the deck. The mainmast snapped asunder like a reed, and as the ship lay over on her side, the water rushed in. The little mermaid now perceived that the crew were in danger. Even she was obliged to be careful. to avoid the beams and planks of the wreck which lay scattered on the water. At one moment it was pitch dark so that she could not see a single object, but when a flash of lightning came, it revealed the whole scene. She could see everyone who had been on board except the prince. When the ship parted, she had seen him sink into the deep waves, and she was glad, for she thought he would now be with her. Then she remembered that human beings could not live in the water, so that when he got down to her father's palace, he would certainly be quite dead. No, he must not die. So she swam about among the beams and planks which strewed the surface of the sea, forgetting that they could crush her to pieces. Diving deep under the dark waters, rising and falling with the waves, she at length managed to reach the young prince, who was fast losing the power to swim in that stormy sea. His limbs were failing him, his beautiful eyes were closed, and he would have died had not the little mermaid come to his assistance. She held his head above the water and let the waves carry them where they would. In the morning the storm had ceased, but of the ship not a single fragment could be seen. The sun came up red and shining out of the water, and its beams brought back the hue of health to the prince's cheeks, but his eyes remained closed. The mermaid kissed his high, smooth forehead and stroked back his wet hair. He seemed to her like the marble statue in her little garden, so she kissed him again and wished that he might live. Presently they came in sight of land, and she saw lofty blue mountains, on which the white snow rested as if a flock of swans were lying upon them. Beautiful green forests were near the shore, and close by stood a large building, whether a church or a convent she could not tell. Orange and citron trees grew in the garden, and before the door stood lofty palms. The sea here formed a little bay, in which the water lay quiet and still, but very deep. She swam with the handsome prince to the beach, which was covered with fine white sand, and there she laid him in the warm sunshine, taking care to raise his head higher than his body. Then bells sounded in the large white building, and some young girls came into the garden. The little mermaid swam out farther from the shore and hid herself among some high rocks that rose out of the water. Covering her head and neck with the foam of the sea, she watched there to see what would become of the poor prince. It was not long before she saw a young girl approach the spot where the prince lay. She seemed frightened at first, but only for a moment. Then she brought a number of people, and the mermaid saw that the prince came to life again and smiled upon those who stood about him. But to her he sent no smile. He knew not that she had saved him. This made her very sorrowful, and when he was led away into the great building, she dived down into the water and returned to her father's castle. She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Her sisters asked her what she had seen during her first visit to the surface of the water, but she could tell them nothing. Many an evening and morning did she rise to the place where she had left the prince. She saw the fruits in the garden ripen and watched them gathered. She watched the snow on the mountain tops melt away, but never did she see the prince, and therefore she always returned home more sorrowful than before. It was her only comfort to sit in her own little garden and fling her arms around the beautiful marble statue which was like the prince. She gave up tending her flowers, and they grew in wild confusion over the paths, twining their long leaves and stems round the branches of the trees, so that the whole place became dark and gloomy. At length she could bear it no longer, and told one of her sisters all about it. Then the others heard the secret, and very soon it became known to several mermaids, one of whom had an intimate friend who happened to know about the prince. She had also seen the festival on board ship, and she told them where the prince came from and where his palace stood. "Come, little sister," said the other princesses. Then they entwined their arms and rose together to the surface of the water, near the spot where they knew the prince's palace stood. It was built of bright yellow, shining stone, and had long flights of marble steps, one of which reached quite down to the sea. Splendid gilded cupolas rose over the roof, and between the pillars that surrounded the whole building stood lifeless statues of marble. Through the clear crystal of the lofty windows could be seen noble rooms with costly silk curtains and hangings of tapestry, and walls covered with beautiful paintings. In the center of the largest salon, a fountain threw its sparkling jets high up into the glass cupola of the ceiling, through which the sun shone upon the water and upon the beautiful plants that grew in the basin of the fountain. Now that the little mermaid knew where the prince lived, she spent many an evening and many a night on the water near the palace. She would swim much nearer the shore than any of the others had ventured, and once she went up the narrow channel under the marble balcony, which threw a broad shadow on the water. Here she sat and watched the young prince, who thought himself alone in the bright moonlight. She often saw him evenings, sailing in a beautiful boat on which music sounded and flags waved. She peeped out from among the green rushes, as if the wind caught her long silvery white veil. Those who saw it believed it to be a swan spreading out its wings. Many a night, too, when the fishermen set their nets by the light of their torches, she heard them relate many good things about the young prince, and this made her glad that she had saved his life when he was tossed about half dead on the waves. She remembered how his head had rested on her bosom and how heartily she had kissed him, but he knew nothing of all this and could not even dream of her. She grew more and more to like human beings, and wished more and more to be able to wander about with those whose world seemed to be so much larger than her own. They could fly over the sea in ships, and mount the high hills which were far above the clouds, and the lands they possessed, their woods and their fields, stretched far away beyond the reach of her sight. There was so much that she wished to know, but her sisters were unable to answer all her questions. She then went to her old grandmother, who knew all about the upper world, which she rightly called the lands above the sea. "If human beings are not drowned," asked the little mermaid, "can they live forever? Do they never die as we do here in the sea?" "Yes," replied the old lady, "they must also die, and their term of life is even shorter than ours. We sometimes live for 300 years, but when we cease to exist here, we become only foam on the surface of the water, and have not even a grave among those we love. We have not immortal souls. We shall never live again. Like the green seaweed, when once it has been cut off, we can never flourish more. Human beings, on the contrary, have souls which live forever, even after the body has been turned to dust. They rise up through the clear, pure air, beyond the glittering stars. As we rise out of the water and behold all the land of the earth, so do they rise to unknown and glorious regions, which we shall never see." "Why have we not immortal souls?" asked the little mermaid mournfully. "I would gladly give all the hundreds of years that I have to live, to be a human being only for one day, and to have the hope of knowing the happiness of that glorious world above the stars." "You must not think that," said the old woman. "We believe that we are much happier and much better off than human beings." "So I shall die," said the little mermaid, "and as the foam of the sea I shall be driven about, never again to hear the music of the waves, or to see the pretty flowers, or the red sun. Is there anything I can do to win an immortal soul?" "No," said the old woman, "unless a man should love you so much that you were more to him than his father or his mother, and if all his thoughts and all his love were fixed upon you, and the priest placed his right hand in yours, and he promised to be true to you here and hereafter, then his soul would glide into your body, and you would obtain a share in the future happiness of mankind. He would give you a soul and retain his own as well. But this can never happen. Your fish's tail, which among us is considered so beautiful, on earth is thought to be quite ugly. They do not know any better, and they think it necessary, in order to be handsome, to have 2 stout props, which they call legs." Then the little mermaid sighed and looked sorrowfully at her fish's tail. "Let us be happy," said the old lady, "and dart and spring about during the 300 years that we have to live, which is really quite long enough. After that we can rest ourselves all the better. This evening we are going to have a court ball." It was one of those splendid sights which we can never see on earth. The walls and the ceilings of the large ballroom were of thick but transparent crystal. Many hundreds of colossal shells, some of a deep red and the others of a grass green with blue fire in them, stood in rows on each side. These lighted up the whole salon and shone through the walls so that the sea was also illuminated. Innumerable fishes, great and small, swam past the crystal walls. On some of them the scales glowed with a purple brilliance, and on others shone like silver and gold. Through the halls flowed a broad stream, and in it danced the mermen and the mermaids to the music of their own sweet singing. No one on earth has such lovely voices as they, but the little mermaid sang more sweetly than all. The whole court applauded her with hands and tails, and for a moment her heart felt quite gay, for she knew she had the sweetest voice either on earth or in sea. But soon she thought again of the world above her, and she could not forget the charming prince, nor her sorrow that she had not an immortal soul like his. She crept away silently out of her father's palace, and while everything within was gladness and song, she sat in her own little garden, sorrowful and alone. Then she heard the bugle sounding through the water, and thought, "He is certainly sailing above, he in whom my wishes centre, and in whose hands I should like to place the happiness of my life. I will venture all for him, and to win an immortal soul. While my sisters are dancing in my father's palace, I will go to the sea witch, of which I have always been so afraid. She can give me counsel and help." Then the little mermaid went out from her garden and took the road to the foaming whirlpools beyond which the sorceress lived. She had never been that way before. Neither flowers nor grass grew there. Nothing but bare, gray, sandy ground stretched out to the whirlpool, where the water, like foaming mill wheels, seized everything that came within its reach and cast it into the fathomless deep. Through the midst of these crushing whirlpools the little mermaid was obliged to pass before she could reach the dominions of the sea witch. Then for a long distance the road lay across a stretch of warm, bubbling mire, called by the witch her turf moor. Beyond this was the witch's house, which stood in the center of a strange forest, where all the trees and flowers were polypi, half animals and half plants. They looked like serpents with 100 heads growing out of the ground. The branches were long, slimy arms, with fingers like flexible worms, moving limb after limb from the root to the top. All that could be reached in the sea they seized upon and held fast, so that it never escaped from their clutches. The little mermaid was so alarmed at what she saw that she stood still, and her heart beat with fear. She came very near turning back, but she thought of the prince and of the human soul for which she longed, and her courage returned. She fastened her long flowing hair around her head so that the polypi should not lay hold of it. She crossed her hands on her bosom and then darted forward as a fish shoots through the water, between the supple arms and fingers of the ugly polypi, which were stretched out on each side of her. She saw that they all held in their grasp something they had seized with their numerous little arms, which were as strong as iron bands. Tightly grasped in their clinging arms were white skeletons of human beings who had perished at sea and had sunk down into the deep waters. Skeletons of land animals, and oars, rudders, and chests of ships. There was even a little mermaid whom they had caught and strangled, and this seemed the most shocking of all to the little princess. Now she came to a space of marshy ground in the wood, where large fat water snakes were rolling in the mire and showing their ugly drab-colored bodies. In the midst of this spot stood a house built of the bones of shipwrecked human beings. There sat the sea witch, allowing a toad to eat from her mouth, just as people sometimes feed a canary with pieces of sugar. She called the ugly water snakes her little chickens, and allowed them to crawl all over her bosom. "I know what you want," said the sea witch. "It is very stupid of you, but you shall have your way, though it will bring you to sorrow, my pretty princess. You want to get rid of your fish's tail, and to have 2 supports instead, like human beings on earth, so that the young prince may fall in love with you, and so that you may have an immortal soul. And the witch laughed so loud and so disgustingly that the toad and the snakes fell to the ground and lay there wriggling. "You are but just in time," said the witch, "for after sunrise tomorrow I should not be able to help you till the end of another year. I will prepare a draught for you, with which you must swim to land tomorrow before sunrise. Seat yourself there and drink it. Your tail will then disappear and shrink up into what men call legs. You will feel great pain, as if a sword were passing through you. But all who see you will say that you are the prettiest little human being they ever saw. You will still have the same floating gracefulness of movements, and no dancer will ever tread so lightly. Every step you take, however, will be as if you were treading upon sharp knives, and as if the blood must flow. If you will bear all this, I will help you." "Yes, I will," said the little princess in a trembling voice, as she thought of the prince and the immortal soul. "But think again," said the witch, "for when once your shape has become like a human being, you can no more be a mermaid. You will never return through the water to your sisters or to your father's palace again. And if you do not win the love of the prince, so that he is willing to forget his father and mother for your sake, and to love you with his whole soul, and allow the priest to join your hands, that you may be man and wife, then you will never have an immortal soul. The first morning after he marries another, your heart will break, and you will become foam on the crest of the waves." "I will do it," said the little mermaid, and she became pale as death. "But I must be paid also," said the witch, "and it is not a trifle that I ask. You have the sweetest voice of any who dwell here in the depths of the sea, and you believe that you will be able to charm the prince with it. But this voice you must give to me. The best thing you possess will I have as the price of my costly draught, which must be mixed with my own blood so that it may be as sharp as a two-edged sword." "But if you take away my voice," said the little mermaid, "what is left for me?" "Your beautiful form, your graceful walk, and your expressive eyes. Surely with these you can enchain a man's heart. Well, have you lost your courage? Put out your little tongue, that I may cut it off as my payment. Then you shall have the powerful draught." "It shall be," said the little mermaid. Then the witch placed her cauldron on the fire to prepare the magic draught. "Cleanliness is a good thing," she said, scouring the vessel with snakes which she had tied together in a large knot. Then she pricked herself in the breast and let the black blood drop into the cauldron. The steam that rose twisted itself into such horrible shapes that no one could look at them without fear. Every moment the witch threw a new ingredient into the vessel, and when it began to boil, the sound was like the weeping of a crocodile. When at last the magic draught was ready, it looked like the clearest water. "There it is for you," said the witch. Then she cut off the mermaid's tongue, so that she would never again speak or sing. "If the polypi should seize you as you return through the wood," said the witch, "throw over them a few drops of the potion, and their fingers will be torn into 1,000 pieces." But the little mermaid had no occasion to do this, for the polypi sprang back in terror when they caught sight of the glittering draught, which shone in her hand like a twinkling star. So she passed quickly through the wood and the marsh, and between the rushing whirlpools. She saw that in her father's palace the torches in the ballroom were extinguished, and that all within were asleep. But she did not venture to go in to them, for now that she was dumb and going to leave them forever, she felt as if her heart would break. She stole into the garden, took a flower from the flower bed of each of her sisters, kissed her hand towards the palace 1,000 times, and then rose up through the dark blue waters. The sun had not risen when she came in sight of the prince's palace and approached the beautiful marble steps, but the moon shone clear and bright. Then the little mermaid drank the magic draught, and it seemed as if the two-edged sword went through her delicate body. She fell into a swoon and lay like one dead. When the sun rose and shone over the sea, she recovered and felt a sharp pain. but before her stood the handsome young prince. He fixed his coal-black eyes upon her so earnestly that she cast down her own, and then became aware that her fish's tail was gone, and that she had as pretty a pair of white legs and tiny feet as any little maiden could have. But she had no clothes, so she wrapped herself in her long thick hair. The prince asked her who she was and whence she came. She looked at him mildly and sorrowfully with her deep blue eyes, but could not speak. He took her by the hand and led her to the palace. Every step she took was as the witch had said it would be. She felt as if she were treading upon the points of needles or sharp knives. She bore it willingly, however, and moved at the prince's side as lightly as a bubble, so that he and all who saw her wondered at her graceful swaying movements. She was very soon arrayed in costly robes of silk and muslin, and was the most beautiful creature in the palace. But she was dumb, and could neither speak nor sing. Beautiful female slaves, dressed in silk and gold, stepped forward and sang before the prince and his royal parents. One sang better than all the others, and the prince clapped his hands and smiled at her. This was a great sorrow to the little mermaid, for she knew how much more sweetly she herself once could sing, and she thought, "Oh, if he could only know that I have given away my voice forever to be with him." The slaves next performed some pretty fairy-like dances to the sound of beautiful music. Then the little mermaid raised her lovely white arms, stood on the tips of her toes, glided over the floor, and danced as no one yet had been able to dance. At each moment her beauty was more revealed, and her expressive eyes appealed more directly to the heart than the songs of the slaves. Everyone was enchanted, especially the prince, who called her his little foundling. She danced again quite readily to please him, though each time her foot touched the floor it seemed as if she trod on sharp knives. The prince said she should remain with him always, and she was given permission to sleep at his door on a velvet cushion. He had a page's dress made for her, that she might accompany him on horseback. They rode together through the sweet-scented woods, where the green boughs touched their shoulders, and the little birds sang among the fresh leaves. She climbed with him to the tops of high mountains, and although her tender feet bled so that even her steps were marked, she only smiled and followed him till they could see the clouds beneath them like a flock of birds flying to distant lands. While at the prince's palace, and when all the household were asleep, she would go and sit on the broad marble steps, for it eased her burning feet to bathe them in the cold sea water. It was then that she thought of all those below in the deep. Once during the night her sisters came up arm in arm, singing sorrowfully as they floated on the water. She beckoned to them, and they recognized her, and told her how she had grieved them. After that they came to the same place every night. Once she saw in the distance her old grandmother, who had not been to the surface of the sea for many years, and the old sea king, her father, with his crown on his head. They stretched out their hands towards her, but did not venture so near the land as her sisters had. As the days passed, she loved the prince more dearly, and he loved her as one would love a little child. The thought never came to him to make her his wife. Yet, unless he married her, she could not receive an immortal soul, and on the morning after his marriage with another, she would dissolve into the foam of the sea. "Do you not love me the best of them all?" the eyes of the little mermaid seemed to say, when he took her in his arms and kissed her fair forehead. "Yes, you are dear to me," said the prince, "for you have the best heart, and you are the most devoted to me. You are like a young maiden whom I once saw, but whom I shall never meet again. I was in a ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near the holy temple, where several young maidens performed the service. The youngest of them found me on the shore and saved my life. I saw her but twice, and she is the only one in the world whom I could love. But you are like her, and you have almost driven her image from my mind. She belongs to the holy temple, and good fortune has sent you to me in her stead. We will never part." "Ah, he knows not that it was I who saved his life," thought the little mermaid. I carried him over the sea to the wood where the temple stands. I sat beneath the foam and watched till the human beings came to help him. I saw the pretty maiden that he loves better than he loves me." The mermaid sighed deeply, but she could not weep. "He says the maiden belongs to the holy temple. Therefore she will never return to the world. They will meet no more. I am by his side and see him every day. I will take care of him and love him and give up my life for his sake." Very soon it was said that the prince was to marry, and that the beautiful daughter of the neighboring king would be his wife, for a fine ship was being fitted out. Although the prince gave out that he intended merely to pay a visit to the king, it was generally supposed that he went to court the princess. A great company were to go with him. The little mermaid smiled and shook her head. She knew the prince's thoughts better than any of the others. "I must travel," he had said to her. "I must see this beautiful princess. My parents desire it, but they will not oblige me to bring her home as my bride. I cannot love her, because she is not like the beautiful maiden in the temple whom you resemble. If I were forced to choose a bride, I would choose you, my dumb foundling, with those expressive eyes." Then he kissed her rosy mouth, played with her long waving hair, and laid his head on her heart, while she dreamed of human happiness and an immortal soul. "You are not afraid of the sea, my dumb child, are you?" he said, as they stood on the deck of the noble ship which was to carry them to the country of the neighboring king. Then he told her of storm and of calm, of strange fishes in the deep beneath them, and of what the divers had seen there. She smiled at his descriptions, for she knew better than anyone what wonders were at the bottom of the sea. In the moonlight night, when all on board were asleep except the man at the helm, she sat on the deck, gazing down through the clear water. She thought she could distinguish her father's castle, and upon it her aged grandmother, with the silver crown on her head, looking through the rushing tide at the keel of the vessel. Then her sisters came up on the waves and gazed at her mournfully, wringing their white hands. She beckoned to them and smiled and wanted to tell them how happy and well off she was. But the cabin boy approached, and when the sisters dived down, he thought what he saw was only the foam of the sea. The next morning the ship sailed into the harbor of the beautiful town belonging to the king whom the prince was going to visit. The church bells were ringing, and from the high towers sounded a flourish of trumpets. Soldiers with flying colors and glittering bayonets lined the roads through which they passed. Every day was a festival, balls and entertainments following one another. But the princess had not yet appeared. People said that she had been brought up and educated in a religious house where she was learning every royal virtue. At last she came. Then the little mermaid, who was anxious to see whether she was really beautiful, was obliged to admit that she had never seen a more perfect vision of beauty. Her skin was delicately fair, and beneath her long dark eyelashes her laughing blue eyes shone with truth and purity. "It was you," said the prince, "who saved my life when I lay as if dead on the beach," and he folded his blushing bride in his arms. "Oh, I am too happy," said he to the little mermaid. "My fondest hopes are now fulfilled. You will rejoice in my happiness, for your devotion to me is great and sincere." The little mermaid kissed his hand, and felt as if her heart were already broken. His wedding morning would bring death to her, and she would change into the foam of the sea. All the church bells rang, and the heralds rode through the town proclaiming the betrothal. Perfumed oil was burned in costly silver lamps on every altar. The priests waved the censers, while the bride and the bridegroom joined their hands and received the blessing of the bishop. The little mermaid, dressed in silk and gold, held up the bride's train, but her ears heard nothing of the festive music, and her eyes saw not the holy ceremony. She thought of the night of death which was coming to her, and of all she had lost in the world. On the same evening the bride and bridegroom went on board the ship. Cannons were roaring, flags waving, and in the center of the ship a costly tent of purple and gold had been erected. It contained elegant sleeping couches for the bridal pair during the night. The ship, under a favourable wind, with swelling sails, glided away smoothly and lightly over the calm sea. When it grew dark, a number of coloured lamps were lighted, and the sailors danced merrily on the deck. The little mermaid could not help thinking of her first rising out of the sea, when she had seen similar joyful festivals, so she too joined in the dance, poised herself in the air as a swallow when he pursues his prey, and all present cheered her wonderingly. She had never danced so gracefully before. Her tender feet felt as if cut with sharp knives, but she cared not for the pain. A sharper pang had pierced her heart. She knew this was the last evening she should ever see the prince for whom she had forsaken her kindred and her home. She had given up her beautiful voice, and suffered unheard of pain daily for him, while he knew nothing of it. This was the last evening that she should breathe the same air with him, or gaze on the starry sky and the deep sea. An eternal night without a thought or a dream awaited her. She had no soul, and now could never win one. All was joy and gaiety on the ship until long after midnight. She smiled and danced with the rest, while the thought of death was in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride, and she played with his raven hair till they went arm in arm to rest in the sumptuous tent. Then all became still on board the ship, and only the pilot, who stood at the helm, was awake. The little mermaid leaned her white arms on the edge of the vessel and looked towards the east for the first blush of morning, for that first ray of the dawn which was to be her death. She saw her sisters rising out of the flood. They were as pale as she, but their beautiful hair no longer waved in the wind. It had been cut off. "We have given our hair to the witch," said they, "to obtain help for you, that you may not die tonight. She has given us a knife. See, it is very sharp. Before the sun rises you must plunge it into the heart of the prince. When the warm blood falls upon your feet, they will grow together again into a fish's tail, and you will once more be a mermaid, and can return to us to live out your 300 years, before you are changed into the salt sea foam. Haste then, either he or you must die before sunrise. Our old grandmother mourns so for you that her white hair is falling, as ours fell under the witch's scissors. Kill the prince and come back. Hasten! Do you not see the first red streaks in the sky? In a few minutes the sun will rise, and you must die." Then they sighed deeply and mournfully, and sank beneath the waves. The little mermaid drew back the crimson curtain of the tent and beheld the fair bride, whose head was resting on the prince's breast. She bent down and kissed his noble brow, then looked at the sky, on which the rosy dawn grew brighter and brighter. She glanced at the sharp knife, and again fixed her eyes on the prince, who whispered the name of his bride in his dreams. She was in his thoughts, and the knife trembled in the hand of the little mermaid, but she flung it far from her into the waves. The water turned red where it fell, and the drops that spurted up looked like blood. She cast one more lingering, half-fainting glance at the prince, then threw herself from the ship into the sea, and felt her body dissolving into foam. The sun rose above the waves, and his warm rays fell on the cold foam of the little mermaid, who did not feel as if she were dying. She saw the bright sun and hundreds of transparent, beautiful creatures floating around her. She could see through them the white sails of the ships and the red clouds of the sky. Their speech was melodious, but could not be heard by mortal ears, just as their bodies could not be seen by mortal eyes. The little mermaid perceived that she had a body like theirs, and that she continued to rise higher and higher out of the foam. "Where am I?" asked she, and her voice sounded ethereal, like the voices of those who were with her. No earthly music could imitate it. "Among the daughters of the air," answered one of them. "A mermaid has not an immortal soul, nor can she obtain one unless she wins the love of a human being. On the will of another hangs her eternal destiny. But the daughters of the air, although they do not possess an immortal soul, can by their good deeds procure one for themselves. We fly to warm countries and cool the sultry air that destroys mankind with the pestilence. We carry the perfume of the flowers to spread health and restoration. After we have striven for 300 years to do all the good in our power, we receive an immortal soul and take part in the happiness of mankind. You, poor little mermaid, have tried with your whole heart to do as we are doing. You have suffered and endured and raised yourself to the spirit world by your good deeds, and now, by striving for 300 years in the same way, you may obtain an immortal soul. The little mermaid lifted her glorified eyes toward the sun, and for the first time felt them filling with tears. On the ship in which she had left the prince there was life and noise, and she saw him and his beautiful bride searching for her. Sorrowfully they gazed at the pearly foam, as if they knew she had thrown herself into the waves. Unseen, she kissed the forehead of the bride and fanned the prince, and then mounted with the other children of the air to a rosy cloud that floated above. After 300 years, she said, thus shall we float into the kingdom of heaven, said she. And we may even get there sooner, whispered one of her companions. Unseen, we can enter the houses of men where there are children, and for every day on which we find a good child that is the joy of his parents and deserves their love, our time of probation is shortened. The child does not know, when we fly through the room, that we smile with joy at his good conduct, for we can count 1 year less of our 300 years. But when we see a naughty or a wicked child, we shed tears of sorrow, and for every tear a day is added to our time of trial. End of The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. Recorded by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
The Knowledge of Christ's Love by Charles Haddon Spurgeon. Read for Love Stories Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Warner for Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The knowledge of Christ's love. It is the distinguishing mark of God's people that they know the love of Christ. Without exception, all those who have passed from death unto life, whatever they may not know, have learned this, and without exception all those who are not saved, whatever they may know besides, knowing nothing of this. For to know the love of Christ, to taste its sweetness, to realize it personally, experimentally, and vitally, as shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, is the privilege of the child of God alone. This is the secure enclosure into which the stranger cannot enter. This is the garden of the Lord, so well protected by walls and hedges that no wild boar of the wood can enter. Only the redeemed of the Lord shall walk here. They, and only they, may pluck the fruits and content themselves with the delights thereof. How important then becomes the question, do I know the love of Christ? Have I felt it? Do I understand it? Is it shed abroad in my heart? Do I know that Jesus loves me? Is my heart quickened and animated and warmed and attracted towards him through the great truth that it recognizes and rejoices in, that Christ has really loved me and chosen me and set his heart upon me? But while it is true that every child of God knows the love of Christ, it is equally true that all the children of God do not know this love to the same extent. They are in Christ's family, babes, young men, strong men, and fathers, and as they grow and progress in all other matters, so they most certainly make advances here. Indeed, an increase of love, a more perfect apprehension of Christ's love, is one of the best and most infallible gauges whereby we may test ourselves whether we have grown in grace or not. If we have grown in grace, it is absolutely certain that we shall have advanced in our knowledge and reciprocation of the love of Christ. Many have believed in Jesus and know a little of his love, but oh, it is little indeed they know in comparison with some others who have been brought into the inner chamber and made to drink of the spiced wine of Christ's pomegranate. Some have begun to climb the mountain, and the view which lies at their feet is lovely and passing fair, but the landscape is not such as would greet their eyes if they could but stand where advanced saints are standing, and could look to the east and to the west, to the north and to the south, and see all the lengths and breadths and depths and heights of the love of Christ, which passes knowledge. End of The Knowledge of Christ's Love by Charles Haddon Spurgeon.
The Writer by Maxim Gorky, recorded for Love Stories Volume 2 by William Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writer by Maxim Gorky. There once lived a very ambitious writer. When he was abused, it seemed to him that he was abused too much and unjustly. When he was praised, he thought that they neither praised him enough nor wisely. He lived in a state of perpetual discontent until the time came for him to die. The writer lay down on his bed and began grumbling. "That's just how it is. What do you think of it? 2 novels are not yet finished, and altogether I have enough material for 10 years. The devil take this law of nature, and every other law. What nonsense! The novels might have turned out well. Why have they invented this idiotic compulsory service, as if things could not have been arranged differently? And it always comes at the wrong time. The novels are not finished yet." Well, he was angry, but disease was eating into his bones and whispering into his ears. "You trembled, eh? Why did you tremble? You don't sleep at night, eh? Why don't you sleep? You have drunk of sorrow, eh? And of joy, too." He kept knitting his brows, but realized at last that nothing could be done. With a wave of the arm, he dismissed the thought of his novels and died. It was so very disagreeable, but he died. So far, so good. They washed him, dressed him according to custom, combed his hair, and placed him on the table straight and stiff like a soldier, heels together, toes apart. He lay very still, his nose drooped, and the only feeling he had was surprise. "How strange it is that I feel nothing at all. It's the first time in my life. Ah, my wife is crying. Well, now you cry, but before, when anything went wrong, you flew into a rage. My little son is crying too. No doubt he will grow up a good-for-nothing fellow. The sons of writers, I have noticed, always do. No doubt that also is in accordance with some law of nature. What an infernal number of such laws there are." So he lay and thought, and wondered at his composure. He was not accustomed to it. They started for the cemetery, but as he was being borne along, he suddenly felt there were not enough mourners. "No matter," he said to himself, "though I may not be a very great writer, literature must be respected." He looked out of the coffin and saw that, as a matter of fact, without counting his relations, only 9 people accompanied him, among whom are 2 beggars and a lamplighter with a ladder over his shoulder. At this discovery he became quite indignant. What swine! The slight so incensed him that he immediately became resurrected, and, being a small man, jumped unperceived out of his coffin. He ran into a barber's, had his mustache and beard shaved off, and borrowed a black coat with a patch under the armpit, leaving his own coat in its stead. Then he made his face look solemn and aggrieved, and became like a living man. It was impossible to recognize him. With the curiosity natural to his profession, he asked the barber, "Are you not astonished at this strange incident?" The latter stroked his mustache condescendingly and replied, "Well, we live in Russia, and we are used to all kinds of things." "But then I am a deceased person, and suddenly I change my attire?" "It is the fashion of the times. And in what way are you a deceased person?" "Only externally. As far as the general run of people goes, it would be better if God made them all like you." At the present time, living people don't look half so natural. Don't I look rather yellowish? Quite in the spirit of the epoch, as you should be. It is Russia. Everyone here suffers from one ill or another. It is well known that barbers are flatterers of the first order, and the most obliging people on earth. He bade him good-bye, and ran to overtake the coffin, moved by a keen desire to show for the last time his reverence for literature. He caught up with the procession, and the number of those who accompanied the coffin became 10. The respect for the writer increased correspondingly. Passers-by exclaimed, astonished, "Just look, a writer's funeral! Oh, oh!" And people who knew what was taking place thought, with a sort of pride, as they went about their business, "It is plain that the importance of literature is being understood better and better by the country." The writer was now following his own coffin as if he were an admirer of literature and a friend of the deceased. He addressed the lamplighter. "Did you know the deceased person?" "Certainly. I made use of him in a small way." "I am very pleased to hear it." "Yes, our work is like that of the sparrow. Where something drops, we pick it up." "How am I to understand that?" "Take it in a very simple manner, sir." "In a simple manner?" "Yes, certainly, of course. It is a sin if one looks at it from a certain point of view. One cannot, however, get on in this world without using one's wits." Are you sure of that?" "Quite sure, sir. There was a lamp right against his window, and every night he sat up till sunrise. Well, I did not light that lamp because enough light streamed from his window. So this one lamp was a net profit to me. He was a very useful man." So, talking quietly to this one and that, the writer reached the cemetery, and it came to pass that he had to make a speech about himself, because all those who had accompanied him on that day had toothaches. This happens in Russia, and there people always have an ache of one sort or another. He made a rather good speech. One paper went so far as to praise it in the following terms. One of the followers, who from his appearance we judged to be an actor, made a warm and touching oration over the grave, albeit from our point of view he no doubt overestimated and exaggerated the rather modest merits of the deceased. He was a writer of the old school who made no effort to rid himself of its defects, the naive didactism, namely, and the over-insistence on the so-called civic duties, which to us nowadays have become so tiresome. Nevertheless, the speech was delivered with a feeling of unquestionable love for the written word. When the speech had been duly made, the writer lay down in the coffin and thought, quite satisfied with himself, "There, we are ready now. Everything has gone well and with dignity." At this point he became quite dead. Thus should one's calling be respected, even though it be literature. End of The Writer by Maxim Gorky.
Letter 15 from Love Letters of Margaret Fuller, 1845 through 1846. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Love Letters of Margaret Fuller, 1845 through 1846. Waverly Place, Sunday afternoon, 6th April, 1845. Can my friend have a doubt as to the nature of my answer? Could the heart of woman refuse its sympathy to this earnestness in behalf of an injured woman? Could a human heart refuse its faith to such sincerity? even if it had accompanied the avowal of error. Heaven be praised that it does not. Some of your expressions, especially the use of the word atonement, had troubled me. I knew not what to think. Now I know all, and surely all is well. The first day we passed together, as you told me of your first being here, when you came to telling the landlord so ingenuously that you had no money, and said the tears ran down my boyish cheeks. My heart sprang toward you, and across the interval of years, and I stood beside you and wiped away those tears and told you they were pearls consecrated to truth. You said you would not do so now, but I believe you would act now with the same truthfulness, though in a different manner as becomes the man, according to the degree in which circumstances should call on you. And so it is. There are no tears nor cause to shed any. I need not approach so tenderly as I might have to the boy. But if it be of avail to bless you, to express a fervent hope that your great and tender soul may harmonize all your nature more and more, and create to itself a life in which it may expand all its powers, this hope, this blessing take from the one in whom you have confided, and never again fear that such an experiment may fail. Indeed, I have suffered much since receiving the letter. I came into town yesterday with that winged feeling that often comes with the early sunshine. When the letter came, I could not wait, and though there was only time for a glance upon it, a cold faintness came upon me. I took off the flowers I had put on, expressive of my feelings a little hour before, and gave them to the blind girl, for I almost envied her for being in her shut-up state less subject to the sudden shocks of feeling. For there I read at once the exact confirmation of what had been told of me of your position, and could not read the whole, to be soothed by its sense and spirit. For this day had been given to others, and the evening to a circle of new acquaintance. Not till I went to my room for the night was there any peace or stillness, and all things swam before me, so I felt the falsity of the position in which you had placed yourself, that you had acted a fiction, and, though from honorable, nay, from heroic motives, had endured the part of a rogue. I felt, too, that you had probably been tempted by the romance of the position, and with a firmer, clearer determination to acknowledge with simplicity, might have found some other way. I placed the letter next to my heart, and all day it seemed to comfort me and assure me that when I would be once alone, peace would come, and it has come. As to our relations, I wish these circumstances to make no difference in them in private, nor as to being together in public. Now that I know all, and have made up my own mind, I have no fear nor care. I am myself exposed to misconstruction constantly from what I write. Blame cannot hurt me, for I have not done wrong, and have too much real weight of character to be sunk, unless by real stones of offence being attached to me. As I feel for myself, so do I for a friend. You are noble. I have elected to abide by you. We will act as if these clouds were not in the sky. My feeling with you was so delightful. It was a feeling of childhood. I was pervaded by the ardor, upborne by the strength of your nature, gently drawn near to the realities of life. I should have been happy to be thus led by the hand through green and sunny paths, or like a child to creep close to the side of my companion, listening long to his stories of things unfamiliar to my thoughts. Now this deeper strain has been awakened. It proves indeed an unison, but will the strings ever vibrate to the lighter airs again? And now farewell. Come to see me so soon as you will in May. Farewell, and love ever your friend. P.S. I stay here today, but go back to the farm tomorrow morning. As to your letter, I cannot yet part with it. At present it is safe as myself, and before you go, shall be disposed of as you desire. I feel as if I had not expressed enough my deep interest in what you have done, but it was because of beginning with a sense that you must know that, and the wish to satisfy you as to myself. You will read, I believe, what was left unwritten. End of letter 15.
Captain Veneno's Proposal of Marriage by Pedro Antonio de Alarcon. Read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in January 2020. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Veneno's Proposal of Marriage. "Great heavens, what a woman!" cried the captain, and stamped with fury. "Not without reason have I been trembling and in fear of her from the first time I saw her. It must have been a warning of fate that I stopped playing écarté with her. It was also a bad omen that I passed so many sleepless nights. Was there ever mortal in a worse perplexity than I am? How can I leave her alone without a protector, loving her as I do, more than my own life? And on the other hand, how can I marry her, after all my declaimings against marriage?" Then, turning to Augustius, "What would they say of me in the club? What would people say of me if they met me in the street with a woman on my arm? Or if they found me at home, just about to feed a child in swaddling clothes? I to have children, to worry about them, to live in eternal fear that they might fall sick or die? Augustius, believe me, as true as there is a God above us, I am absolutely unfit for it. I should behave in such a way that after a short while you would call upon heaven either to be divorced or to become a widow. Listen to my advice. Do not marry me, even if I ask you." "What a strange creature you are," said the young woman, without allowing herself to be at all discomposed, and sitting very erect in her chair. "All that you are only telling to yourself. From what do you conclude that I wish to be married to you, that I would accept your offer, or that I should not prefer living by myself, even if I had to work day and night, as so many girls do who are orphans?" "How do I come to that conclusion?" answered the captain with great candor. "Because it cannot be otherwise, because we love each other, because we are drawn to each other, because a man such as I and a woman such as you cannot live in any other way. Do you suppose I do not understand that? Don't you suppose I have reflected on it before now? Do you think I am indifferent to your good name and reputation? I have spoken plainly in order to speak, in order to fly from my own conviction, in order to examine whether I can escape from this terrible dilemma which is robbing me of my sleep, and whether I can possibly find an expedient so that I need not marry you, to do which I shall finally be compelled if you stand by your resolve to make your way alone." "Alone? Alone?" repeated Augustius roguishly. "And why not with a worthier companion? Who tells you that I shall not some day meet a man whom I like, and who is not afraid to marry me?" "Augustius, let us skip that," growled the captain, his face turning scarlet. "And why should we not talk about it?" "Let us pass over that, and let me say at the same time that I will murder the man who dares to ask for your hand. But it is madness on my part to be angry without any reason. I am not so dull as not to see how we two stand. Shall I tell you? We love each other. Do not tell me I am mistaken. That would be lying. And here is the proof. If you did not love me, I too should not love you. Let us try to meet one another halfway. I ask for a delay of 10 years. When I shall have completed my half-century, and when, a feeble old man, I shall have become familiar with the idea of slavery, then we will marry without anyone knowing about it. We will leave Madrid and go to the country, where we shall have no spectators, where there will be nobody to make fun of me. But until this happens, please take half of my income secretly, and without any human soul ever knowing anything about it. You continue to live here, and I remain in my house. We will see each other, but only in the presence of witnesses, for instance, in society. We will write to each other every day. So as not to endanger your good name, I will never pass through this street, and on Memorial Day only we will go to the cemetery together with Rosa." Augustias could not but smile at the last proposal of the good captain, and her smile was not mocking, but contented and happy, as if some cherished hope had dawned in her heart, as if it were the first ray of the sun of happiness, which was about to rise in her heaven. But being a woman, though as brave and free from artifices as few of them, she yet managed to subdue the signs of joy rising within her. She acted as if she cherished not the slightest hope, and said with a distant coolness, which is usually the special and genuine sign of chaste reserve, "You make yourself ridiculous with your peculiar conditions. You stipulate for the gift of an engagement ring for which nobody has yet asked you. I know still another way out for a compromise, but that is really the last one. Do you fully understand, my young lady from Aragon? It is the last way out, which a man also from Aragon begs leave to explain to you." She turned her head and looked straight into his eyes, with an expression indescribably earnest, captivating, quiet, and full of expectation. The captain had never seen her features so beautiful and expressive. At that moment she looked to him like a queen. "Augustias," said, or rather stammered, this brave soldier, who had been under fire 100 times, and who had made such a deep impression on the young girl through his charging under a rain of bullets like a lion, "I have the honor to ask for your hand on one certain, essential, unchangeable condition. Tomorrow morning, today, as soon as the papers are in order, as quickly as possible, I can live without you no longer." The glances of the young girl became milder, and she rewarded him for his decided heroism with a tender and bewitching smile. "But I repeat, that is on one condition," the bold warrior hastened to repeat, feeling that Augustia's glances made him confused and weak. "On what condition?" asked the young girl, turning fully round, and now holding him under the witchery of her sparkling black eyes. On the condition," he stammered, "that in case we have children, we send them to the orphanage. I mean, on this point I will never yield. Well, do you consent? For heaven's sake, say yes." "Why should I not consent to it, Captain Veneno?" answered Augustias with a peal of laughter. "You shall take them there yourself, or better still, we both of us will take them there, and we will give them up without kissing them or anything else. Don't you think we shall take them there?" Thus spoke Augustias, and looked at the captain with exquisite joy in her eyes. The good captain thought he would die of happiness. A flood of tears burst from his eyes. He folded the blushing girl in his arms and said, "So I am lost." "Irretrievably lost, Captain Veneno," answered Augustias. One morning in May, 1852, that is 4 years after the scene just described, a friend of mine who told me the story stopped his horse in front of a mansion on San Francisco Avenue in Madrid. He threw the reins to his groom and asked the long-coated footman who met him at the door, "Is your master at home?" "If your honor will be good enough to walk upstairs, you will find him in the library. His excellency does not like to have visitors announced. Everybody can go up to him directly." "Fortunately, I know the house thoroughly," said the stranger to himself, while he mounted the stairs. "In the library. Well, well, who would have thought of Captain Veneno ever taking to the sciences?" Wandering through the rooms, the visitor met another servant, who repeated, "The master is in the library." And at last he came to the door of the room in question, opened it quickly, and stood, almost turned to stone for astonishment, before the remarkable group which it offered to his view. In the middle of the room, on the carpet which covered the floor, a man was crawling on all fours. On his back rode a little fellow about 3 years old, who was kicking the man's sides with his heels. Another small boy, who might have been 1.5 years old, stood in front of the man's head, and had evidently been tumbling his hair. One hand held the father's neckerchief, and the little fellow was tugging at it as if it had been a halter, shouting with delight in his merry child's voice, "Gee up, donkey, gee up!" End of Captain Veneno's Proposal of Marriage by Pedro Antonio de Alarcon.
The Romance of Marcia by Margaret Sangster. Read for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Colleen McMahon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Marcia by Margaret Sangster. "You see that little stone house with the roses climbing over it?" said my companion, indicating with a gesture the place she meant. We were driving together in the uplands of Virginia, and the time of the year was the sunny month of June. "I shall stop there and make a call on the lady who has lived there for the 50 years of her life. It is the house where Miss Marcia was born. After we have gone, I will tell you her story. I think it will interest you." We drove through a long lane skirting a pasture, where a Jersey cow was grazing, and presently we drew rein at the door. A lady sitting in the porch rose and greeted my friend most cordially, shaking hands with me very kindly too. "Any friend of Mrs. Meredith is more than welcome under this roof," she said. "Sophie Meredith and I have been friends ourselves in sunshine and in shade since we were children." We sat a while in the porch, and then a little colored maid came to the door and said something in a low voice to her mistress. The latter rose. "Come in and taste my spice cakes and have a glass of milk," she urged hospitably. Mountain air tends toward a good appetite, and we needed no such bidding. Though the rooms were small, they were furnished with a certain splendor, and had an air unusual in the region where I was visiting. Rich, dark rugs and colors dim and somber covered the floors, the heavy mahogany tables and chairs were polished until they shone like mirrors, and everywhere, in dining room, drawing room, passages and alcoves, there were books and pictures. My attention was drawn to the books, for though I had no time for more than a glance, I saw that the library in this house was an inheritance, that it had come to its present owner from book lovers who had finished their earthly course and left behind the things that were precious to them here. When our call was ended and we were on the road again and beyond sight and hearing, I said impulsively, "Isn't she beautiful? And her home is a dream. Do tell me about Miss Marcia. Does she live there alone?" "Alone, except for old Dilsey, our cook, and Phoebe, Dilsey's daughter, who is her little waiting maid. Yes, she is beautiful, and so is her house. And now I'll let Dan fare on at his own pace while I tell you about her. Judge Peyton, Marcia's father, had a young fellow studying law with him some 30 years ago, when Marcia was a radiant creature of 20. Mrs. Peyton died in Marcia's childhood, and Marcia was mistress of the house. She was greatly admired. All the young men in the countryside were her devoted followers, as our courtly Southern fashion dictates, and Marcia might have had her pick. But she was fancy-free, and though our girls marry young, and did marry at even younger age then than now, Marcia managed to keep her train as friends, but held them off as lovers. Until John Lansing, the law student, came, I mean. But John was the one who had the key to her heart, and the two were presently engaged. The wedding day was set. Marcia's trousseau was ready. She has a trunk up in the garret, where she could show you, yellowed now, the soft white mull, trimmed with point lace, which was to have been her wedding gown. It lies there, soft and dainty, with the gloves and satin slippers, all meant for the slim girl whose sylph-like figure they fitted. Well, well, well. My friend stopped to take breath. I thought of Miss Marcia, ample, stately, with the beauty of her meridian, and of the youthful, lissome grace of the girl she once was, and I too said, "Well, well." But I added, "Pray go on. Something happened. What was it? Did John die?" "Die? No," said Mrs. Meredith. "Judge Peyton had a stroke of paralysis, just a light stroke. But it changed his life and Marcia's. It muddled up his mind. He forgot things and grew cross and irritable. Then came another stroke, and he was laid aside helpless. He had a successive stroke and lived in utter helplessness for 10 years. Marcia refused to leave her father. John Lansing's career waited for him in a northern state. He was not willing. Indeed, he said that family reasons forbade his settling in Virginia. I always blamed him. For does not Scripture say that a man must leave his father and mother, and cleave unto his wife? But John was resolute. He offered to have the judge taken north, to have caretakers for him, to do whatever money could do, but he wanted Marcia to marry him as had been planned. Marcia was like a rock herself. She would never leave her father while he lived, nor disturb him, nor carry him away from his native place. In the end, John gave up pleading. 5 years later than the day that would have been Marcia's bridal day, they broke the engagement. The judge died 10 years later. 10 years later than the wedding day that never was, and 5 years after the broken betrothal. The very week of his funeral, word came that John Lansing had married in Boston. So that is all there is to tell. Marcia has never seen anyone she could love, and she is too strong and steadfast a woman to mope. She is the good angel of our region, and she lives in that gray stone house all alone. I don't see that Mr. Lansing was so much in fault, I said. Marcia seems to have been unreasonable. Her father did not need her after his mind had failed. At least, not if he could have been well cared for. One never knows, said Mrs. Meredith. There are gleams of consciousness, flashes in the mental gloom, and Marcia felt that her duty kept her by her father. She could not go against her conscience. Time passed, and one day, a year after this southern visit, I found myself in a New England town. At a church gathering one evening, where people from several boroughs and villages were present, I met a very beautiful young woman, the wife of the pastor. She was so sweet and wholesome, so bright and attractive, that my heart went out to her, and I thought her not only wonderfully charming, but ideally fitted to occupy the place of minister's wife, which not every woman adorns. And, taking it for all in all, a gracious and winsome wife is a gift from the Lord to a minister, and has a good deal to do with helping him to successful work in his parish. We had been chatting pleasantly for some minutes, when a tall, distinguished-looking gentleman with iron-gray hair, crowning a fine, well-set head, approached us. "I am commissioned to escort you home, Ethel," he said. "Your husband has another meeting after these good friends go, and fears you will be tired." "Let me present my father, Mr. Lansing," said the lady. It transpired before long that this was Marcia's John Lansing and no other, for Mrs. Dean went on to say, "Father, Mrs. M. has spent a good many months in Blue Haven, where you studied when you were a boy. She may know some of your old friends." The little lady flitted off to find her husband and speak with him, and to put on her wraps. In that interval Mr. Lansing addressed me directly. "Pardon a strange question from a stranger, but did you by any chance, when in Blue Haven, hear anything of the last of the Peytons, Miss Marcia, who married Eugene Brearley some years ago?" "I met Miss Peyton," I answered, "but she is Miss Peyton still. She is never married. I met the Brearleys, too. Mrs. Brearley is a Richmond woman, and was very like a Peyton. I do not know." "I had a heavenly youth in Blue Haven," said Mr. Lansing as his daughter returned, apologetic and flushed because she had been detained. "And Miss Marcia Peyton was once a very dear friend. Later I learned that Mrs. Dean was an only child, and that Mr. Lansing had long been a widower, and that he had attained eminence in his profession and accumulated wealth. But I saw no more of him during my brief stay in that neighborhood." The end, or the second sweet beginning, of Miss Marcia's romance was told me, some months afterward, in a letter from Mrs. Meredith. "Well, dearest," it ran, "I am at this moment home from a wedding. Whose, do you ask? Of all women in the world, Marcia Peyton's. She was married to her old lover, John Lansing, at noon today. The bride was dressed in dove-colored satin and looked so happy and peaceful, as if no storm had ever touched her, or ever could. As for John, he bore himself like a king of men. It appears that he was not so much to blame as I used to think. Before the breaking of that old engagement he wrote Marcia a letter, offering to live in Blue Haven, help her care for her father, or do anything else she asked if she would but marry him. That letter, with the fiendish perversity of inanimate things, lost itself in a corner of the judge's library, and was slipped back between a bookcase and the wall. Marcia never received it, through someone's carelessness at first, no doubt. Consequently she ignored it, and this hurt John, and led to the friction, which in turn led to the rupture of their ties. John married a sweet girl who adored him, and with whom he was happy. Some years ago his wife died, but he had an impression that Marcia was married, so he never sought to see her again. He lived by himself after the marriage of his only child, and quite recently he discovered that Marcia Peyton was yet free, and after 30 years of absence he came to pay her a visit. As Providence mercifully ordained it, the very day John knocked at Marcia's door, a bit of the library ceiling had fallen, loosening the particular bookcase which had all along concealed John's old letter. Marcia had read it, kissed it, and cried over it, when, as if stepping out of a fairy tale, in walked the hero of the story, as large as life. I don't know, I'm sure, what arguments he used to persuade her, but he took rooms at the inn, and settled fairly down to courting his old sweetheart. She was not easily won, for she said their ways had been apart, and their habits had become fixed, and that she, at least, was too old to be any man's wife. She, indeed, superb as she is. Any man of the proper age might be proud to win her, and John Lansing is proud, for he pressed his suit eagerly, and Marcia Peyton said yes at last. His daughter and her husband were at the wedding, and seemed well pleased. Mrs. Dean told me she had been anxious in her own home lest her father should be too lonely in his great house all by himself. They sail tomorrow, the Lansings I mean, for Europe, to be gone 6 months. Then they will spend some part of each year here in Marcia's old home. Has it not all ended satisfactorily? And though they missed their life's June together, they will have their Indian summer. End of The Romance of Marcia by Margaret Sangster.
A short story by Ernest Hemingway. This is Chapter 10 from his 1924 edition of In Our Time. Read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A short story by Ernest Hemingway. One hot evening in Milan, they carried him up onto the roof, and he could look out over the top of the town. There were chimney swifts in the sky. After a while it got dark, and the searchlights came out. The others went down and took the bottles with them. He and Ag could hear them below on the balcony. Ag sat on the bed. She was cool and fresh in the hot night. Ag stayed on night duty for 3 months. They were glad to let her. When they operated on him, she prepared him for the operating table, and they had a joke about friend or enema. He went under the anesthetic, holding tight onto himself so that he would not blab about anything during the silly, talky time. After he got on crutches, he used to take the temperature so Ag would not have to get up from the bed. There were only a few patients, and they all knew about it. They all liked Ag. As he walked back along the halls, he thought of Ag in his bed. Before he went back to the front, they went into the Duomo and prayed. It was dim and quiet, and there were other people praying. They wanted to get married, but there was not enough time for the banns, and neither of them had birth certificates. They felt as though they were married, but they wanted everyone to know about it, and to make it so they could not lose it. Ag wrote him many letters that he never got until after the armistice. 15 came in a bunch, and he sorted them by the dates and read them all straight through. They were about the hospital, and how much she loved him, and how it was impossible to get along without him, and how terrible it was missing him at night. After the armistice, they agreed he should go home to get a job so that they might get married. Ag would not come home until he had a good job and could come to New York to meet her. It's understood he would not drink, and he did not want to see his friends or anyone in the States, only to get a job and be married. On the train from Padova to Milan, they quarreled about her not being willing to come home at once. When they had to say goodbye in the station at Padova, they kissed goodbye, but were not finished with the quarrel. He felt sick about saying goodbye like that. He went to America on a boat from Genoa. Ag went back to Torre di Mosta to open a hospital. It was lonely and rainy there, and there was a battalion of Arditi quartered in the town. Living in the muddy, rainy town in the winter, the major of the battalion made love to Ag, and she had never known Italians before, and finally wrote a letter to the States that theirs had been only a boy and girl affair. She was sorry, and she knew he would probably not be able to understand, but might some day forgive her and be grateful to her. And she expected, absolutely unexpectedly, to be married in the spring. She loved him as always, but she realized now it was only a boy and girl love. She hoped he would have a great career, and believed in him absolutely. She knew it was for the best. The major did not marry her in the spring or any other time. Ag never got an answer to her letter to Chicago about it. A short time after, he contracted gonorrhea from a salesgirl from the fair riding in a taxicab through Lincoln Park. End of a short story by Ernest Hemingway.
Cupid at 40 by Mrs. Florence Girton Tuttle. Read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Anita Sloma Martinez. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cupid at 40 by Mrs. Florence Gerton Tuttle. At last! It begins to look more like a Christmas tree and less like a cemetery evergreen, Miss Winslow exclaimed, stepping back in the artist fashion to survey her work and feeling her aesthetic nature sensuously soothed by the sight of green-fringed, tinsel-laden branches against the rich crimson of the library walls. I was born with an eye for backgrounds. She took up a fat wax Cupid, silver-winged and equipped with quiver and darts, and looked at him speculatively before soaring up the step-ladder to place him at the apex of the tree. "Have you shafts that will pierce the world-worn heart of 40?" she inquired whimsically. "And would you have loved Psyche had she ceased to be perennially young? Old age. Ugh!" She shivered daintily. Miss Winslow was a middle-aged belle. She was 40 and carried her years with an engaging lightness which was the marvel of her set. She was rich, consequently popular to the point of envy, charming, and therefore possessed a few friends who loved her for herself. Yet on Christmas Eve, when all the world was sung by echoing bells into temporary tranquillity, Miss Winslow's heart was not at peace. "Holidays are horrible resurrections to people who live alone," she murmured. "Resurrections of heart-wringing sorrows and ghosts of the past. I am glad that I insisted upon having the tree here, spinster though I am. 10 nieces and nephews with their respective guardians will make the rafters ring. And Lester, in the role of family friend, will relieve the Christmas dinner from the narrowness of a strictly family affair. I trust that my spirits will have regained their usual mercurial ascendancy. They are much below freezing point now." Miss Winslow's unrest was indefinite and therefore intangible. Only a discontent which assumes a specific form may be coped with. Mary Winslow's life had been too active to permit of self-analysis, so she did not probe her mood, nor realize that pain sprang in her heart, as it must in the heart of every true woman, from the void which legions of friends only make more vacant, but which may be filled to overflowing by the magical presence of one. She had steadfastly refused all invitations to domicile with her married brothers. It would be very nice, she would admit, and the children would be brought up much better. Old maids are born disciplinarians. They never are over-indulgent like grandparents. Grandparents should be seen and not heard. But you see, I enjoy too much being perfectly free. To appreciate liberty, one must have known slavery. Miss Winslow's early life had been spent in a bondage which, though loving, had nevertheless held her enchained. The unconsciously selfish exactings of an invalid mother had sentenced her to the shadows of a sick-room and to an atmosphere heavy with drugs. When emancipation at last came, it was like breathing the pure sunshine for the first time. She took deep, invigorating draughts of the life of the world, enjoying her debut doubly because it had come nearly a decade late. And the world enjoyed her as much as she enjoyed the world. It was so accustomed to prematurely blasé types. What wonder it welcomed gladly one who was maturely young? The years might record her as a woman past the 30s. Spirit stamped her as a girl with a new-found capacity for life. When the soufflé menu of society ceased to satisfy her, she traveled, and beheld enthusiastically civilizations older than her own. The sight taught her to view life in its proper proportions, and to realize the microscopic part in the plan of the grand whole which her own smart set enacted. She found pleasure in collecting curios, tapestries, and pictures. Upon her return, unrest still remaining importunate, she secured occupation and a kind of satisfaction in a diversion welcomed by people whose incomes increase in a ratio beyond their ability to disperse them. She built a magnificent home. Only those who know the delights and vexations of this form of diversion realize its absorption. Miss Winslow had her own ideas. So likewise had her architects. Her home must be characteristic, stamped, like her crested stationery with the insignia of her personality. There was to be no such hideous deformity in it, for instance, she insisted, as a chandelier. The red library was lighted with swinging antique brass lanterns, hung in each corner and glowing softly with the pressing of a single switch. Other rooms had sidelights or curious lamps, one of them said to have belonged to a Vestal Virgin. The andirons in her hall were adorned with winged golden dragons, orlocks nefariously bribed from a Venetian gondolier. Norway contributed a beautiful dark bearskin, which was not treated to the ignominy of being trampled underfoot, but was stuffed and permitted to stand erect, a savage guardian of the entrance hall. Each room represented a different period, accurate in detail, only to be secured after long historical research. French and Italian palaces had been explored and treasures purchased, not for their intrinsic value, but for the part they had played in the comedy or tragedy of the world. Leicester had been a great help to her in building her home. Leicester was her brother's intimate friend, and an architect of established fame. He enjoyed drawing her out to steal her ideas, he said, appreciating the rareness of her ingenuity and taste. The friendship she enjoyed with Leicester was uncommon and a source of mutual satisfaction. Miss Winslow's experience of men was large and not wholly to their advantage. It was the inevitable penalty a woman with a fortune paid. She described Leicester as an unusual man who was never in nor out of the way, and who had no nonsense about him. This last was intelligible to her intimates. It meant that Leicester had never made love to her. His good humour was unfailing, his optimism of the brightest hue. This last was not because he did not see the world's shadows, but rather because he possessed that larger vision which sees also the world's sunshine, and which obstinately refused to live anywhere but in it. He elevated the ideal above the real in thought, and tried to maintain the relationship in fact. When success came, he bore it without undue elation, just as he had previously borne failure without undue despair. He was beloved by the few whom his discriminating taste would admit to the valued privilege of intimacy, and respected by all who would have liked to claim that distinction. Miss Winslow's labours were interrupted by a ring at the door-bell and an inquiring voice in the hall. Soon after, without presenting credentials, Leicester appeared on the threshold of the library. At a glance one felt that the scrupulously groomed man was unknown to marital responsibilities. The unlined, fresh-looking face bore the imprint of the irresponsible bachelor and clubman, and if his eyes sometimes suggested that life had not yet granted that which was most subtle, most satisfying, most craved, the philosopher's smile on the lips indicated the manner in which the knowledge had been born. "Do you come in the role of Santa Claus?" Miss Winslow asked, glancing at the presents for the children which Leicester and his servant were bringing in, and falling into the usual banter with which she and Leicester were wont to play. "And did you dust the chimney on the way down?" "No, the modern Santa Claus comes in a horseless carriage with rubber tires," he replied, carrying with one arm the Empire State Express and placing it beneath the tree. "That explains the change in Christmas. I knew that it was not what it used to be." "No, it's much better," he asserted. "I tell you we have overdone it," she reiterated. "What is Christmas now in reality?" "A time when the person who cannot extract some fun out of it would better examine his mental machinery," he said, taking off his gloves. Miss Winslow scorned the rebuke. "It is a time," she replied, answering her own question, "which we forestall by working so hard that we are fit subjects for the rest cure when it gets here. It is merry in anticipation and melancholy in fact." "Oh, of course, when you remember everyone who has ever bowed to you, and all the inmates of the old ladies' homes besides." "It is a time," she continued, "when you receive a lot of things that you don't want, and give away everything that you do." "I'd better take my gift home, then," he said, stooping and picking up a square package.
It's only a first edition of Shelley, which you happen very much to want," she laughingly finished. It was her turn to score. "Don't ask me to take off my coat. I couldn't think of it," he said, divesting himself of the garment. "I'm in a most unaccountable mood," she protested. "You'll regret it if you stay." "A few more regrets won't matter," he said, leisurely seating himself. "Besides, you're only a sweet belle out of tune." She shook her head sadly at him. "No, it won't do, Arthur. I'm not in a mood to be sugared." "What is it all about?" he asked, picking up a fierce-looking dagger which had fallen to the humble estate of cutting magazines. "I'm struggling under the startlingly new discovery that the moon is not made of green cheese, and," plaintively, "you know I'm one of the few women who like my fromage green. Things are not what they seem." "Oh, yes, they are. Your mood has gotten into your optics and tinged the lenses with blue. I feel as if life would be quite endurable if it were not for its pleasures," she continued. "Golf is an elusive phantom, cotillions a torture, while as for people—" she hesitated. "Go on," he said encouragingly. "Don't mind me." "People are masqueraders, one and all. The good are wicked saints, and the bad are righteous sinners. I'll have to think before I decide in which class I'd rather be found." "Go on," he said. "I know there is more." "I'm lonely," she replied obediently. "That's nothing. I've been living that down for years. This barn of a house oppresses me." "I warned you against making it perfection," said Lester unsympathetically. "I have succeeded in building an establishment. I have discovered that what I want is a home." Lester's lips emitted a low sound which might have been an exclamatory whistle. "Is it really as bad as that?" he inquired. "I am afraid she is taking life seriously. Making epigrams is a sure sign." "No, laugh and grow thin has been my motto. I've made a study of it." "So have I, with different results. What is the secret of your success?" he interrogated. "Oh, it's not a secret. Like everything else nowadays, it's only a state of mind." "Which implies that mine is suffering from fatty degeneration?" he inquired. "You will suffer from something worse if you remain. I am really unmistakably savage. Besides, I must finish the tree." "By all means, but don't send me away. It is such an incomparable pleasure to see someone else work. Besides, do you know that I have a peculiar, physical, Madame Blavatsky sort of feeling that if I went I should be doing irremediable injury to us both? In short, I refuse to go." "So you don't feel that 4 walls in the fashionably crowded part of the city constitute a home?" "They are so much expensive paint and brick," she replied. "You can say," he said, "'Homeless near 1,000 homes I stood, and near 1,000 tables pined and wanted food.'" "Why will you persist in understanding one's mood?" Miss Winslow asked grievously. "You deprive one of the sweet misery of explaining. I feel as if this house were a museum. Everything has such an unused, creepy look. I have found that a home does not consist in having colonial and empire rooms, nor even in antiques like these." She waved her hands at the old mahogany of fashionably modern outline which adorned the library. "Home lies in the spirit infused into it, and one woman's spirit, pathetically, will not cover a house of this size. There is one thing that I am seriously thinking of doing. I think I shall adopt an orphan child." "An orphan asylum would fill it better," he commented. Miss Winslow went over to the table and lifted the Cupid. "Since you prefer me in a bad mood to anyone else in a holiday one, I must continue my work." "What are you going to do with that dangerous boy?" Lester asked, looking at the pink-faced cherub as she dangled him from a string held between finger and thumb. "I am now about to hang Cupid," she said solemnly. "How delightful! I have always wanted to be present at an execution. Besides, it's a fate I've often thought he deserved." "You must have suffered a good deal at his hands," she said, looking sideways at him between half-closed lashes. "That reminds me,
I heard someone at the Hoyts' dance last night call you an artistic flirt. And what, may I ask, is a flirt, artistic or otherwise? Lester inquired with sparkling eyes. Miss Winslow thought for a moment. A flirt, she replied, is a man with a small capacity for loving every woman and a large incapacity for loving one. The laughter died from Lester's eyes. Do you believe that is true of me? He asked lightly. Miss Winslow did not reply. Do you really believe that of me? He asked more seriously. Miss Winslow moved uneasily. There was something in Lester's tone which she could not meet with the usual banter. Look at me, Mary, he said peremptorily. You can study the pattern of your rugs any time. Miss Winslow shot a swift glance at him, then lowered her lids again. Lester rose and came toward her. You have very pretty eyelashes. I have always admired them, he said, standing directly in front of her. But I want you to look at me and tell me if you honestly believe I have a large incapacity for loving one woman. Something new in his voice, something subtle and almost painful in the atmosphere, played havoc with Miss Winslow's usually well-adjusted mental processes. She felt silenced, paralyzed, almost afraid. When the silence became intolerable, being a woman of the world, she treated the occasion with the world's greatest emotional safeguard. She took refuge in a laugh. I impeach your power to catechize me, she said. Here, take your arch-enemy Cupid and be revenged by hanging him high. He took the wax figure from her and stood as if in debate. Then he turned toward the tree and addressed the figure in his hand. Cupid, he said, I hang you with many apologies. I confess to a fondness for you, not shared by the lady of this manor. I shall suspend you high where you can keep a watchful eye upon her. Who knows? He broke off and ascended the steps. The universal god revolved slowly in midair in his new home on the tree, then settled into permanence of direction. See, Mary, Lester cried, looking over his shoulder. He is pointing his arrow at you. Have a care. As he said it, his foot, which was reaching backward for a lower step, miscalculated, and with a crash he fell heavily to the floor. Well, of all awkward brutes, he exclaimed, regaining a sitting position where he remained with one foot under him. The trick elephant in the circus could have done better. Miss Winslow's first inclination was to laugh. When Lester attempted to rise, however, and unconsciously emitted a groan, she flew at once to his side. Is it your foot? You've twisted and perhaps sprained it. Oh, if you had only gone before! Don't, Mary, don't hit a man when he's down. You may think the fall was retribution, but I'd attribute it to another cause. He gave a glance at the Cupid. That little rascal, I believe, knocked me down. He closed his eyes with pain. Miss Winslow's talent for emergencies came to the front. She summoned her man to help lift Lester to the couch, and then flew to the telephone and called a doctor. Her own physician responded. After the usual pullings, pinchings, and pressings, he cheerfully pronounced the wrench a very bad sprain. It will be a matter of weeks, though hardly, I hope, of months, he said amiably. You'd better have yourself moved where you can be made comfortable and be supplied with diverting companionship. These affairs are tedious at the best. He offered his further services, which Miss Winslow, catching a telegraphic message from Lester's eyes, declined, saying that her man could do everything necessary. In a few moments she was alone with her guest, who sat helpless as a child with bandaged foot, elevated upon a tabouret in front of him. Well, Miss Winslow said in some embarrassment, why did you not allow the doctor to accompany you home? Do you prefer the distraction of William's accent? Lester contemplated his wounded foot. Mary, he said, do you realize that we are facing a state of things? I realize that you are. Well, be unselfish and imagine that you are too. Do you think that a bachelor's apartment house without a woman in sight ideally fills the doctor's prescription? Of course I don't. It is most unfortunate. Oh, if your married sister did not live 100 miles away. Yes, or if I could be expressed to her. You can have a nurse, she suggested, but you will have to eat and sleep and wink on schedule, and you hate doing things by rule. Yes, and if she were not pretty, she would make one feel worse. And if she were, you'd fall in love with her. Not at all. But there's no telling what would happen to her. No, a woman nurse, I feel, is an anomaly. Then why not have a man? A man is a monstrosity. I should be at liberty to throw boots and vigorous invectives at him. But I am afraid I would be unfit for society at the end of the term. No, Mary, I see but one loophole. Fate has erected a signpost with a straight, clear path for you and me. For me, she echoed feebly. Yes, I have a proposition to make, a most logical solution. You wish to adopt someone. I am in need of a home. Do you not see that Providence has left a charge not on your doorstep, but on your step-ladder, as it were? No, I don't, she gasped. This foundling, he continued, has every requirement which your orphan child could not possess. You must have someone who understands your every peccadillo, who will not laugh when you sigh or weep when you are merry, who will not monopolize your favorite chair, be bored with Omar Khayyam, or sleep through the opera. Mary, we are all only children of a larger growth. Listen to fate, and save me from the doom of solitary confinement by adopting me. Did you sprain your brain as well as your ankle? Miss Winslow inquired. No, my senses are intact. But you don't mean— You didn't intend— she faltered. I certainly did. You always had unusual perspicacity. You may catalogue me as number 25, is it? I have had the honor to make you what the lady novelist terms an honorable proposal of marriage. Miss Winslow fell back in her chair. What more rational solution of a difficult problem, he continued. You are lonely and wish to adopt someone. I am sentenced to bachelor banishment for months. You wouldn't like to think of me fuming and fretting existence away, would you, when you might have prevented it? Miss Winslow leaned forward in her chair and quietly scanned his face. Then the blood flamed over her own, tipping even her close-set ears with crimson. Yes, he really means it, she said musingly and with reluctance. He has asked me to marry him for convenience' sake, and he does not realize how he has humiliated me. Yet that could be borne, but to be disappointed in him, one can never get used to that, and I thought he understood me. Then at a low exclamation from Lester, "Oh, I give you credit for not intending to pain me. The awful part is not to know that you have. Do you realize what you have said? I have heard of men who married to obtain a housekeeper. It is a novelty to meet one who wishes a trained nurse." Lester's face flushed deeply. He opened his mouth to refute the injustice, but she would not let him begin. "No, don't speak," she said. "I am choking with the words I want to say." She met his gaze now with eyes from which vehement indignation flashed, and he sank back among the pillows of the couch. "How dared you?" she inquired with low, forcefully distinct enunciation. "How dared you to speak to me of marriage and never speak of love? Do you think 40 outgrows it?" She covered her hot cheeks with her hands. "Let me say one thing more," as again he attempted to check her. "Of course we can't be friends after tonight. The bon camaraderie of our relationship is over. You have forever spoiled it. Your going will make a void in my life. I don't think I ever knew until tonight how large a place you filled." Her voice gave a little break, which she quickly controlled. "You satisfied me because I thought you understood me. But the one vital thing you did not understand. Let me tell you now, that you may know why I am so stung. I, Mary Winslow, spinster, with face turned toward the setting sun, demand of the man who would win me absorbing, all-compelling love. I am not a woman to bestow myself. I must be won, and it cannot be done with a jest. Lester's face had grown white as he listened. Sometimes he closed his eyes as if trying to shut out sound. Sometimes the hands on his knees moved a little. When he spoke, his voice was entirely without the intensity of tone she had used. It was the conversational tone of a stunned man, finding refuge in conventional phrase, the ever-blessed law of habit which prevents human tension from being stretched too far. "I can't tell you how I regret having pained you," he finally said. "It was the last thing I intended to do, and I am sorry not to have done well what I should like to have done the best of all. Yet," with a touch of whimsicality, "I don't know that it is surprising. One can hardly expect a stage proposal from a man who has never made one before." Her eyes were fastened upon the tree. Her attitude indicated a polite but weary judge who was tolerantly waiting to hear what the defense might say. "If I had not felt so deeply, I could have been more eloquent," he continued. "We have played with words so long, it was hard to be serious, even when I most wished. I must have taken it for granted that you knew that I loved you. Women are either amazingly astute or incredibly blind in such matters. Why did you suppose I had haunted your hearth for nearly 10 years? I think it began then, when your mother was taken away." He spoke simply, as if relating a narrative long familiar, and one that should not surprise his listener. "You will wonder why I never told you. It was because you came into your heritage late. I would not try to take it from you. You found your girlhood years later than most women. While your mother lived, her health held you in a bondage of love. When you entered the gay world, it was a fairyland to you. Like a girl, you enjoyed each moment. I would not rob you of one. I followed your enthusiasms, your disappointments, your triumphs, waiting until pleasure should pall. I wished you to find for yourself that the pretty bubbles you chased turned to air when you grasped them. When I came to-night, I knew immediately that the mood I had longed for had come. You were heartsick and filled with satiety. The apples of Sodom were bitter in your mouth. I was so happy I could have shouted. For Mary," he leaned forward and spoke rapidly, "it was love your soul was crying for, love, the deepest need of human life, and what your heart was vaguely demanding, mine had long been throbbing to give. Do you know to what heights of folly I have been led by this masterful passion? Do you know that I go blocks out of my way at night to pass your window? Do you know that I visit barbaric receptions for a glimpse of your face? Can you realize the pangs of jealousy I suffer when I find you monopolized by some young cub whom in fancy I cuff and throw out at the door?" His eyes rested on her and held her with resistless power. "Think of the men who have loved you. Did you fancy I did not know when you turned them away? Love is keen. Mary, you do care, or you would not have been so stung by my cursed flippancy tonight. Don't try to answer me now. I will go home, and in spite of solitude, my Christmas will be the happiest I have ever known. Think of what I have said, and remember, your happiness and mine are at stake. Oh, Mary, gift of God to me, prayer and creed of my life, give me the right before the world to worship. Mary, Mary, sweetheart, don't cry." Reaction from her indignation had left Miss Winslow quiescent. When Lester spoke, incredulity and then amazement swept over her, followed by a peace which was subtle, restful, new. When his words came faster and faster, she felt herself swept along on their current and questioned not whither she was being borne. After years of enforced repression, it was blissful to let herself go. That Christmas Eve, her beautiful home, her material possessions had seemed but a background which intensified the poverty of her heart. She had unconsciously longed for those imperishable riches which now were laid at her feet, and deeper than the knowledge of what she would receive was the certainty of what she knew she could give. When Lester's voice broke with its new tenderness, her overtaxed nerves gave way and she sobbed like a child. The sight restored him to the safe path of the commonplace, and his next words were in the usual bantering tone.
Well, of all things, that is the unkindest, to cry when I cannot reach you. Is that handkerchief a flag of truce? But he could not win her to smiles. Sob after sob filled the room, the pitiful, long-drawn sobs of childhood, or of womanhood that retains the sensitive heart of the child.
If you do not wish to break my heart, Mary, you will stop hurting me and come here at once. The doctor's infliction was nothing to this. Mary, I command you to come here. Then, as she did not heed him, he said in a voice in which each word was a caress, Mary, I have waited years patiently for you. See, I will not look.
Will you not come to me in my distress?
And obediently, with face still covered, like a little child, she came.
End of Cupid at 40 by Mrs. Florence Girton Tuttle.
Опечаленная невеста Федора Сологуба. Recorded in 2019 for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Mark Chulsky, Massachusetts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Федор Сологуб. Опечаленная невеста. Когда же и быть странностям, как не в наши дни? Свирепые и печальные дни, когда неистощимым кажется многообразие воплощаемых в жизни возможностей. Несколько молодых девушек в наши дни составили кружок, доступ в который был довольно труден, и цель деятельности которого могла бы, конечно, быть названа странною. Когда умирал в городе молодой человек, у которого еще не было невесты, одна из участниц кружка надевала глубокий траур и приходила на похороны, как невеста. Родные удивлялись очень, знакомые меньше, но и те, и другие верили, что около свежей могилы есть красивая и печальная тайна. В кружке участвовала и Нина Алексеевна Бессонова. Молодая, скучающая почему-то девушка, не очень красивая, но достаточно миловидная. В нее то и влюблялись даже. Что же и делать подрастающим гимназистам? А ей все скучно было. И вот после одной из подруг наступила и для Нины очередь проводить в могилу неведомого жениха. «Следующий ваш», — сказали ей. Завидовали те, на кого еще не падал жребий. С сочувствующей печалью смотрели на Нину те подруги, которые уже исполнили свое печальное и красивое назначение. В этот день Нина вернулась домой странно взволнованная, и потянулись для нее длинные и томные дни бездейственно тоскующей печали. Тягостные предчувствия томили ее, и на каждом шагу подстерегали приметы, вещающие утрату, слезы, гибель близкого сердцу. Как тягостно знать, что исполнятся неведомые сроки и умрет некто еще незнакомый, но уже милый и дорогой, и с ним погибнет возможность счастья. И кто он будет? И почему суждено ему не встретиться с нею ближе гробового предела? Быть может, спасла бы, уберегла бы, вымолила бы от жестокой судьбы часы и дни сладкого забвения печалей. Не знаю, кто он будет, но как его жалко, какая тоска! Такой молодой, и неумолимая уже следит за ним, подстерегает и нанесет ужасный удар, от которого ничем не спасти, никак не уберечь. Иногда Нина почти завидовала тем своим подругам по этому кружку, которые уже успели совершить сладостно-печальный обряд и теперь только донашивали свой легкий красивый траур. Траур, так идущий к их милым лицам, что прохожие на улицах останавливались посмотреть. Нельзя было знать заранее, скоро ли случится это событие. Надо быть готовой идти по первому зову, не опоздать. Поэтому Нина заказала для себя весь траурный наряд, потихоньку от родных, хотя и досадно было, что приходилось от них прятаться и таиться. О деньгах за траурное платье Нине заботиться не надо было. Это был расход, падавший на средства кружка. Кружок имел довольно стройную организацию. Собирались в его кассу ежемесячные членские взносы, были, как бывают и в других обществах, и разные случайные доходы. Но хоть и не надо было заботиться о том, чтобы сразу достать много денег на траур, хоть и можно было сшитое уже и купленное прятать где-нибудь дома, а все ж придется когда-нибудь траур надеть. И, конечно, лучше было бы сказать это заблаговременно, но Нина почему-то стеснялась говорить об этом со своей матерью. Да и как сказать? Надо объяснить, что и почему, а правила кружка не позволяли говорить о его целях и делах никому, кто не входил в его состав. Пришлось бы придумывать и лгать, и это было противно для Нины. И она откладывала со дня на день, а потом решила предоставить все случаю. «Как-нибудь обойдется», — думала она. Платье принесли. Нина выбрала час, когда матери не было дома, и спрятала его в своей комнате. По вечерам она раскладывала на постели и на стульях траурные наряды. В комнате ее все было бело и розово, прозрачные колыхались легкие занавесочки на окнах, нежно и ласково пахли полевые цветы в красивых вазах, и за окном над далеким стально-голубеющим морем полыхал девичьим румянцем догорающий закат. И от этого всего, девственно чистого и светлого, черные одежды казались особенно страшными и пугали сердце, и быстрые исторгали из тоскующих глаз потоки слез. Глядела на черный цвет и плакала, плакала долго. Иногда примеряла траур и смотрелась в зеркало. Черный цвет и скромный покрой платья, и строгий фасон шляпы — все это было ей так к лицу, и от этого еще печальнее становилось на сердце, и еще неудержимее хотелось плакать. И по утрам, просыпаясь, открывала глаза с тайным страхом, не пришло ли уже оно, жданное горе. Солнце было уже высоко, сад пламенел, залитый расплавленным великолепием драконовой лютой злости. И сквозь легкие розоватые сквозные пленки нарядных занавесок метался в глаза неистовый день. И навстречу дню и буйству стремительной жизни бросала Нина злое слово, яд тоскующего предчувствия. А он, мой милый, скоро умрет. И выходила в столовую смутная, туманная, смятением милого лица странно противоречило легкому светлому наряду дачной барышни. Мать смотрела на нее с недоумением и спрашивала: «Да что ты скучаешь, Ниночка? О чем волнуешься? Что с тобою?» Нина отмалчивалась, загадочно и печально улыбаясь, и садилась на свое место за столом тихая, кроткая, красивая, к лицу одетая, к лицу причесанная и совсем похожая на героиню романа, завязка которого не обещает счастливого конца. И мать не могла добиться правды, что с Ниною. Но вот однажды, в минуту внезапной откровенности, разнеженная печалью и завороженная тишиною северной белой ночи, взволнованная красивыми взлетами недалеких фейерверков на чьих-то незнакомых именинах прямо против веранды их дачи, где сидели они тогда вдвоем после вечернего чая, Нина доверчиво прижалась к матери, вдруг заплакала и сказала очень тихо, нежная, сумеречно-белая, на темно-сером платье матери выделяясь успокоенно красивым пятном. Так тяжело на сердце. У меня предчувствие, что что-то будет, что-то страшное, горе какое-то. Мать обеспокоилась, обняла Нину, приговаривала ласково, как малого ребенка утешала. «Что ты, Ниночка, Бог с тобою, чему быть? Что будет? Ты, дитя мое, в предчувствие не верь, ты ж не старушка, да и кто в наши дни верит в это?» Нина вытерла слезы, притворно спокойным голосом сказала, притворно улыбаясь: «Правда, мама, я и сама знаю, что это очень глупо, а только все мне кажется, что ему грозит несчастье». «Кому, Нина?» – спросила мать. Слегка отодвинулась взглянуть на дочь, щуря серые, немного близорукие глаза. Нина говорила и чуть не плакала. «Моему милому жениху моему». «Что ты, Ниночка?» – с удивлением говорила мать. «Какому милому? Разве у тебя есть жених?» «Нет жениха», – тоскливо говорила Нина. «Нет. Но что же из того? А вот предчувствие такое у меня, что вот я влюблюсь в него, и он будет мне света милее и жизни дороже, и вдруг он умрет». И Нина опять заплакала неутешно, и мать с удивлением ласкала и уговаривала ее, поила какими-то каплями. Нина всмотрелась в ее испуганное, смешно озабоченное лицо и засмеялась. В этот вечер не любовалась траурными одеждами и заснула спокойно. А наутро едва открыла глаза, едва расслышала веселые птичьи смехи и голоса Минки и Тинки, споривших о чем-то, опять приступила тоска. Два гимназистика, ее маленькие братья, Минка и Тинка, смеялись над ее таинственной печалью, дразнили ее. И было ей так грустно, что даже не сердилась она на мальчишек, надоедливых, шумных и глупых несмышленышей. День клонился к вечеру, но было еще жарко и ярко на празднично-летней земле, и торжественную казалась ширина и тишина высокого купола. Нина стояла на широком пляже и всматривалась в просторы воды и небес. Проносились какие-то птицы, маленькие, быстрые, суетливо озабоченные, и в воздухе над Ниною шныряли их длинные тонкие писки. Плотный, мелкий, укатанный волнами песок сообщал ее стопам свою теплую хрупкость и влажность, слегка щекотал кожу нежных ног, еще не загрубевшую от частых прикосновений к милому песку земных взморий. Волны плескались, набегая, безветренные, широкие волны близкого, милого моря, где люди тонут, как и в далеком. Плескались волны, набегая, лобзая стройные, уже загорелые ноги, и весело и свободно под легкою одеждою дышала грудь, вздымая две смуглые волны. Стояла, смотрела в синюю даль, мечтала томительно, сладко, печально. Кто же будет он, мой милый? Кого провожу в могилу? Над кем заплачу? И глаза, которые на меня никогда не глянут, и губы, которые мне никогда не улыбнутся. Не молвит слова, не обнимет, не скажет: «Милая, люблю, милая, дороже ты для меня жизни». Темным предчувствием печали томилось сердце и хотелось плакать, да еще не о чем было плакать. А как отрадно было бы упасть на песок и рыдать в безмерном отчаянии, ветрам и волнам поверяя печаль омраченной души. Вспомнила вчерашний разговор с одною из подруг о предстоящей дуэли князя Ордын-Улусова с мужем женщины, которая его любила. Как жаль, что нельзя идти за гробом юного красавца Улусова, ведь он любит другую, и всем уже известна в городе история этой любви, красивой, трогательной и безумной. Любовь, если в ней правда, воистину презирает все условия жизни и дерзает даже до смерти. Да, может быть, еще и не убьет ни один из соперников другого, и все окончится на этот раз благополучно. И пусть живет. Ей-то что? Нетерпение предчувствий возрастало, томило нестерпимо. Пламенеющее небо заката пылало яркою страстью, отравляя тихую печаль души. Над миром, распростирая багряное отчаяние в потоках многоцветно горящей крови, под изнемогающей пустынею холодного зенита. Нина пошла домой. Сырым и неприятным казался песок, и досадно стало, зачем оставила дома башмаки и идет босая. Да нет, не на это досадно, так, беспредметное томление, неясная тоска, бремя, которое надо нести. Близ своей дачи Нина увидала знакомую фигуру, всмотрелась: Наташа Лещинская. И обрадовалась Нина, и словно испугалась, не приходит ли она с ужасною жданною вестью. Идет, как судьба, измучить печалью, изранить тоскующее сердце. Уже издали было видно по торопливости и неловкости движений, что Наташа взволнована чем-то и что, конечно, несет с собою какое-то значительное известие. У Нины от волнения задрожали руки и похолодели колени. Хотела бежать к подруге, но вдруг сердце так забилось, что Нина должна была остановиться. Покраснела, стояла, улыбаясь и держа скрещенные руки на груди в неловкой странной позе. Такая смущенная, неверная была улыбка. «Наташечка, это ты?» — сказала как-то неловко. «Как я рада!» И замолчала, сбитая неверностью своих интонаций. «Ну, Ниночка, — сказала Наташа, подходя и слегка запыхавшись от быстрой ходьбы, и у нее было озабоченное лицо, а разбившиеся, подвитые на шпильках черные волосы, выбившиеся из-под желтой соломенной с желтым страусовым пером шляпки, придавали ее смуглому лицу какой-то мальчишески задорный и излишне самоуверенный вид. «Да, умер мой?» — бессвязно, испуганно спрашивала Нина. Наташа оживленно говорила: «Умер, и, можешь представить, застрелился. Правда, интересно, тебе счастье?» Нина заплакала. Казалась такой жалкой, растерявшуюся, милою среди этого пронизанного розовым и голубым светом простора, в своем простом синем с белыми полосками обшивки и костюме, с загорелою стройностью тонких тихих ног, перед этой нарядную, в многотонно-желтом, тяжело дышащую от скорой ходьбы по песку на высоких каблуках, румяно-смуглую, бойкою гостьею. Плача, тихо спросила Нина: «Кто?» Звук ее голоса был тонкий и робкий, как у плачущего ребенка. Наташа ласково пожала ей руку. «Правда, очень жаль, — сказала она. — Молодой очень, студент Иконников». «Один?» — спросила Нина. «Да, он был один, когда застрелился. Семья жила на даче. Он приехал днем в пустую квартиру, писал письма, сам опустил в почтовый ящик. Один переночевал. Утром застрелился. Никто и не знал в доме, пока родители не приехали. Он и им послал письмо на дачу. Они, кажется, в Павловске жили». Нина молчала. Уже в саду своей дачи она вопросительно взглянула на Наташу. Отвечая на этот взгляд, Наташа сказала: «Послезавтра хоронят в Петербурге». Пришли домой. «О чем ты плачешь, Нина?» — спросила мать. «Он умер», — коротко ответила Нина, сухим, словно враждебным тоном. «Кто умер?» Как почти всегда у стареющих женщин, внезапное упоминание о смерти чьей-то обдало Нинину мать холодом страха. Точно сказал кто-то внятным и темным голосом: «Умрешь и ты». «Ах, мама!» — с непривычной досадливостью ответила Нина. «Ты все равно не знаешь его». «Я и сама не знаю», — подумала Нина. И от того, что эта мысль вплелась смешною ниткою в печальную ткань переживаемого, стало еще больнее. Мать обратилась к гостье: «Скажите хоть вы, Наташа, кто умер?» Наташа, снимая шляпу перед зеркалом, говорила неторопливо, стараясь быть спокойною, но сама почему-то волнуясь. Застрелился студент, наш знакомый, Иконников. В городе, неизвестно от чего, такой молодой, знаете, так много самоубийств в наши дни, и так жалко, молодой такой, и никто не знает причины. Рана в виске, маленькое синее пятно, точно расшиблено, и лицо совсем спокойное. «Я поеду на панихиду», — решительно сказала Нина. «Нина!» Мать села на кресло, смотрела на дочь и не знала, что сказать. «Непременно! Ради бога, не удерживайте!» — восклицала Нина. Наташа села рядом с Александрой Павловной и говорила тихо. «Пожалуйста, не беспокойтесь, я с нею поеду и буду все время вместе». Нина ушла к себе. «Что с нею? Вы не знаете, Наташа?» – спрашивала Александра Павловна. «Она так хандрила все эти дни. Что это? Кто этот Иконников?» «Она такая впечатлительная», — говорила Наташа. «Иконникова я мало знаю, не знаю, право. В наши дни так много всего, что угнетает. Какие у них были отношения, правда, я не знаю». Нина вышла скоро, вся в трауре, и уже в перчатках и шляпе, с опущенной вуалью, и опять с недоумением смотрела на нее мать. «Нина, да откуда у тебя траур?» «Ах, мама!» «Нина, это не ответ. Я хочу знать, ты должна. Мама, не истязай меня. И так трудно. Я говорила тебе, что предчувствовала беду. Мой жених умер. Я сейчас еду». И говорила уже почти спокойно. «Подожди, хоть чаю выпейте. Все равно, на какой ж теперь поезд?» С недоумением, страхом и досадою говорила мать. И медлительно влачился скучный час ожидания. Ненужное питье, противная пища, свет лампы, смешанный с багряным умиранием израненной зари, заставляющий вздрагивать звяканье ложек, и смешки Минки и Тинки, и недоумевающие допросы матери, и что-то надо говорить. Нина была очень печальна, несколько раз принималась плакать. Наташа озабоченно шептала: «Ты слишком рано начинаешь, ты устанешь, у тебя не хватит настроения в решительные моменты». «Оставь, Наташа, ты ничего не понимаешь», — досадливым шепотом отвечала Нина. Но вот и в вагоне с Наташею. Вагон наполовину пуст, два-три случайные попутчика с сочувственным любованием смотрели на Нину. Наташа спросила: «Нина, да ты его не встречала?» «Конечно, нет». «Так что ж ты плачешь? А разве легко хоронить жениха?» И вдруг Нина рассмеялась. «Я и не плачу, я смеюсь». «Со слезами?» «До слез смешно». Плакала. Наташа старалась обратить ее мысли на веселое, приятное, смешное. Не удавалось. «Ну какая ты плакса!» — говорила Наташа. «Пожалуйста, возьми себя в руки, еще до истерики дойдешь. Что я с тобою в вагоне стану делать?» Было уже темно, когда ехали по улицам летнего города, и все вокруг для Нины было как бред кошмара, становящегося к осуществлению. Между двумя тучами сиял бледный месяц, и в воде канала струилось его зыбкое отражение, и горькая была отрава в мерцании безмерно тихом над грубыми грохотами злых грязных улиц. Увеселительный сад сверкал разноцветностью гирлянд из красных, желтых и синих фонариков над белою скукою забора и наглостью пестрых на серой стене афиш. Подъезжали и подходили пестро наряженные и грубо размалеванные, и чей-то невидимый, но всем давно знакомый указательный палец упирался в откровенно жалкое слово «дешевый разврат». Было веселье в толпе, идущей веселиться, бедное, старательное веселье, во что бы то ни стало, оскорбительное веселье, когда на душе такая печаль. Жестокие люди, как они могут веселиться, когда он, молодой, прекрасный, лежит с простреленную головою? Нина переночевала у Наташи. Там легче было, чем дома. Наташа сказала тихо: «У нее жених умер». И никто не докучал. нежно и любуясь жалели, снились ласковые и печальные, и немного страшные, скорее жуткие сны. Солнце, равнодушное к земной печали, яркое и злое, тихо, точно крадучись, метнуло в окно свое расплавленное трепетание, животворящий к смерти огонь, и все шире и ярче из-за темного занавеса разливалось по зеленому ковру его знойно-жидкое золото. Было утро дня, сулящее печали и труды, и безнадежные молитвы, и на чужой постели над залитым злым золотом зеленым ковром проснулась Нина, и слезы в глазах, и слабость в теле, и слышит внятное слово «умер», никем не сказанное, и связанное печалью дрогнуло и упало сердце. И слезы, думала, и уже теперь всю жизнь, просыпаясь, буду вспоминать, что он, милый мой, умер. Одеваясь, заметила, что траур ей к лицу. Радостно улыбнулась, торопила Наташу вместе доехать до того дома, где жил он, ее милый. Но тщательно положила над загорелую бледностью милого лица складки черной вуали. Цветы и ковры на лестнице у его квартиры, оранжевые и зеленые листья из стекол в медных оковках на окнах, бронза перил и мрамор колонн. Так до конца печаль останется красивою и не оскорбит ее пахнущая кошками неопрятная лестница со двора. На площадке третьего этажа у дверей квартиры белая гробовая доска, и каменные качнулись стены. Под локтем Наташина рука, ее тихий голос. «Здесь, Нина, милая». Нина вошла, закрытая длинную черной вуалью, молчаливая, подавленная горем, не видя никого, прошла прямо в зал, где на высоком черном катафалке в белом гробу лежал ее милый. Кто-то ходил, раздавая свечи для панихиды, и из боковой двери вился дымок разжигаемого кадила. В зале было немного людей, и появление Нины было замечено очень. Не знал ее никто, и все дивились глубокому трауру и слезам неизвестно откуда пришедшей девушки. Нина подошла близко, постояла у гроба и тихо поднялась по ступеням катафалка. Покров, цветы, желтое лицо, всмотрелась, наклоняясь в тихую улыбку покойника. Как страшно, как холодно улыбаются мертвые губы, какие холодные тоскующим губам невесты его мертвые губы. Не дрогнут жарким поцелуем целуемые жарко могильные холодные мертвые губы. Ужаленная холодом мертвых губ слабо вскрикнула Нина. Кто-то взял под руку и помог спуститься с катафалка на строгий желтый лоск паркета и точно поставил плачущую на колени, когда началась в синем дыме ладана панихида. Было перешептывание родных. «Кто? Вот это? Вы не знаете?» «А никто, кажется, не знает». Наташа стояла у двери. Кто-то спросил ее, не знает ли, кто эта барышня в трауре, которая так плачет. Так же тихо ответила Наташа. «Это невеста покойного». «Но никто из родных ее не знает?» С удивлением шептал спрашивающий. «Да, это печальная история». Стали передавать один другому. «Это невеста покойного». Родные были в недоумении, но все поверили, и как было не верить? Для всех этих, родных и чужих, различно настроенных людей, печальных и равнодушных, Нина, никому не знакомая, плачущая, милая и жалкая в ее траурном наряде, была воистину невестою этого неизвестно почему застрелившегося студента, тихого и красивого, в своем белом красивом гробу. Никто не знал, какая тайна связывает этот гроб и эту плачущую девушку, и не она ли была причиной его смерти. Но всем было трогательно смотреть на нее. рядом с отчаянием седой старухи-матери и тупым горем старика-отца, выражавшимися так сильно и так внешне некрасиво, с покраснелостью глаз, со слезливым насморком, с растрепанную прическою седых волос, немая скорбь этой молящейся на коленях девушки в трауре казалась возвышенною и прекрасною. И хотя все знали родителей, а ее никто не знал, всем было гораздо более жаль ее, милую, жалкую, трогательно склонившую колени, такую изысканно очаровательную под складками ее полупрозрачной креповой вуали. И даже бывшая у иных мысль о том, что опечаленная и плачущая невеста могла быть причиной смерти этого прекрасного молодого человека, осыпанного в гробу благоухающими ненужным ему ароматом цветами, даже и эта жестокая и суровая мысль не побеждала сожаления к ней, рожденного в тихих потоках ее светлых слез. И ее глубокая опечаленность, и склоненное к холодным паркетам ее орошенное слезами лицо, и вся ее скорбная фигура. О, если в этом горе есть неумолимое дуновение злых раскаяний, что ж, разве от этого еще не более жалко ее? Мало ли из-за чего ссорятся и временно расходятся любящие люди, а ведь она, очевидно, любила его. По нелюбимым так не плачут и траура не надевают. Мало ли что бывает между милыми, а он, жестокий, убил себя, не стерпел легкой печали, навек погрузил ее сердце в ужас и тоску страшного воспоминания. А она, плачущая и молящаяся невеста неведомого жениха, она, отдавшаяся покорно порывам своей творимой печали, что чувствовала она? Как не была она рада отдать свое сердце томлениям печали, как не приготовлена была она к этому тоскою сознанных предчувствий, все же представшее ей превзошло ее ожидания. Очарование этого молодого и такого смертельно спокойного лица, к которому припала она для поцелуя притворной скорби, в один краткий миг овладело ею, и чувствовала она, что до века не свергнуть ей этого сладкого и жгучего очарования. Что-то более прекрасное, чем красота, и более властное, чем власть любви, презирающей могильный холод и мрак погребального склепа. Нечто неизъяснимое и невыражаемое никакими человеческими словами обаяние, ведомое одной только смерти, приникло к ней, и уже знала она, что лежащий в белом гробе, осыпанный алыми розами, обвеянный взмахами пламенеющего кадила, окруженный зыбкими волнами синего ароматного дыма, где растворен темный ладан, что он воистину желанный, возлюбленный ее жених. И когда спускалась она со ступеней черного катафалка и глазами полными тоски окинула простор холодного покоя, отыскивая, где бы ей укрыть свои слезы, уже нестерпимою мукою было пронизано ее сердце. Она сделала 2-3 шага и почувствовала, что голова ее кружится. Она повернулась лицом к гробу. Возрастающая слабость была в ее дрожащих коленях. Уже не выбирала она места, и где пришлось, опустилась, почти упала близ гроба. Рядом с нею плакала седая мать, тихо, слезливо всхлипывая. Черная ряса священника медленно двигалась близко от ее лица. Она заплакала, приникла лицом к рукам, брошенным на пол, и над нею звякнули тихим звяканьем колечки кадильной цепи, пронесся низкий и уверенный голос диакона, и грустно, красиво и звонко полилось панихидное пение, слова трогательные, значительные, более веские, чем бедная вера людская, такие мудрые, такие утешающие и так неутешительные. Закрыв лицо руками, едва слыша слова и пение, едва вдыхая ладан грусти, она ясно видела перед собою лицо покойного, внезапно ей милое, видела его живым, смеялись глаза, и уста, полуприкрытые черными усами, двигались, и слова были мудрые и правдивые, и слова были о том, что неизменно близко и дорого сердцу. Всматривалась, и черты лица в короткую минуту целования, схваченные цепкой памятью внезапно влюбленной, оживали теперь перед нею, и все яснее представал милый облик, и каждая черта этого лица неложно говорила о чем-то бесконечно милом и близком. Кончилась панихида, уходили. Около родителей покойного были близкие, утешали, шептали что-то. Нина стояла одна. Ей казалось, что она окружена чужою и враждебною атмосферою, совсем одна. Неужели уходить, оставить милого? Заплакала, пошла из комнаты, тихая, грустная, милая, жалкая, провожаемая влажными взглядами родных и знакомых. На лестнице, на площадке нижнего этажа остановилась, плача. И вдруг послышались бегущие сверху легкие шаги. Нина посмотрела вверх по лестнице. Какое-то неясное предчувствие сказала ей, что это за нею. Девушка в траурном ситцевом платье, с креповым чепчиком на голове, русоволосая и веснущатая, с серыми и покрасневшими от слез глазами, горничные так плачут по добрым господам, быстро сбегала по лестнице. Остановилась перед Ниною. «Барышня!» — тихонько заговорила она, слегка запинаясь, точно конфузясь. «Наша барыня, их мамаш просит вас пожаловать к ним на минуточку». «Зачем?» — робко спросила Нина. «Не могу знать, барышня», — ответила горничная, но видно было по ее тону, что знает и хочет сказать. «Только очень просят», — продолжала она. «Кажется, у них письмо. Да не знаю уж что, только уже очень просят». Нина поднялась по лестнице, и смутная боязнь томила ее, навевая ей какие-то внешние опасения, такие мелкие сравнительно с глубиною ее печали. Думала: неужели попросят не приходить более? Но за что же? Или станут обвинять в смерти моего милого? И ручьем хлынули слезы. Пошатнулась. Горничная поддержала ее под локоть, участливо заглядывая в лицо. «Пусть обвиняют, — думала Нина, — я не буду спорить, пусть я виновата, и почем я знаю, и что я знаю». Горничная провела ее в гостиную. Видно было, что вся семья живет на даче и приехали сюда только для похорон. Мебель была в чехлах и поставлена как-то кое-как, не совсем по-зимнему. Зеркало в простенке было наскоро и неровно прикрыто чем-то белым. Это потому, что в доме был покойник. Нина отвела креповую вуаль от лица, побледневшего под летним загаром и даже словно похудевшего от печали, и смотрела печальными робкими глазами на седую худощавую женщину довольно высокого роста, поднявшуюся ей навстречу с дивана. «Мать!» — подумала Нина, как-то механически отмечала: седая, тонкая, глаза голубые, светлые, похожа на сына. Казалось почему-то, что еще на днях эта женщина с заплаканными глазами и отчаянным лицом не была седою, тщательно зачесывала волосы и даже, может быть, подкрашивала их, а теперь вдруг разом опустилась и уже забыла о своей внешности и о растрепавшихся на голове седых космах. Пригласила сесть. В этой же комнате у окна стоял отец, высокий, прямой старик, стоял в полуоборот к окну, точно и хотел смотреть на гостью, и хотел скрыть от нее выражение печали на гордом старческом лице. «Вот, — сказал старуха, — смотрю я на вас, вы одна здесь нам незнакомая, вот я и думаю, что это вам должно быть письмо от Сереженьки. Вам?» «Не знаю, — сказала Нина, — как я могу знать?» Старалась не плакать, а слезы опять хлынули из глаз. Заплакала и мать. «Так это для нас неожиданно, — говорила она, — Ждем Сереженьку к обеду. Он на день в город уехал. И вдруг... Да о письме-то я начала, видите...» Старуха вынула из альбома, лежащего на столе, письмо в узком серо-зеленом конверте и сказала: «О ком Сереженька пишет, мы никак не могли догадаться. Но это письмо... Ко мне он письмо оставил, и вот это письмо вложено. Просит передать молодой барышне, которая у нас не бывала, передать, если она придет на панихиду или на вынос. А узнаете, пишет, потому что она в трауре будет и, может быть, поплачет немножко. Ей, пишет, и отдайте. Если же она не придет, сожгите, пишет, не читая. Вот я и думаю, не вам ли письмо?» И, не колеблясь ни минуты, Нина сказала: «Да, это мне». Побледнела, протянула руку за письмом, вся полная страха. Тяжелые ли упреки бросит ей из-за таинственной грани ее милой? Слова ли нежной любви и утешения? Подумала: «А если придет она, другая?» Шуршал конверт в дрожащих пальцах, и уже нетерпеливой рукою разорван край конверта. Быстрые мысли чередовались, пока вытаскивала письмо из темницы конверта. «Придет, отдам. Да не придет. Злая, оставила, забыла в страшные предсмертные его часы, не томилась тоскою предчувствий, как я. Это мое. Но если придет и траур наденет и заплачет, отдам». И отец и мать стояли перед нею и смотрели на ее лицо, когда она читала. Точно по лицу хотелось узнать им страшную тайну. Читала: «Милая, дорогая, пишу тебе в странной, может быть, несбыточной надежде, что ты все-таки придешь к моему гробу, заплачешь над моей могилою, хоть короткое время поносишь по мне траур. Зачем мне это? Знаю, что это ужасная ерунда. А все-таки утешен мечтою о том, что ты придешь. И если и придешь, тебе отдадут это письмо, а не придешь, сожгут. Так я просил маму, а она у меня славная и не обманет, сделает, как я прошу. Ты, я верю, не огорчишь ее ни одним ненужным словом. Я, видишь ли, умираю. Все одно к одному подошло. Не вини себя, милая. В нашей разлуке я сам виноват, я один, и мне пенять не на кого, а только это было так, словно из ткани моей жизни кто-то выдернул какую-то связующую нить, и все стало рассыпаться. По внешности я остался таким же и шел заодно с товарищами, вообще не вешал носа, даже взялся за дело, которое раньше, может быть, сделал бы с размаха, а теперь оно меня окончательно раздавило. Убить всегда трудно, но я знаю, что... Да что говорить, взялся и не могу. Предпочитаю убить самого себя, не потому, чтобы старые прописи из морали, ну там святость человеческой жизни. Да нет, может быть, и это так страшно и темно. Весь изнемог. Я человек конченый. Впрочем, эту фразу я слизнул у кого-то, ну да сойдет. Тебе хотел бы сказать что-нибудь очень светлое и спокойное. Ты, может быть, улыбнешься сквозь слезы, но пусть. Я все-таки тебя, киска, очень люблю. Будь счастлива, обо мне вспоминай нечасто и без досады. А если бы ты вернулась... Но, впрочем, что вам, живущим, заветы из-за гроба? Чепуха, не правда ли? И все-таки, мой друг, моя милая, тот, кто увидел свет и отвернулся от него, порядочная дрянь. Прощай, твой Сергей». Нина вложила письмо в конверт. Хотелось уйти, остаться одной, перечитывать, думать и плакать, и уже хотела уходить, но чьи-то просящие взоры удерживали ее. «Что вам пишет Сережа?» – спросила мать. Нина молчала, не знала, что сказать, и старая продолжала: «Поймите ужас нашего положения. ведь мы совершенно не знаем, из-за чего, Сережа, из-за чего. Ведь это ужасно, хоть бы что-нибудь знать, хотя бы что-нибудь. Нина думала, что же я могу сказать? А если она придет, и придется ей отдать письмо, лучше пусть она скажет. Улыбалась и плакала. Сказала решительно: "Простите, я очень понимаю, но сейчас я должна молчать, я не могу вам сказать, ничего не могу". "Сударыня", начал молчавший до этого времени отец, и звук его голоса был странно резок и скрипуч. "Ведь мы могли бы и не отдавать вам письма. В таком положении мы имели бы право сами его распечатать, а вы скрываете". Не кончил, странно всхлипнул, отвернулся. Нина потупилась и тихо сказала: "Да, вы имели возможность прочитать это письмо, но вы этого не сделали". "Нет, конечно, говорила мать, кто же говорит, конечно, мы бы не стали читать чужого письма, но наше горе, умоляю вас, пожалейте старую женщину". "Ради бога!" - вскрикнула Нина. "Подождите, подождите до завтра, клянусь вам. Теперь я не могу, я скажу вам завтра, завтра, когда Сережу, ради бога". Плакали обе, обнимая одна другую, и вдруг мать оттолкнула Нину. "Не даст вам Бог счастья, если он из-за вас!" Плачущим воплем слабо вскрикнула она и бросилась, рыдая, из комнаты. Отец быстро ушел за нею, Нина осталась одна. День проходил тупо и вяло, в смятении мыслей и мечтаний. Перечитывала письмо милого, думала боязливо: "А если придет та другая, злая?" Горько было думать, что придется отдать ей милые странички, исписанные мелким, торопливым, четким почерком, и, утешая себя, опять думала: "Да нет, не придет". Нетерпеливо ждала вечера, идти опять на панихиду, в гроб милому положить белую розу, у гроба его оставить белый венок опечаленной невесты и узнать, пришла ли злая разлучница. Докучные, лишние, пламенные влачились минуты из змеино-солнечного дня. После обеда Нина сказала Наташе: "Последняя отрада получить письмо от милого. Я его получила". Наташа с удивлением смотрела на узкий зеленый конверт. Нина в первый раз заметила на конверте надпись, прочла: "Опечаленной невесте". Та другая не приходила. Ее не было ни на вечерней панихиде, где белый лег венок на ступени черного катафалка, и у черных волос милого упала белая роза, подарок невесты. Ее не было и на вынос, и на отпевании, и красота невестиной печали ничем не была нарушена. По знойным утренним улицам равнодушно шумного города, за гробом, по пыльной мостовой шла Нина с родителями своего жениха. Кто-то из его родных, элегантно одетый и красивый господин с сидеющими усами и прямым станом отставного офицера, вел Нину под руку. Красота ее печали влеклась по безобразию пыльных знойных улиц под неистовым пыланием древнего змия среди минутно тронутых и крестящихся прохожих. Роковая красота печали влеклась на сером и злом безучастии Айсы. Устала, но не хотела сесть в карету, и смертельно устала. Усталость венчала красоту ее печали, и милая томность ее лица была еще более трогательна этим чужим людям. Скорбный и долог был обряд, потому что не жалели денег, и в красивой церкви хорошо пел отличный хор певчих. Обряд, утешающий слабых. Но какое утешение мог дать Нине, бедной невесте жениха, только из-за гроба сказавшего ей слова любви, но и слова укора? И думала она: "Куда же я должна вернуться, чтобы утешить его, чтобы не остаться, по его откровенно милому слову, порядочной дрянью, малодушно отвернувшейся от света. И казалось ей, что она знает, куда пойдет и чем его утешить. Могила, брошены последние горсти земли, рыдали мать и невеста, некрасивая, старая, родная ему, с покрасневшим носом сгибалась, сбивая на бок шляпу. И молодая, бледная, заплаканная девушка, чужая ему при жизни и теперь единственно близкая ему. И они остались одни над свежею могилою. Одна не берегла сына, и сердце его было ей темно, и помыслы непонятны и чужды, а другая, на нее ни разу не глянули его милые очи, но ей открылось его сердце, слабое, изнемогшее от непосильного бремени земное сердце человека, который хотел великого подвига и не мог его совершить. "Милый", шептала она, "я знаю путь, которым надо идти, чтобы с тобою быть, чтобы тебя утешить. Ты не мог, ты ослабел от печали, тебе темно и холодно в могиле, но ничего, не бойся, я сделаю все, что было твоим делом, и если на твоем пути есть страдания, они будут моими". Смотрели одна на другую. Нина думала: что скажу ей, чем ее утешу? Сказала ей тихо: "Вы сказали вчера, что Бог не даст мне счастья, если Он умер из-за меня. Видит Бог, что я в этом нисколько не виновата, но на что же мне счастье, если Он, милый мой, в могиле? Я не умела быть с ним вместе, когда он был жив, но поверьте, что я всегда буду верна его памяти, и то, что он мне завещал, исполню. И его любовь будет моей любовью, его друзья станут моими друзьями, его ненависть моею ненавистью, и то, от чего погиб он, понесу я". Конец рассказа Федора Сологуба "Опечаленная невеста". End of the story.
A Pioneer Wooing by L. M. Montgomery. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Donald Fraser, sitting by the low four-paned window of his new house, was playing old Scotch airs on his fiddle to beguile dull time away on a cold winter afternoon, more than 100 years ago. The place was a remote settlement in a nascent Canadian province, where the settlers were engaged in the arduous task of carving out homes for themselves in the wilderness. Donald's new house had only 4 small rooms, but it was considered quite a pretentious edifice in those primitive days. Before it, the cleared fields of his farm sloped down to the ice-bound bay. Behind it, great woods stretched inland, intersected here and there by trails and wood roads. In winter, the ice was the great highway of traffic, and people from far and wide passed Donald's door, often calling to warm themselves before his fire and exchange news of the various scattered settlements. The day was bitter cold, and a storm threatened. Few travelers were abroad, and Donald had no callers. He felt lonely and got his fiddle down for company. It was too early yet to go across the bay to Sherman's. Donald smiled to himself as he played Annie Laurie and thought of Nancy Sherman, more beautiful than the heroine of the old ballad. "Her face it is the fairest that e'er the sun shone on," hummed the young Scotch Canadian softly. The Frasers were one of the best families in the little colony, which was as yet so thinly populated that everybody in it knew everybody else. Alexander Fraser, Donald's father, had been one of the earliest immigrants from Scotland. He was a man liked and respected by all, and had taken a prominent part in shaping the affairs of the colony. From him, Donald, his firstborn, inherited his broad shoulders, sandy hair, deep-set gray eyes, and resolute jaw. But it was from his Irish mother that Donald got the qualities which made him a favorite with all who knew him. The merry curve of his mobile mouth, the twinkle in his grey eyes, the gay smile, the flashing wit, the irrepressible good comradeship that distinguished him from the more reserved, purebred Scotch folk, even the faint suggestion of brogue in his ringing tones, all contributed to form a personality which was destined to stamp its influence on those rude early days. Many a blue-eyed Scotch and English lassie would have been glad and willing to listen had Donald Fraser come a-wooing, and many a girlish heart of 100 years ago beat quicker at his step or voice. But Donald cared only for one whom many others wooed likewise. He was not openly favored above his rivals. He did not know whether Nancy Sherman cared for him or not, but he knew that if she would not come to be the mistress of his new house, none other ever should. So he dreamed of her as he drew the bow over the strings, and filled the low room with the sweetness of old Lowland ballads, the fine frenzy of Highland reels and Strathspeys, and the rollicking abandon of Irish jigs. When he played the last, the Irish fun in his nature overflowed him, drowning out the Scottish romance, and he wished that somebody would drop in and crack a joke with him. When he left the north window, which he liked best because it looked out over the bay to Sherman's, and went to the south one, looking out over a dreary expanse of stumps and half-cleared land, he saw a sleigh emerge from the woods. He knew the driver at a glance, and rushing to the door, threw it open with hearty hospitality. Anyone would have been welcome, but this visitor was Neil Campbell, who was Donald's especial crony. Friends they had always been, and friends they were yet, and they were also rivals. People had expected to see their friendship blotted out by their rivalry, but it had stood the test. Each loved Nancy Sherman, and each knew that the other knew it. Each was determined to win her, and neither would have hesitated over any ruse that would give him the advantage. But no ill feeling found place between them, and when Neil came from Berwick he always called to see Donald before he crossed the bay, and sometimes so free from bitterness was their rivalry, he even took Donald over. He got out at the door and shook Donald's proffered hand heartily. Then he tied his restive young mare to a post, threw the buffalo robe over her, and followed Donald into the kitchen. Neither in appearance nor character was there the slightest resemblance between the two men. In point of looks, Neil Campbell could not for an instant compare with Donald Fraser. He was smaller and slighter, with a dark, melancholy face and intensely blue eyes, the vivid blue of the St. Lawrence water on a windy autumn day when the sun breaks out after a storm. In parentage he was pure Highland, with all the Highlander's mystic, poetic temperament. He was not so widely popular as the gay and dashing Donald, and he was not a favorite with women. But his few friends loved him rarely, and it was said by some that if a woman once loved him, she would do and dare all things to win him. Neil threw himself down before the roaring fire with a sigh of satisfaction. It was 10 miles from Berwick to the bay shore, and though a lover thought little of that when his lass waited for him at the end, a blazing back log and a taste of good Scotch whisky were not to be despised at the halfway station. "It's cold the-day," he said briefly. "You'll be going over the bay, I'm thinking," said Donald, good-humouredly. A slight tinge of colour showed itself on Campbell's dark face. While he bore Donald no grudge for the rivalry, he could not refer to it in the unreserved way of his friend. To him, Donald's offhand way of looking at the situation savoured of greater confidence than he possessed, and this stung him. He only nodded in reply to Donald's remark. The latter had meanwhile been rummaging in his untidy bachelor cupboard, and now he emerged with a bottle of whisky and a couple of tumblers. This was a matter of course 100 years ago. A woman might offer her woman friends a cup of hot tea, but a man treated his callers to a taste of the best whisky obtainable. If he failed to do so, he was looked upon as seriously lacking in what were then considered the most rudimentary elements of hospitality. "You look cold," said Donald. "Sit nearer to the fire, man, and let this put a bit of warmth in your veins. You'll need it before you go over the bay. It's bitter cold on the ice today. Now for the Berwick news. Has Jean McLean made up with her man yet? And is it true that Sandy MacDonald is to marry Kate Ferguson? 'Twill be a match now, sure, and with her red hair, Sandy will not be like to lose his bride past finding." Berwick was Donald's boyhood home, and Neil had plenty of news for him concerning friends and kin. First he talked little and cautiously, as was his wont, while Donald bantered and joked, but presently the whiskey, which neither spared, began to tell on the different temperaments. Donald's volatile spirits evaporated, and the Scotch element of his nature came uppermost. He grew cautious and watchful, talked less, but made shrewder remarks. The Highlander, on the contrary, lost his reserve and became more and more confidential. At last, after being shrewdly manipulated by Donald, Neil Campbell confessed that he meant to put his fate to the test that very night. He was going over the bay to ask Nancy Sherman to marry him. If she consented, then Donald and the rest should see a wedding such as the colony had never yet seen. Donald rose abruptly and went to the window, leaving Neil to sip his grog and gaze smilingly into the fire, with the air of a man very well satisfied with himself. As for Donald, he was for the moment nonplussed. This was worse than he had expected. He had never dreamed that Neil would dare bring matters to a crisis yet. But there was no time to be lost if he meant to get ahead of his rival. In his heart, Donald hoped that Nancy Sherman cared for him. What else could those modestly bestowed favors and shy looks, such as she gave to no other, mean? Yet he might be mistaken. She might like Neil best, after all. And whether or no, the first man there stood the better chance. Donald knew very well that Nancy's father favored Neil Campbell as being the richer man in worldly goods. If Neil asked Nancy to marry him when he, Donald, had not yet spoken, Elias Sherman would have the most to say in the matter, and Nancy would never dream of disputing her father's command. Donald looked far out over the bay, and realized that his chance of winning Nancy depended on his crossing that white expanse before Neil did. How could it be managed? A twinkle came into Donald's eye. All was fair in love and war, and Nancy was well worth the trial. He went back to the table and sat down. "Have some more, man, have some more," he said, persuasively. "'Twill keep the life in you in the teeth of that wind. Help yourself. There's a plenty more where that came from." "Is it going over the bay the night that yourself will be doing?" asked Neil as he obeyed. Donald shook his head. "I'd thought of it," he owned, "but it looks a wee like a storm, and my sleigh is at the blacksmith's to be shod. If I went, it must be on Black Dan's back, and he'd like a canter over the ice in a snowstorm as little as I. His own fireside is by far the best place for a man to be tonight, Campbell." Neil nodded drowsily. His potations, after his long cold drive, were beginning to have their effect. Donald, with laughter in his deep-set eyes, watched his friend, and persuaded him again and again to have yet another tasting. When Neil's head at last fell heavily on his arm, Donald arose with the smile of a man who has won in a doubtful game. Neil Campbell was sound asleep, and would remain so for some time. How long was the question? It might be for hours, and it might be for only a few minutes, but half an hour's start would be enough. For the rest it would depend on Nancy, but there was no time to lose. Donald flung on his stout homespun overcoat, pulled his fur cap warmly over his ears, and wrapped a knitted muffler of hand-spun yarn around his neck. Then he caught his mitts and riding-whip from the nail over the fireplace, and strode to the door with a parting glance at the reclining figure of his unconscious friend. "May your sleep be long and sweet, man," he laughed softly. "As for the waking, 'twill be betwixt you and me." With an amused smile he untied Neil's horse, climbed onto Neil's sleigh, and tucked Neil's buffalo robe comfortably around him. "When he wakes, Black Dan will carry him as well as he would have carried me," thought the schemer. "But if the snow comes after sunset, it's little we'll see of either over the bay tonight. Now, Bess, old girl, do your bonniest. There's more than you know hangs on your speed. If the Campbell awakes too soon, Black Dan could show you a pair of clean heels for all of your good start. On, my girl." Brown Bess, one of the best mares in the county, sprang forward over the ice like a deer. The sun was nearing its setting. The gleaming white expanse of the bay, gemmed here and there with wooded purple islets and rimmed in by dark violet coasts, glittered like the breast of a fair woman decked with jewels. Above, the curdled gray rolls of cloud flushed faintly pink, but the north and east were gray with the presage of night and storm. Donald thought of none of these things, nor of the rare spiritual beauty of the wastes about him. As he urged Brown Bess forward, With now and then a glance behind to see if Black Dan were yet following, he thought only of what he should say to Nancy Sherman, and of what her answer would be. The Shermans were a family of United Empire Loyalists who had come to Canada at the close of the American War of Independence. They never spoke of their former fortunes, but it was the general opinion that they had once been wealthy. However that might be, they were poor enough now, and life was even a harder struggle for them than it was for the Scotch immigrants who had already obtained a footing on the Canadian soil. Elias Sherman was a genial, friendly soul, and his wife was a pale, proud woman who had once been beautiful, and was dignified and gracious yet. When they came to the little maritime colony, they brought 2 children with them. These 2 children, Nancy and Betty, grew up amid many hardships and privations, but as they blossomed out into young womanhood, they were widely famed for their beauty, and lovers from the best and wealthiest of the colonial families came a-wooing to the little cottage on the bay-shore, and thought themselves richly repaid if they won a smile or a kind glance from the beautiful Sherman girls. Beautiful and stately they were, indeed, with a grace and charm of manner that triumphed over mean attire and rough surroundings. 100 years ago Nancy and Betty Sherman, now sleeping forgotten in mossy, grass-grown graves on a hill that slopes down to the moaning St. Lawrence Gulf, had the pick of 5 counties to their hands. Not one of the blue-eyed, fresh-faced Scotch and English lassies, the Jeans and Kates and Margarets, could for a moment compare with them. They were envied bitterly enough, no doubt, and caused many a long-forgotten heartache. Yet the fault was not theirs. They made no effort to win or retain the homage offered them. The boldest lover never boasted of favors received. A kindly word or a gracious smile was all that any ever won, and was esteemed enough. Even Donald Fraser could but own to himself that Nancy was as likely to say no as yes. She had said it calmly and sweetly to better men. Well, he would face the question bravely, and if he were refused, Neil will have the laugh on me then. Sure, and he's sleeping well, and the snow is coming soon. There'll be a bonny swirl on the bay ere long. I hope no harm will come to the lad if he starts to cross. When he wakes, he'll be in such a fine Highland temper that he'll never stop to think of danger. Well, Bess, my girl, here we are at last. Now, Donald Fraser, pluck up heart and play the man. Remember you're a Scotchman, with a dash of old Ireland to boot, and never flinch because a slip of a lass looks scornful at you out of the bonniest dark blue eyes on earth. In spite of his bold words, however, Donald's heart was thumping furiously when he drove into the farmyard. Nancy was there, milking a cow by the stable door, but she stood up when she saw him coming, grasping her pail with one hand and holding the other out to him in the gracious, untroubled way for which she was noted. Haloed by the sunset light that was flinging its rosy splendors over all the wide white wastes around them, the girl was so beautiful that Donald's courage failed him almost completely. Was it not the wildest presumption to hope that this exquisite creature could care for him, or would come to be the mistress of his little house, she who was fit for a king's halls? In all the humility of a true lover he stood before her, and Nancy, looking into his bonny face, understood with woman's instinct why he had come. A color and light that was not of the sunset crept into her face and eyes. She did not withdraw her hand from his grasp, but she turned her face aside and bent her head. Donald knew that he must make the most of this unexpected chance. He might not see Nancy alone again before Neil came. Clasping both of his hands over the slender one he held, he said breathlessly, "Nan, lass, I love you. You may say 'tis a hasty wooing, but that's a story I can tell you later, maybe. I know well I'm not worthy of you, but if true love could make a man worthy, there'd be none before me. Will you have me, Nan?" Nan's head in its crimson shawl drooped lower still. For a moment Donald endured an agony of suspense. Then he heard an answer, oh, such a low, sweet answer, and he knew that she was won. The snow was beginning to fall when they walked together to the house. Donald looked over the bay, misty white in the gathering gloom, and laughed light-heartedly. "I must tell you that story, my lass," he said, catching Nancy's look of wonder, and you'll see what a trick I played on my best friend to win you." And tell it he did, with such inimitable drollery and such emphasized brogue that Nancy could but laugh as heartily as he did. She was not proof against the humor of the situation, even amid the sweeter romance of it. When morning broke, the storm was over, and Donald knew that vengeance must be on his track. Not wishing to make the Sherman house the scene of a quarrel, he resolved to get away before Neil came, and he persuaded Nancy to drive with him to the country town, some 10 miles away, for a cally. As he brought Neil's sleigh up to the door, he saw a black speck far off on the bay, and laughed. "Black Dan goes well, but he'll not be quick enough," he said, as he helped Nancy in. Half an hour later, Neil Campbell, with a blackly bent brow and a fire in his blue eyes that was woe to see, dismounted from his smoking horse at the Shermans' door and strode into the kitchen. Had Donald Fraser been there, the comedy might shortly have been turned into a tragedy, for there was blood fury in Campbell's heart and eyes. But the wily rival was far away, and the kitchen was empty. Neil stood and chafed at the door until Mrs. Sherman came down the rude stairs from the loft above. At sight of Campbell she started in surprise, for though many a wooer came to her house, they did not usually come so early in the day, but she came forward to meet him in a gracious manner. "Good morning, Mr. Campbell. 'Tis a fair day after the storm, but a cold. Come nearer to the fire." Neil felt his blind fury ebbing away before this woman of the queen-like presence and pale, sorrowful face, so little in keeping with the rude, low room. Mrs. Sherman always imposed a sense of deference upon the person to whom she spoke. Neil could not bring himself to demand of her where Donald Fraser or Nancy was, yet he must say something. "Where is Betty the morning?" he asked, trying to speak calmly, although his voice shook. On being told that she had gone to the well for a pail of water, he went out, vowing that he would discover from her the whereabouts of his false friend. Betty Sherman saw him coming across the snow, and stood up erectly beside the well, with a smile on her face. Her lips parted, and her breath fluttered over them quickly. She put up her slender brown hands, and nervously caught the crimson fringes of her knitted shawl together under her chin, while into her eyes leaped the strange light of fear and passion, and some undefined emotion that strove to conquer the other two. As far as feature and bearing went, Nancy and Betty Sherman looked marvelously alike, yet so different were they in coloring, and more than all in expression, that they were scarcely held to resemble each other. The hair that lay in skeins of silken fairness on Nancy's white forehead rippled off from Betty's in locks as richly brown as October nuts. The misty purple of Nan's eyes was so dark and deep in Betty's as to be almost black, and while Nancy was oftener paler than not, a dusky red always glowed in Betty's cheeks, and deepened to scarlet in the curves of a very sweet, very scornful mouth. As for their expression, Nancy's was always generous and charming, while Betty's was mocking and maddening. Though Betty had many lovers, they were afraid of her. Her tongue was a sharp and unsparing one, and she satirized them to their faces. Woe betide the rash youth with a squint or a stutter who came courting Betty Sherman. And even those who had no defect of person or manner fared little better. Yet came they did, for there was that about the girl that held a man, though she treated him as the dust under her feet. When Neil Campbell had first come to the cottage on the bay shore, it had been Betty whom he came to see. In those days he thought Nan by far the less bonny, but Betty, always cruel to her suitors, was doubly so to Neil. She mimicked his Highland accent, mocked at his Highland ways, and laughed at his shyness as Highland pride. Neil, believing his suit hopeless, left the scornful maid to her own devices, was gradually drawn into the train of Nancy's lovers, soon to become the most devoted of them. Thenceforth Betty had treated him with unvarying indifference, although generally she was as merciless to Nancy's lovers as to her own. Neil felt that his humiliation would be doubly bitter from Betty's probable railing, but in his passionate anger, an anger that quite overmastered the sting of baffled love, he did not care what she might say. "Good morning, Mr. Campbell," said Betty's silver-clear voice as he came up to her. "It's early abroad you are, and I'm Black Dan no less. Was I mistaken in thinking that Donald Fraser said that his favorite horse should never be backed by any man but him? But doubtless a fair exchange is no robbery, and Brown Bess goes well and fleetly. Where is Donald Fraser? Said Neil, thickly. It is him I am seeking, and it is him I will be finding. Where is he, Betty Sherman? Donald Fraser is far enough away by this, said Betty, lightly. He is a prudent fellow, that Donald, and has some quickness of wit under that sandy thatch of his. He came here last night at sunset with a horse and sleigh, not his own or lately gotten, and he asked Nan in the stable yard to marry him. Did a man ask me to marry him while I was at the cow's side with my milking pail in my hand? 'Tis a cold answer he'd get for his pains. But Nan was ever o'er fond of Donald, and 'tis kindly she must have answered him, for they sat late together last night, and 'twas a bonny story that Nan wakened me to hear when she came to bed, the story of a braw lover who let his secret out when the whisky was aboon the wit, and then fell asleep while his rival was away to woo and win his lass. Did you ever hear a like story, Mr. Campbell? Neil clenched his fists. Oh, yes, he said fiercely. It is laughing at me over the countryside that Donald Fraser will be doing in telling that story. But when I meet him, it is not laughing he will be doing. Oh, no, there will be another story to tell. What will you do to him? Cried Betty in alarm. Don't meddle with a man. Now what a state to be in, because a slip of a good-looking lass prefers sandy hair and grey eyes to Highland black and blue. You have not the spirit of a wren, Neil Campbell. Were I you, I would show Donald Fraser that I could woo and win a maid as speedily as any Lowlander of them all. That would I. There's many a girl would say yes, gladly for your asking. I know one myself, as bonny as Nan, if folks say true, who would think herself a proud and happy woman if you looked kindly on her, and would love you as well as Nan loves her Donald, aye, and 10 times better. Betty's face went crimson, and her eyes faltered down to the pail at her feet. And who may it be, Betty? Asked Neil after a brief silence. Betty did not answer in words. She came a step nearer and put one hand on Neil's shoulder, with her head still drooping, but looking up at him with her eyes, an expression half defiant, half yielding, wholly captivating, that answered as plainly as words. Neil took the 2 cold hands in his. If this be so, lass, he said gently, why did you mock at me so when I came first? What simpletons men are, pouted Betty. Why, 'twas because I liked you best, to be sure. Then she suddenly sprang away from him, with flushing cheeks and clouded eyes. Oh, what must you think of me? She cried. Bold, unmaidenly, that is what you will call me, and truly. But when I saw you coming, and I had loved you so long, what thought I to lose all for want of one little bold word? 'Twas hard to speak, but I have spoken it, and now you will despise me. She clasped her hands and stood meekly before him, with her face hanging on her breast. Neil came nearer and drew her into his arms. Thank you for that word, he said simply. Betty, it was you that I liked best at first, and if you will marry me, it is a good husband I will try to make you, and proud and a happy man I'll be. Betty looked up at him with eyes where tenderness and mischief were mingled. Then maybe Donald Fraser will not do so much laughing after all, she said. Look you, Neil, leave me to manage this. When Nan comes back, I'll say to her, Nan, is Donald so very sure that Neil Campbell said your name when he told you of his errand? 'Tis a mistake your Lowlander has made, sister. And then I will tell her how you came this morning and asked me to marry you, though 'twas I did the asking, was it not? But I'll not tell her that. End of A Pioneer Wooing by L.M. Montgomery.
A Rainy Evening, a sketch from Love After Marriage and Other Stories of the Heart by Mrs. Carolyn Lee Hentz. Read for Love Stories, Volume 2 by Wayne Cook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Rainy Evening, a sketch from Love After Marriage and Other Stories of the Heart by Mrs. Carolyn Lee Hentz. A pleasant little group was gathered around Uncle Ned's domestic hearth. He sat on one side of the fireplace, opposite Aunt Mary, who, with her book in her hand, watched the children seated at the table, some reading, others sewing, all occupied, but one, a child of larger growth, a young lady who, being a guest in the family, was suffered to indulge in the pleasures of idleness without reproof.
"Oh, I love a rainy evening," said little Anne, looking up from her book and meeting her mother's smiling glance. "It is so nice to sit by a good fire and hear the rain pattering against the windows. Only I pity the poor people who have no house to cover them, to keep off the rain and the cold." "And I love a rainy evening, too," cried George, a boy of 12. "I can study so much better. My thoughts stay at home and don't keep rambling off after the bright moon and stars. My heart feels warmer, and I really believe I love everybody better than I do when the weather is fair."
Uncle Ned smiled and gave the boy an approving pat on the shoulder. Everyone smiled, but the young lady, who, with a languid, discontented air, now played with a pair of scissors, now turned over the leaves of a book, then, with an ill-suppressed yawn, leaned idly on her elbow and looked into the fire.
"And what do you think of a rainy evening, Elizabeth?" asked Uncle Ned. "I should like to hear your opinion also." "I think it is over dull and uninteresting indeed," answered she. "I always feel so stupid I can hardly keep myself awake. One cannot go abroad or hope to see company at home, and one gets so tired of seeing the same faces all the time. I cannot imagine what George and Anne see to admire so much in a disagreeable rainy evening like this."
"Supposing I tell you a story to enliven you?" said Uncle Ned.
"Oh, yes, father, please tell us a story," exclaimed the children simultaneously.
Little Anne was perched upon his knee as if by magic, and even Elizabeth moved her chair as if excited to some degree of interest. George still held his book in his hand, but his bright eyes, sparkling with unusual animation, were riveted upon his uncle's face.
"I'm going to tell you a story about a rainy evening,"
said Uncle Ned.
"Oh, that will be so pretty!"
cried Anne, clapping her hands. But Elizabeth's countenance fell below zero. It was an ominous annunciation.
"Yes," continued Uncle Ned, "a rainy evening.
But though clouds darker than those which now mantled the sky were lowering abroad, and the rain fell heavier and faster, the rainbow of my life was drawn most beautifully in those dark clouds, and its fair colors still shine most lovely on the sight. It is no longer, however, the bow of promise, but the realization of my fondest dreams." George saw his uncle cast an expressive glance towards the handsome matron in the opposite corner, whose color perceptibly heightened, and he could not forbear exclaiming,
"Ah, Aunt Mary is blushing. I understand Uncle's metaphor. She is his rainbow, and he thinks life one long rainy day."
"Not exactly so. I mean your last conclusion. But don't interrupt me, my boy, and you shall hear a lesson which, young as you are, I trust you will never forget. When I was a young man I was thought quite handsome."
"Pa is as pretty as he can be now,"
interrupted little Anne, passing her hand fondly over his manly cheek. Uncle Ned was not displeased with the compliment, for he pressed her closer to him, while he continued, "Well, when I was young I was of a gay spirit and a great favorite in society. The young ladies liked me for a partner in the dance, the chessboard, or the evening walk, and I had reason to think several of them would have made no objection to take me as a partner for life. Among all my young acquaintances there was no one whose companionship was more pleasing as that of a maiden whose name was Mary. Now, there are a great many Marys in the world, so you must not take it for granted I mean your mother or aunt. At any rate, you must not look so significant till I have finished my story. Mary was a sweet and lovely girl, with a current of cheerfulness running through her disposition that made music as it flowed. It was an undercurrent, however, always gentle and kept within its legitimate channel, never overflowing into boisterous mirth or unmeaning levity. She was the only daughter of her mother, and she a widow. Mrs. Carleton, such as was her mother's name, was in lowly circumstances, and Mary had none of the appliances of wealth and fashion to decorate her person or gild her home. A very modest competency was all her portion, and she wished for nothing more. I have seen her in a simple white dress, without a single ornament unless it was a natural rose, transcend all the gaudy belles who sought by the attractions of dress to win the admiration of the multitude. But alas for poor human nature! One of these dashing belles so fascinated my attention that the gentle Mary was for a while forgotten. Teresa Vane was, indeed, a rare piece of mortal mechanism. Her figure was the perfection of beauty, and she moved as if strung upon wires, so elastic and springing were her gestures. I never saw such lustrous hair. It was perfectly black and shone like burnished steel. And then such ringlets, how they waved and rippled down her beautiful neck. She dressed with the most exquisite taste, delicacy, and neatness, and whatever she wore assumed a peculiar grace and fitness, as if art loved to adorn what nature made so fair. But what charmed me most was the sunshiny smile that was always waiting to light up her countenance. To be sure, she sometimes laughed a little too loud, but then her laugh was so musical and her teeth so white, it was impossible to believe her guilty of rudeness or want of grace. Often when I saw her in social circle, so brilliant and smiling, the life and charm of everything around her, I thought how happy the constant companionship of such a being would make me, what brightness she would impart to the fireside of home, what light, what joy to the darkness scenes of existence.
"Oh, uncle," interrupted George, laughing, "if I were Aunt Mary I would not let you praise any other lady so warmly. You are so taken up with her beauty you have forgotten all about the rainy evening."
Aunt Mary smiled, but it is more than probable that George really touched one of the hidden springs of her woman's heart, for she looked down and said nothing. "Don't be impatient," said Uncle Ned, "and you shall not be cheated out of your story. I have began it for Elizabeth's sake rather than yours, and I see she is wide awake. She thinks I was by this time more than half in love with Teresa Vane, and she thinks more than half right. There had been a great many parties of pleasure, riding parties, sailing parties, and talking parties, and the summer slipped by almost unconsciously. At length the autumnal equinox approached, and gathering clouds, northeastern gales, and drizzling rains succeeded to the soft breezes, mellow skies, and glowing sunsets peculiar to that beautiful season. For 2 or 3 days I was confined within doors by the continuous rains, and I am sorry to confess it, but the blue devils actually got complete possession of me. One strided upon my nose, another danced on the top of my head, one pinched my ear, and another turned somersaults on my chin. You laugh, little Nanny, but they are terrible creatures, these blue gentlemen, and I could not endure them any longer. So the third rainy evening I put on my overcoat, buttoned it up to my chin, and taking my umbrella in my hand, set out in the direction of Mrs. Vane's. Here, I thought, as my fingers pressed the latch, I shall find the moonlight smile that will illuminate the darkness of my night. The dull vapors will disperse before her radiant glance, and this interminable equinoctial storm shall be transformed into a mere vernal shower, melting away in sunbeams at her presence. My gentle knock not being apparently heard, I stepped into the anteroom, set down my umbrella, took off my drenched overcoat, arranged my hair in the most grateful manner, and claiming a privilege to which perhaps I had no legitimate right, opened the door of the family sitting room, and found myself in the presence of the beautiful Teresa. Here Uncle Ned made a provoking pause. "Pray go on. How was she dressed? And was she glad to see you?" assailed him on every side. "How was she dressed?" repeated he. "I am not very well skilled in the technicalities of a lady's wardrobe, but I can give you the general impression of her personal appearance. In the first place, there was a jumping up in an offhand sliding steps towards the opposite door as I entered, but a disobliging chair was in the way, and I was making my lowest bow before she found an opportunity of disappearing. Confused and mortified, she scarcely returned my salutation, while Mrs. Vane offered me a chair and expressed in somewhat dubious terms their gratification at such an unexpected pleasure. I've no doubt Teresa wished me at the bottom of the frozen ocean, if I might judge by the freezing glances she shot at me through her long lashes. She sat uneasily in her chair, trying to conceal her slip-shod shoes and furtively arranging her dress about the shoulders and waist. It was a most rebellious subject, for the body and the skirt were at open warfare, refusing to have any communion with each other. Where was the graceful shape I had so much admired? In vain I sought its exquisite outlines in the folds of that loose, slovenly robe. Where were those glistening ringlets and burnished locks that had so lately rivaled the tresses of Medusa? Her hair was put in tangled bunches behind her ears and tucked up behind a kind of Gordian knot, which would have required the sword of an Alexander to untie. Her frock was a soiled and dingy silk, with trimmings of sallow blonde, and a faded fancy handkerchief was thrown over one shoulder. "You have caught me completely en dishabille," said she, recovering partially from embarrassment. "But the evening was so rainy, and no one but mother and myself. I never dreamed of such an exhibition of gallantry as this." She could not disguise her vexation with all her efforts to conceal it, and Mrs. Vane evidently shared her daughter's chagrin. I was wicked enough to enjoy their confusion, and never appeared more at my ease or played the agreeable with more signal success. I was disenchanted at once, and my mind revelled in its recovered freedom. My goddess had fallen from the pedestal on which my imagination had enthroned her, despoiled of the beautiful drapery which had imparted to her such ideal loveliness. I knew that I was a favorite in the family, for I was wealthy and independent, and perhaps of all Teresa's admirers what the world would call the best match. I maliciously asked her to play on the piano, but she made 1,000 excuses, studiously keeping back the true reason, her disordered attire. I asked her to play a game of chess, but she had a headache. She was too stupid. She never could do anything on a rainy evening. At length I took my leave, inwardly blessing the moving spirit which had led me abroad that night, that the spell which had so long enthralled my senses might be broken. Teresa called up one of her lambent smiles as I bade her adieu. "Never call again on a rainy evening," she said sportively. "I am always so wretchedly dull. I believe I was born to live among the sunbeams, the moonlight, and the stars. Clouds will never do for me." "Amen," I silently responded as I closed the door. While I was putting on my coat I overheard, without the smallest intention of listening, a passionate exclamation from Teresa. "Good heavens, mother, was there ever anything so unlucky? I never thought of seeing my neighbor's dog tonight. If I have not been completely caught." "I hope you will mind my advice next time," replied her mother in a grieved tone. "I told you not to sit in that slovenly dress. I have no doubt you have lost him forever." Here I made good my retreat, not wishing to enter the petronalia of family secrets. The rain still continued unabated, but my social feelings were very far from being dampened. I had the curiosity to make another experiment. The evening was not very far advanced, and as I turned from Mrs. Vane's fashionable mansion, I saw a modest light glimmering in the distance,
and I hailed it as the shipwrecked mariner hails the star that guides him o'er ocean's foam to the home he has left behind. Though I was gay and young, and a passionate admirer of beauty, I had very exalted ideas of domestic felicity. I knew that there was many a rainy day in life, and I thought the companion who was born alone for sunbeams and moonlight would not aid me to dissipate their gloom. I had, moreover, a shrewd suspicion that the daughter who thought it a sufficient excuse for shameful personal neglect that there was no one present but her mother would, as a wife, be equally regardless of a husband's presence. While I pursued these reflections, my feet involuntarily drew nearer and more near to the light, which had been the lodestone of my opening manhood. I had continued to meet Mary in the gay circles I frequented, but I had lately become almost a stranger to her home. "Shall I be a welcome guest?" I said to myself as I crossed the threshold. "Shall I find her en déshumblée likewise, and discover that feminine beauty and grace are incompatible with a rainy evening?" I heard a sweet voice reading aloud as I opened the door, and I knew it was the voice which was once music to my ears. Mary rose at my entrance, laying her book quietly on the table, and greeted me with a modest grace and self-possession peculiar to herself. She looked surprised and a little embarrassed, but very far from being displeased. She made no allusion to my estrangement or neglect, expressed no astonishment at my untimely visit, nor once hinted that, being alone with her mother and not anticipating visitors, she thought it unnecessary to wear the habiliments of a lady. Never in my life had I seen her look so lovely. Her dress was perfectly plain, but every fold was arranged by the hand of the Graces. Her dark brown hair, which had a natural wave in it, now uncurled by the dampness, was put back in smooth ringlets from her brow, revealing a face which did not consider its beauty wasted because a mother's eye alone rested on its bloom. A beautiful cluster of autumnal roses, placed in a glass vase on the table, perfumed the apartment, and a bright blaze on the hearth diffused a spirit of cheerfulness around, while it relieved the atmosphere of its excessive moisture. Mrs. Carleton was an invalid, and suffered also from an inflammation of the eyes. Mary had been reading aloud to her from her favorite book. What do you think it was? It was a very old-fashioned one indeed, no other than the Bible. And Mary was not ashamed to have such a fashionable young man as I then was, to see what her occupation had been. What a contrast to the scene I had just quitted! How I loathed myself for the infatuation which had led me to prefer the artificial graces of a belle to this pure child of nature. I drew my chair to the table, and entreated that they would not look upon me as a stranger, but as a friend anxious to be restored to the forfeited privileges of an old acquaintance. I was understood in a moment, and without a single reproach was admitted again to confidence and familiarity. The hours I had wasted with Teresa seemed like a kind of mesmeric slumber, a blank in my existence, or at least a feverish dream. "What do you think of a rainy evening, Mary?" I asked before I left her. "I love it of all things," replied she with animation. "There is something so home-drawing, so heart-knitting in its influence. The dependencies which bind us to the world seem withdrawn, and retiring within ourselves, we learn more of the deeper mysteries of our own being." Mary's soul beamed from her eye as it turned with a transient obliquity towards heaven. She paused as if fearful of unsealing the fountains of her heart. I said that Mrs. Carleton was an invalid, and consequently retired early to her chamber. But I lingered till a late hour, nor did I go till I had made a full confession of my folly, repentance, and awakened love. And as Mary did not shut the door in my face, you may imagine she was not sorely displeased. "Ah, I knew who Mary was. I knew it all the time," exclaimed George, looking archly at Aunt Mary. A bright tear, which at that moment fell into her lap, showed that, though a silent, she was no uninterested auditor.
"You haven't done, father," said little Anne in a disappointed tone.
I thought you were going to tell a story. You've been talking about yourself all the time."
"I have been something of an egotist, to be sure, my little girl, but I wanted to show my dear young friend here how much might depend upon a rainy evening. Life is not made all of sunshine. The happy and most prosperous must have their seasons of gloom and darkness, and woe be it to those from whom souls no rays of brightness emanate to gild those darkened hours. I bless the God of the rain as well as of the sunshine. I can read his mercy in his love as well as in his tempest, whose wings obscure the visible glories of his creations, as in the splendor of the rising sun, or the soft dews that descend after his setting radiance. I began with a metaphor. I said a rainbow was drawn on the clouds that lowered in that eventful day, and that it still continued to shine with undiminished beauty. Woman, my children, was sent by God to be the rainbow of man's darker destiny. From the glowing red, emblematic of that love which warms and gladdens his existence, to the violet melting into the blue of heaven, symbolical of the faith which links him to a purer world, her blending virtues, mingling with each other in beautiful harmony, are a token of God's mercy here, and an earnest future blessings in those regions where no rainy evenings ever come to obscure the brightness of eternal day. End of A Rainy Evening, a Sketch, from Love After Marriage and Other Stories of the Heart, by Mrs. Carolyn Lee Hentz. Springtime a la carte by O. Henry, read for Love Stories Volume 2 by Wayne Cook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Springtime a la carte by O. Henry. It was a day in March. Never, never begin a story this way when you write one. No opening could possibly be worse. It is unimaginative, flat, dry, and likely to consist of mere wind. But in this instance it is allowable. For the following paragraph, which should have inaugurated the narrative, is too wildly extravagant and preposterous to be flaunted in the face of the reader without preparation. Sarah was crying over her bill of fare. Think of a New York girl shedding tears on the menu card. To account for this, you will be allowed to guess that the lobsters were all out, or that she had sworn ice cream off during Lent, or that she had ordered onions, or that she had just come from a Hackett matinee. And then, all these theories being wrong, you will please let the story proceed. The gentleman who announced that the world was an oyster which he with his sword would open made a larger hit than he deserved. It is not difficult to open an oyster with a sword. But did you ever notice anyone trying to open the terrestrial bivalve with a typewriter? Like to wait for a dozen raw opened that way? Sarah had managed to pry apart the shells with her unhandy weapon far enough to nibble a wee bit at the cold and clammy world within. She knew no more shorthand than if she had been a graduate in stenography just let slip upon the world by a business college. So, not being able to stenog, she could not enter that bright galaxy of office talent. She was a freelance typewriter, and canvassed for odd jobs of copying. The most brilliant and crowning feat of Sarah's battle with the world was the deal she made with Schulenburg's home restaurant. The restaurant was next door to the old red brick in which she hall-roomed. One evening, after dining at Schulenburg's 40-cent, 5-course table d'hôte, served as fast as you can throw the 5 baseballs at the colored gentleman's head, Sarah took away with her the bill of fare. It was written in an almost unreadable script, neither English nor German, and so arranged that if you were not careful, you began with a toothpick and rice pudding, and ended with soup and the day of the week. The next day Sarah showed Schulenburg a neat card on which the menu was beautifully typewritten, with the viands temptingly marshaled under their right and proper heads, from hors d'oeuvres to "not responsible for overcoats and umbrellas." Schulenburg became a naturalized citizen on the spot. Before Sarah left him, she had him willingly committed to an agreement. She was to furnish typewritten bills of fare for the 21 tables in the restaurant, a new bill for each day's dinner, and new ones for breakfast and lunch as often as changes occurred in the food or as neatness required. In return for this, Schulenburg was to send 3 meals per diem to Sarah's hall room by a waiter, an obsequious one if possible, and furnish her each afternoon with a pencil draft of what fate had in store for Schulenburg's customers on the morrow. Mutual satisfaction resulted from the agreement. Schulenburg's patrons now knew what the food they ate was called, even if its nature sometimes puzzled them, and Sarah had food during a cold, dull winter, which was the main thing with her. And then the almanac lied, and said that spring had come. Spring comes when it comes. The frozen snows of January still lay like adamant in the crosstown streets. The hand organs still played in the good old summer time with their December vivacity and expression. Men began to make 30-day notes to buy Easter dresses. Janitors shut off the steam. And when these things happen, one may know that the city is still in the clutches of winter. One afternoon Sarah shivered in her elegant hall bedroom. House heated, scrupulously clean, conveniences seen to be appreciated. She had no work to do except Schulenburg's menu cards. Sarah sat in her squeaky willow rocker and looked out the window. The calendar on the wall kept crying to her, "Springtime is here, Sarah. Springtime is here, I tell you. Look at me, Sarah. My figures show it. You've got a neat figure yourself, Sarah. Nice springtime figure. Why do you look out the window so sadly?" Sarah's room was at the back of the house. Looking out the window, she could see the windowless red brick wall of the box factory on the next street. But the wall was clear as crystal, and Sarah was looking down a grassy lane, shaded with cherry trees and elms, and bordered with raspberry bushes and Cherokee roses. Spring's real harbingers are too subtle for the eye and ear. Some must have the flowering crocus, the wood-starring dogwood, the voice of a bluebird. Even so gross a reminder as the farewell handshake of the retiring buckwheat and oyster before they can welcome the lady in green to their dull bosoms. But to old earth's choicest kin there come straight, sweet messages from his newest bride, telling them they shall be no stepchildren unless they choose to be. On a previous summer Sarah had gone into the country and loved a farmer. In writing your story, never hark back thus. It is bad art and cripples interest. Let it march, march. Sarah stayed 2 weeks at Sunnybrook Farm. There she learned to love old Farmer Franklin's son, Walter. Farmers have been loved and wedded and turned out to grass in less time. But young Walter Franklin was a modern agriculturist. He had a telephone in his cow house, and he could figure up exactly what effect next year's Canada wheat crop would have on potatoes planted in the dark of the moon. It was in this shaded and raspberried lane that Walter had wooed and won her, and together they had sat and woven a crown of dandelions for her hair. He had immoderately praised the effect of the yellow blossoms against her brown tresses, and she had left the chaplet there and walked back to the house swinging her straw sailor in her hands. They were to marry in the spring, at the very first signs of spring, Walter said, and Sarah came back to the city to pound her typewriter. A knock at the door dispelled Sarah's visions of that happy day. A waiter had brought the rough pencil draft of the home restaurant's next day fare in old Schulenburg's angular hand. Sarah sat down at her typewriter and slipped a card between the rollers. She was a nimble worker. Generally in an hour and a half the 21 menu cards were written and ready. Today there were more changes on the bill of fare than usual. The soups were lighter. Pork was eliminated from the entrees, figuring only with Russian turnips among the roasts. The gracious spirit of spring pervaded the entire menu. Lamb, that lately capered on the greening hillsides, was becoming exploited with the sauce that commemorated its gambrels. The song of the oyster, though not silenced, was diminuendo con amore. The frying pan seemed to be held inactive behind the beneficent bars of the broiler. The pie list swelled. The richer puddings had vanished. The sausage, with his drapery wrapped about him, barely lingered in a pleasant thanatopsis with the buckwheats and the sweet but doomed maple. Sarah's fingers danced like midgets above a summer stream. Down through the courses she worked, giving each item its position according to its length and with an accurate eye. Just above the desserts came the list of vegetables: carrots and peas, asparagus on toast, the perennial tomatoes and corn and succotash, lima beans, cabbage, and then Sarah was crying over her bill of fare. Tears from the depths of some divine despair rose in her heart and gathered to her eyes. Down went her head on the little typewriter stand, and the keyboard rattled a dry accompaniment to her moist sobs. For she had received no letter from Walter in 2 weeks, and the next item on the bill of fare was dandelions. Dandelions with some kind of egg, but bother the egg. Dandelions, with whose golden blooms Walter had crowned her his queen of love and future bride. Dandelions, the harbingers of spring, her sorrow's crown of sorrow, reminder of her happiest days. Madam, I dare you to smile until you suffer this test. Let the Marechal Niel roses that Percy brought you on the night you gave him your heart be served as a salad with French dressing before your eyes at a Schulenburg table d'hôte. Had Juliet so seen her love tokens dishonored, the sooner would she have sought the Lethan herbs of the good apothecary. But what a witch is spring! Into the great cold city of stone and iron a message had to be sent. There was none to convey it but the little hearty courier of the fields with his rough green coat and modest air. He is a true soldier of fortune, this dent de lion, this lion's tooth, as the French chefs call him. Flowered, he will assist at love-making, wreathed in milady's nut-brown hair. Young and callow and unblossomed, he goes into the boiling pot and delivers the word of his sovereign mistress. By and by Sarah forced back her tears. The cards must be written. But still in a faint golden glow from her dandelion dream, she fingered the typewriter keys absently for a little while, with her mind and heart in the meadow lane with her young farmer. But soon she came swiftly back to the rock-bound lanes of Manhattan, and the typewriter began to rattle and jump like a strikebreaker's motor car. At 6 o'clock the waiter brought her dinner, and carried away the typewritten bill of fare. When Sarah ate, she set aside, with a sigh, the dish of dandelions with its crowning ovarious accompaniment. As this dark mass had been transformed from a bright and love-endorsed flower to be an ignominious vegetable, so had her summer hopes wilted and perished. Love may, as Shakespeare said, feed on itself, but Sarah could not bring herself to eat the dandelions that had graced as ornaments the first spiritual banquet of her heart's true affection. At 7:30 the couple in the next room began to quarrel. The man in the room above sought for A on his flute. The gas went a little lower. 3 coal wagons started to unload, the only sound of which the phonograph is jealous. Cats on the back fences slowly retreated towards Mukden. By these signs Sarah knew it was time for her to read. She got out The Cloister and the Hearth, the best non-selling book of the month, settled her feet on her trunk, and began to wander with Gerard. The front door bell rang. The landlady answered it. Sarah left Gerard and Denny's treed by a bear and listened. Oh, yes, you would, just as she did. And then a strong voice was heard in the hall below, and Sarah jumped for her door, leaving the book on the floor in the first round easily the bear's. You have guessed it. She reached the top of the stairs just as her farmer came up, 3 at a jump, and reaped and garnered her, with nothing left for the gleaners. "Why haven't you written? Oh, why?" cried Sarah. "New York's a pretty large town," said Walter Franklin. "I came in a week ago to your old address, and found that you went away on a Thursday. That consoled some. It eliminated the possible Friday bad luck. But it didn't prevent my hunting for you with police and otherwise ever since." "I wrote," said Sarah vehemently. "Never got it." "Then how did you find me?" The young farmer smiled a springtime smile. "I dropped into that home restaurant next door this evening," said he. "I don't care who knows it. I like a dish of some kind of greens at this time of the year. I ran my eye down that nice typewritten bill of fare looking for something in that line. When I got below cabbage, I turned my chair over and hollered for the proprietor. He told me where you lived." "I remember," sighed Sarah happily. "That was dandelions below the cabbage." "I'd know that cranky capital W way above the line your typewriter makes anywhere in the world," said Franklin. "Why, there's no W in dandelions," said Sarah in surprise. The young man drew the bill of fare from his pocket and pointed to a line. Sarah recognized the first card she had typewritten that afternoon. There was still the rayed splotch in the upper right-hand corner where a tear had fallen. But over the spot where one should have read the name of the meadow plant, the clinging memory of their golden blossoms had allowed her fingers to strike strange keys. Between the red cabbage and the stuffed green peppers was the item, "Dearest Walter," with hard-boiled egg. End of Spring a la Carte by O. Henry.